were extremely dignified through the entire
What
process.
other answers are owed? It is a fact that the NCB has realized that there is no failure and they have said so. I mean, what other answer is required? The answer is only the fact that they were hasty in arresting people. That was wrong. And they themselves have admitted it now, that it was wrong, and I think that should be the end of it.
Do you think because it was a celebrity face like Aryan Khan, sir, that's the reason why, and thanks to the entire media glare, that the Narcotics Control Bureau saw this as a soft target to go big with? I mean, there are so many questions of this kind that pertain to India at large, sir. That's why I'm asking you.
I cannot speculate on the reasons why he was arrested, why it was hasty, but one thing is clear, and you are right there, that there was media glare and a celebrity was involved. These are contributing factors. Thank you very much. I need to go now.
Okay.
The person you are speaking with has put your call on hold.
Neha, that was Mukul Rohatgi saying, giving the very distinct impression that, they'd like to move forward. Obviously, an extremely unsavory, extremely, difficult time for Shah Rukh Khan's son and the entire family. And from Mukul Rohatgi's words, I think it's pretty clear they don't want to have anything more to do with this, and they want to move on from this entire business. That's the sense we're getting. So there's no anger, or at least outward anger, about what happened. I think there is a sense of vindication, but they'd like to move on from it.
Yes, Shiv, even at that point in time, the allegations that the NCB was making did seem a little outlandish. Not just for Mukul Rohatgi was arguing on behalf of Aryan Khan, but to others as well, when they said that there was a commercial angle to this, that there is a syndicate that the NCB was looking at, isn't it?
Most certainly, most certainly. And remember, India Today's coverage at the time as well had constantly raised the pertinent questions right through it. We had the most factual reportage in October last year, September, October last year, when this happened, Sneha. And if you remember, from the time when the private investigators were spotted, to the questions that were being asked, to the leakage of photographs of Aryan Khan, to the questioning of Pooja Dadlani, all of those facts had questions surrounding them. And at every stage, India Today had raised those questions, which is why our coverage in many ways is also vindicated by what has actually taken place right now. Throughout our primetime coverage, we raised the question over whether more arrest is actually necessary, whether the restrictions on Aryan Khan were actually, necessary at this point of time. And I think the entire glare that shifted to Sameer Wankhede on the back of what happened with Aryan Khan, in many ways allowed this entire story to unravel in such a humiliating way. And may I just say that for the Narcotics Control Bureau, the questions are explosive. They've got a lot of answering to do. Mukul Rohatgi is on record to say that, an internal inquiry will bring out the facts. My sense is, will heads actually roll at the Narcotics Control Bureau? Of course, Sameer Wankhede, faced some sort of action, as the zonal chief of the NCB in Mumbai. But beyond that, the public at large became invested in this story, Sneha. Therefore, it needs to go well beyond just departmental proceedings and little press notes about what has actually happened. The public is owed answers. Millions of Shah Rukh Khan's fans, who felt emotionally invested in what is happening, no matter what anyone thinks of Shah Rukh Khan. This is a country that follows the law of the land. And I think the many people believe that last year there was a generous dollop of tamasha that took place. And now even the Narcotics Control Bureau has pretty much admitted that by putting this press note saying no charges and reasonable doubt principle has been applied.
Yes, Shiv, be with us. I'm just going to go across to Pankaj Upadhyay. Also, Kamlesh Sutar is getting asked more details on that. Pankaj, to you first. I believe the DG NCB is also organizing a press conference at 3 o'clock today to talk about the charge sheet filed by SIT in the Aryan Khan case. Certainly, they have some answering to do when it comes to this case that they were trying to build about there being a commercial syndicate of sorts when it came to Aryan Khan's alleged involvement. Here we are talking about a man, no drugs were found on him. That's been the argument from day one.
time right outside the Narcotics Control Bureau headquarters in Mumbai. This was the very place where the entire story had unfolded. This is the very headquarters wherein on the 3rd of October, Shah Rukh Khan's son, Aryan Khan, along with his friends, Arbaz Merchant and followed by Munman Dhamecha, were brought in. And we saw the events that had unfolded in the days and weeks after. And today the charge sheet has been filed. Aryan Khan, who remained at the center of this entire controversy, his name is not there. In fact, when he was granted bail, I remember, in October 28th, the Bombay High Court then had also said that the Narcotics Control Bureau does not have any prima facie evidence against Aryan Khan so as to say that he was a part of conspiracy and a larger conspiracy had been hatched and that he was in touch with foreign nationals as such. So then and there things had become quite clear, and now even though this charge sheet should have been filed by 31st March, it so happened that the special NDPS court had granted 60 days extension to the SIT of the NCB, because then the Narcotics Control Bureau had maintained that around 12 samples that they had sent for chemical analysis had shown that the contraband that had been recovered indeed came under the ambit of the Narcotics Control Bureau. NCB also maintained that the many people who were arrested were very, very influential and that they could turn the course of the entire case as well. But now, finally, when the charge sheet has been finally filed, Aryan Khan does not find the mention. 5 others do not find the mention, and definitely the Narcotics Control Bureau will have a lot of answering to do, perhaps. A lot of questions definitely will be raised. Shah Rukh Khan was here. Gauri Khan was here, and we saw that, the ho-halla that had been created outside the NCB. The officials, not just the NCB officials from Mumbai, the SIT team from Delhi had also come in here, and they had not just maintained that Shah Rukh Khan and his close friend Arbaz Merchant and that Munman Dhamecha were involved. They went to the extent of saying that there was a larger conspiracy at play, and that many calls had been made to the foreign nationals as well. There was a foreign hand as well. So this was made, a story was shown to be much, much bigger than it turns out now. And definitely, a lot of questions will be asked to the Narcotics Control Bureau. Of course, as we all know, that some heads have, of course, rolled in the recent past. Samir Wankhede,
you mentioned Samir Wankhede. We play out his first and exclusive reaction. Be with us, Pankaj Upadhyay. The NCB official who's been under the scanner for a while now, Samir Wankhede, has spoken exclusively to India Today. That's the reaction first on India Today. We're playing that out for our viewers.
आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो मोर इन एनसीबी, प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिस।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो मोर इन एनसीबी, प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिस।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो मोर इन एनसीबी, प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिस।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो मोर इन एनसीबी, प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिस।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो मोर इन एनसीबी, प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिस।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो मोर इन एनसीबी, प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिस।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो इन एनसीबी, प्लीज आस्क द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिसर।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो इन एनसीबी, प्लीज आस्क द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिसर।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो इन एनसीबी, प्लीज आस्क द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिसर।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो इन एनसीबी, प्लीज आस्क द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिसर।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो इन एनसीबी, प्लीज आस्क द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिसर।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो इन एनसीबी, प्लीज आस्क द रिस्पेक्टेड।
Sameer Wanखेड़e's first reaction on India Today. Shiv, what would we really expect him to say? This man was shunted out. His role has been under the scanner. He was trying to build a case of a commercial syndicate. He was pulled out of the case. Here's somebody who says, I don't want to comment on this no longer.
You know, the very fact that Sameer Wankhede has said, don't ask me because I am no longer with the NCB, that really answers the entire question. Sameer Wankhede, who was the kind of, who pretended to be a kind of superhero, he gave bites, he gave interviews during this entire thing, is now running away from the media and not taking a simple sort of question from India Today's Arvind Ojha is representative of, his precipitous fall, if I may call it that, Sneha, into disgrace. Sameer Wankhede is an officer who was very, very prominent, high profile, flamboyant, enjoyed the media spectacle surrounding this very high profile case where he was the point person in Mumbai, where sort of very easily spoke to the press, was quite accessible, came on the phone line as well, even though he kept putting in these little caveats saying that this is a case in progress. But it was pretty clear to the public that he was enjoying all of the attention that was coming to him. And now, for him to say, sorry, don't ask me, I'm no longer with the NCB, you'll have to ask the officer concerned, is a little rich. This is a man who has faced departmental proceedings. There has been an investigation and an ongoing one against him as well. And, the questions will have to be asked. We are no one to judge. We cannot, point a finger at Sameer Wankhede and say he is guilty of this, this and this. But proceedings will have to happen because the Narcotics Control Bureau is a very serious organization. It's a serious agency that, has an extremely grave mandate. And the kind of tamasha and spectacle that was seen last year, surrounding Aryan Khan, and for them to now say we've got no proof against him and he's not part of the charge sheet.
Shiv, just hold on to your thoughts. I'm going to come back to you. Majid Memon of the NCP is with us, also a very well-known lawyer. Thank you for your time, your reaction to what has happened today. No proof, no narcotics found, and no charge sheet against Aryan Khan and 5 others, sir.
Indeed, good news for all the sympathizers of Aryan Khan who have been otherwise very anxious because this young boy was arrested, humiliated, kept in lockup for almost 26 days and had to undergo a great amount of physical, mental agony. And now today the NCB comes and tells the court that there is no evidence against him, so we are discharging him. The question that arises, even lawfully, be it Aryan or be it any other citizen of India or a less important person, it is a question of personal liberty of every individual. Supreme Court has repeatedly told all the investigating officers from various branches, including NCB, NIA, CBI, ED, everybody, all the lot of officers who enjoy powers under the law to arrest. Supreme Court says every word is important. To arrest
power to arrest is one thing, and exercising that power is another. Whilst you have to exercise the power of arresting without court warrant, without an order of the court, you have to be very cautious. You don't encroach upon personal liberty without just cause. And therefore, you have to justify why did you arrest Aryan. When you arrested Aryan, you must have had enough reason to arrest, which you couldn't have deferred. Now, that is what the precise mandate of law is. Now, today, after this boy has spent 26 years torture and 26 days torture and so much of embarrassment to his celebrity father and all his followers and admirers, you are suddenly blowing down and saying there is no evidence. Has the evidence evaporated, or was there no evidence existing on the day of his arrest? The officer will have to satisfy the whole country, everybody, including the courts, that, well, we arrested because we believe there is involved in a crime which is non-bailable. And today, after greater in-depth investigation, we did not find support to that apprehension that he may have committed the crime, therefore we have discharged. Something of that kind. Simply today saying that no evidence, therefore we discharge him, does not meet the ends of justice. It is not because it is Aryan Khan. It could be any roadster. And any individual citizen of India, his rights of his personal liberty is protected under Article 21 of Constitution of India, which needs to be respected. Unless that is done, this noise which is going on in the country for quite some time, that investigating agencies, central agencies are abusing their authority, abusing their power, to settle the scores or for political reasons, etc., must subside in the best interest of our democracy, our system, which is our civil society, which is governed by rule of law.
Mr. Memon, do you think the Narcotics Control Bureau owes, some direct answers to Aryan Khan and Shah Rukh Khan's family? Is that what you're saying? That beyond the departmental proceedings, they cannot just get away with this, 3-paragraph press note? Do you think that they owe a much more detailed explanation beyond what we are seeing right now, sir?
No, according to, in my humble submission, in my humble view, it is the court which could have raised the question to the police officer who represented NCB in the court and said that no evidence against Aryan Khan. Then the court would have done better if the court had asked that officer that if you are saying today that there is no evidence against this young man, now what evidence existed on the day when you arrested him, and what happened to that evidence? Has it been erased, or has it been destroyed? Now, these are the questions to which a satisfactory answer may flow from the officer. You see, I am not saying that the officer, I am not attributing any malice to the officer. I am saying that the system requires that the officer is under a legal duty to explain and in what circumstances the arrest was effected and in what circumstances discharge has followed.
Mr. Majid Memon, there's always been this argument, and that is something that the advocate Mukul Rohatgi had also spoken about, that jail should be exception and bail essentially should be the rule. This was never applied in the case of Aryan Khan, who spent 5 days in the custody of the NCB and 22 days otherwise as well, isn't it? From the very beginning, the argument was that there was no narcotics found on Aryan Khan.
No, see, in a case of, we are not trying to isolate the case of Aryan Khan from the system. Our legal criminal jurisprudence, our criminal procedure, what does it suggest? It is functioning under the Constitution of India, where Article 21 protects every Indian citizen as far as personal liberty is concerned. The moment a police officer who is equipped with the power to arrest, pounces upon him and arrests him, his personal liberty is gone, even provisionally. In this case, this young boy's personal liberty was taken away for as long as 26 days. Why did the officer not realize on the first or second day that, well, this arrest is not justified, or, well, that we are not going to go into right direction to justify his involvement in this crime, and therefore release him as early as possible? His bail was fought tooth and nail. His bail was opposed tooth and nail. And that is how the boy remained for so long, until Mohal Rastogi descended from Delhi, and then all top council put in all their effort that he was released. This is unfortunate. Now, when you turn within few months ultimately to a conclusion lawfully that there is no evidence against this man. My question to NCB is only this: what evidence existed on the day when you arrested him, and what evidence existed when you justified opposing his bail tooth and nail?
Well, absolutely. Mr. Majid Memon, I want to ask you one last question because you yourself are an advocate. Mr. Mukul Rohatgi has indicated to us that they would want a closure. What in case the family doesn't want a closure and wants to take the NCB head on for doing what they did, the manner in which the investigations were carried out, and a case of international drug syndicate was being built against Aryan Khan? In that sense, if they want to take the NCB on, what are the legal options for them?
No, see, the question is, it's a very serious crime. It's a very serious investigation. It's a very great responsibility on NCB officer, and I have respect for them that they have been doing a great job for the society under the rule of law. But then, now, if a person is discharged, but fine. See, Aryan Khan is now out of the case, and the case will proceed against others. I am only expecting that generally our law has been so very clear, and this grievance of people day in and day out that they are wrongly arrested, the grievance of the people that their bail is refused because the strong opposition against bail being rule, jail exception, that is general law. But in special cases like NDPS, etc., it is the reverse. Bail is exception and jail is rule. Therefore, a person whose liberty is encroached upon is in a difficult situation. He is not able to justify his release, cannot persuade the court to release him immediately. That is what has happened in the case of Aryan. So therefore, when a police officer arrests somebody in a serious charge like this, the police officer has to be a little more careful, even before exercising his power to arrest, as Supreme Court says in Jogendra Kumar's case reported in 1994.
All right. Mr. Majid Memon, thank you so much for your time and your perspective on that important story that we're tracking. In fact, for our viewers, just to give them an idea about the current situation, in about an hour from now, the DG NCB is going to be talking about giving a detailed press conference on the charge sheet that has been filed against 14 others. Paras Dama is also getting asked more details on that. Paras, take us through the details of who really is in the dock as far as this high-profile case is concerned.
So I'll take you in the past when it started. It started on 2nd October 2021 when NCB official raided Cordelia ship in the evening by 5:30. After that, all the proceeding had started inside the Cordelia ship where Aryan Khan was also present with his friend Arbaz Merchant and Munmun Danvecha, where it all started. And after that, it happened that the Giraftari happened and arrest happened. And after that, all circus started. In between that, I'll just tell you one more important thing that happened a few days ago where two of the superintendent has been transferred to their origin place where they belong from when they were shifted to NCB. VVS Singh, who was also investigating the case with Samir Wankhede, was transferred to Guwahati where he was first posted. After that, Mr. Ashish Ranjan, who was also investigating the same case, the Cordelia case where Aryan Khan was involved, he was also transferred, and he was just transferred to another thing. But after some days, it was noted that he was again back to NCB, and now the most important development happened that Aryan Khan has been given clean chit. This all happened between the years' time, and right now the main question which will raise is what will happen next, because the investigation happened, SIT team was formed, and after SIT team was formed, there was so many allegation was made on Samir Wankhede, and this two person who I was talking about, it was Ashish Ranjan and VVS Singh. So right now the main question is that what will happen next, because right now the main development happened in this whole big fat case is that Aryan Khan has been given clean chit by the court, by the NCB.
Aryan Khan has got relief in this case. Shiv Arur, our executive editor, also continues to be with us. Shiv, in fact, the NCB is going to be giving out a detailed statement in just an hour from now. What do you really expect to talk about, essentially, given the manner in which... Yes.
the press conference that's going to happen at 3 p.m. is going to be an extremely interesting one. I, for one, wish I could be there in person, Sneha, because, India Today was the only channel, dare I say, the only media agency that covered this entire drama in a factual, clinical way, taking facts, taking documents, and constantly asking the questions. And that's the reason why not only is Aryan Khan and his family vindicated today, India Today's coverage, which was based on facts, also stands vindicated in many ways, because there were other channels which were making hugely irresponsible claims at that time, painting many of the people involved, including Aryan Khan, as criminals even before the fact, even before proceedings had taken place, and therefore it had become a national spectacle, a kind of tamasha where the innocent had been labeled guilty in a very sort of obsessive manner. Now the Narcotics Control Bureau will obviously need to answer. Let's remember that this is the Narcotics Control Bureau minus Samir Wankhede, who, as we had in that first reaction, said, I am no longer part of the NCB. You will have to ask whoever's involved. I love how easily he washes his hands off all responsibility, and he will, of course, face action separately. But the NCB will have to answer, because it was the organization and not just Samir Wankhede that was conducting this entire investigation at that time. What proof did they have at the time of Aryan Khan's arrest that facilitated and necessitated and justified his arrest, that they are now saying we don't have anything? उस टाइम पे हमारे पास हाथ में कुछ था, अब कुछ नहीं है. What was that transition? That is going to be very important to explain, and not just internally as part of internal proceedings, but to the public at large. The Narcotics Control Bureau is not some satellite island. It is a government agency. It has to report to the people of India. The results of what has happened have to be reported to the people of India. And given that they were so wanton in sharing information, leaking photographs, leaking documents, allowing access to all kinds of things which should have been privileged or sensitive at that time, since this was an ongoing investigation, they should now similarly be very open in telling us what the truth actually is. If it requires introspection, if it requires culling their own bad apples, they had better be prepared to be very, very open about this, because this is a story that many millions in India were invested in because of the huge media interest. After all, that is justifiable too. This is Shah Rukh Khan's son we're talking about, not just anybody. This was a celebrity face at the center of it. It was a story that made a very intriguing, sort of tantalizing soap opera in the heart of Mumbai, and therefore nobody should be castigated for covering the story. But the Narcotics Control Bureau will have to answer three basic questions. A, what did it have in terms of proof at that time, which it does not somehow have now? B, what is the situation as far as the internal inquiry and proceedings are concerned, especially against Samir Wankhede, but as well as others? And C, will they provide more information beyond this press note in public? The 3-paragraph press note that's come out in public is one thing, but the public, Shah Rukh Khan's family, the lawyers, the judiciary, which was dragged into this entire spectacle, all will be owed more answers. And that's what India Today will be asking at 3 p.m.
All right, Shiv, be with us. We'll just come back to you. Meanwhile, we've had exclusive interviews play out here. Samir Wankhede has broken his silence. Yes, he says, I don't want to comment on what has happened. We've also spoken to advocate Mukul Rohatgi, who was arguing this case on behalf of Aryan Khan. We're playing out all of those interviews in a few seconds. Take a look.
I'm very relieved, and I'm sure the young man and his father are equally relieved. It was clear to me from day one, when the matter was heard for bail in the High Court, that there was no material against this young man. He was not in possession of any drugs, and there was no reason why he should have been arrested. I think it was a hasty decision in the heat of the moment. But anyway, the truth has prevailed. It's unfortunate that he spent 25 days in jail. But according to me, now the whole chapter should be treated as closed, and one should look to the future in that thing.
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो एनसीबी प्लीज हैज द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिसर।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
Sorry, मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। Noor in NCB, please ask the respected officer.
NCB has just filed a charge sheet in which Aryan Khan's name is missing. This is a very high-profile drugs case which had unfurled in Mumbai some couple of months back. What's your take on it, sir?
This shows that all along this government has been indulging in misuse of agencies for their retail politics and has been indulging into headline management to hide its own failures. Obviously, if there is a case related to the film industry, it will get traction, it will get a lot of headlines. That's what this government wants.
So, the way things happen, because we have seen that even the initial investigating officers, questions were raised on them also, and now Aryan Khan's name not figuring out in the charge sheet. What do you make of it? Because the way things had panned out in the couple of months when the investigation was initially going on, what does it reflect?
The agencies of this country need to be now aware that they should not get misused and they should protect the integrity of their institutions. Because at the end of the day, their heads are on the block. People will lose trust and are losing trust in these agencies. They should stop becoming puppets in the hands of this government.
Well, we've heard from the Congress as well, not just from the Central Congress, but also from the Maharashtra Congress that has come out and said that there was an attempt to defame the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government. This is misuse of agencies, and that agencies were being used to settle scores with Shah Rukh Khan, was said even at that point in time. But this time around, we have political reactions. The opposition particularly is talking about how agencies have always been misused. Pankaj Upadhyay is right outside the NCB. Also, he did get us that word from the Maharashtra Congress that has clearly spoken about how attempts were made to defame Pankaj, the Mahavikas Aghadi government, by using this agency against Aryan Khan, against the son of Shah Rukh Khan, essentially. Just go back to Pankaj in a few moments from now, but we have these reactions also in which Advocate Mukul Rohatgi has come out and spoken to India Today, saying that right from the very beginning, he was arguing that no drugs were found on Aryan Khan. Remember, the NCB's major argument against Aryan Khan's bail was that drugs were recovered from Aryan Khan's friend, Arbaz Merchant, and that WhatsApp conversations essentially suggested that there was an international drug trafficking syndicate. The NCB will have to answer as to what they have to say about the clean sheet being given. What about those WhatsApp conversations? Shiv, a lot of them were selectively leaked to the press. How was that the clean sheet has been given if there was enough proof is the question, isn't it?
That's the clincher. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Sneha. You've hit the nail on the head. The fact is that every nugget of information, whether it was WhatsApp chats, whether it was photographs, whether it was, alleged links between Aryan Khan and others, whether it was documents, whether it was these selective, source-based pieces of information that were planted in different parts of the media. Of course, India Today always took them with a bucket of salt and always reported them with questions. That's precisely what the Narcotics Control Bureau will now have to explain. One by one, and I hope, the rest of the media has the spine to do this, which is that each and every one of those pictures, WhatsApp chats, whatever it is, are sort of poked in the face of the Narcotics Control Bureau and said, here's what one of your guys sent us on October so-and-so. Here's what you guys sent us on, October 15th, blah, 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 like that, and say, this is what you need to explain and defend right now. If this was being projected just less than a year ago as somehow, very, very persuasive proof to facilitate and justify the arrest of Aryan Khan, the son of Shah Rukh Khan, then why has it not held up now? Why is this no longer sufficient to include Aryan Khan's name in this charge sheet right now, which is a clear embarrassment to the Narcotics Control Bureau. Was it headline management? Was it narrative building? Was it trying to gain, public support, in this, in an investigation which clearly had very, very rough edges, with many possible violations which are hopefully going to come out as part of that internal proceeding? Was it to divert public attention away from the fact that there were these, oversights and violations within the investigation, with the presence of some shady, dubious external characters in this whole thing? So all of this is, makes it a very shadowy case, and the Narcotics Control Bureau cannot get away from it by saying, we messed up. There's nothing against Aryan Khan, and therefore this is a clean chit that we are giving to Shah Rukh Khan's son, because the last nearly 1 year, and especially at that time for 26 days when he was not breathing free air, it was made to seem like this is a sitter, this is a open and shut Aryan Khan, and he
क्यों उनको चार्जशीट में नहीं शामिल किया गया?
उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस प्रमाण नहीं हमें मिले। हमने उनको ये हमारे फाइंडिंग में उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस नहीं मिल पाया, इसलिए हम कंप्लेंट नहीं, उनके खिलाफ कंप्लेंट नहीं फाइल कर रहे।
शुरुआती जांच में ऐसा बोला गया था कि जो मेन 6 ही नाम आ रहे थे, जिसमें आर्यन खान का भी नाम था। फिर जब दूसरी टीम ने जांच शुरू की, उसके बाद से जो जांच का जो दिशा है वो बदल गई अचानक से, और ये कहा जाने लगा कि आर्यन खान का इसमें रोल नज़र नहीं आता। तो चार्जशीट क्या वही रिफ्लेक्ट कर रही है जो बाद में दूसरी टीम जांच कर रही थी, जो सामने आ रहा था?
हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो रही, SIT, आपको ये पता होगा कि 6 नवंबर 2021 को कॉन्स्टिट्यूट की गई थी, और हमारी जो जांच रही है बिल्कुल एक निष्पक्ष जांच रही है, बिल्कुल ऑब्जेक्टिव हमने काम किया है। और हमने जो प्रिंसिपल एक होता है टच स्टोन ऑफ प्रूफ बियॉन्ड रीजनेबल डाउट, उसको अप्लाई किया है, और इस टच स्टोन पे हमने ये पाया है कि 6 लोगों के खिलाफ हमें सफिशिएंट एविडेंस और प्रमाण नहीं है। तो हमने ये कंक्लूड किया कि हम इनके खिलाफ कंप्लेंट फाइल नहीं करेंगे।
बाकी के जो 14 लोग हैं उन पे किस तरह के चार्जेस हैं जो चार्जशीट फाइल की गई?
उनमें से 14 में से 13 लोगों के खिलाफ पास से ड्रग की रिकवरी हुई है। एक है उनके खिलाफ, उनसे ड्रग की रिकवरी नहीं हुई है, लेकिन उनके पास उनके खिलाफ और भी प्रमाण हैं जो कि ये साबित करते हैं कि उन्होंने ड्रग प्रोक्योर कराया। उन्होंने एक जो ड्रग पेडलर है उनसे ड्रग लिया और अपने दोस्तों को ड्रग अवेलेबल कराया। तो ये इन 14 के खिलाफ हमें ठोस सबूत मिले हैं और उनके खिलाफ हम कंप्लेंट फाइल कर रहे हैं।
यानी ये कहा जाए कि आर्यन खान के खिलाफ कोई भी सबूत नहीं मिले, उन्हें क्लीन चिट दे दी गई है इस चार्जशीट के अकॉर्डिंग?
जी। मैं इस में क्लैरिफाई करना चाहूँगा कि बिगिनिंग में ही उनके पास जिस दोस्त के पास चरस मिली थी, उनके बयान में साफ साफ ये आया है, उनके इनिशियल बयान में साफ साफ आया है कि वो ड्रग आर्यन खान के लिए नहीं था। उन्होंने ये भी क्लैरिफाई किया है कि आर्यन खान ने उन्हें मना किया था कि ड्रग कैरी नहीं करें, NCB एक्टिव है। तो इनिशियल स्टेज में ही इट वाज वेरी क्लियर दैट ड्रग जो पाया गया उनके दोस्त के पास है वो उनके लिए नहीं था। और जो व्हाट्सएप चैट की बात की जा रही है, मैं उसमें एक और आपको इसमें बताना चाहूँगा कि ये जो व्हाट्सएप वो मैंने जो व्हाट्सएप चैट जो उनका व्हाट्सएप मोबाइल फ़ोन खोला गया, वो भी उसमें भी जो फॉर्मेलिटीज़ होती हैं, जो लीगल फॉर्मेलिटीज़ है वो पूरी नहीं की गई। बहरहाल जो व्हाट्सएप चैट भी जो भी एक्सट्रैक्ट किया गया वो भी ये चैट्स इस केस से आर्यन खान को लिंक नहीं करते। तो हमने ये तीसरा उन पे एक चार्ज लगाया जा रहा था कंजम्पशन का, कंजम्पशन को प्रूव करने के लिए सबसे बड़े प्रमाण की ज़रूरत होती है मेडिकल एग्जामिनेशन रिपोर्ट की। मेडिकल एग्जामिनेशन नहीं कराया गया इसमें। तो ये तीन जो बड़े हमारे पास जो हमने जांच के दौरान ये देखा कि ये तीन चीज़ें, इन तीन चीज़ों पे कोई भी प्रमाण हमें आर्यन खान के खिलाफ नहीं मिला। इसलिए हमने ये निर्णय लिया कि हम उनके खिलाफ कोई कंप्लेंट फाइल नहीं करेंगे।
यानी ये कहा जाए कि शुरुआत में जो टीम जांच कर रही थी समीर वानखेड़े से जुड़ी हुई, वो टीम उसने इन्वेस्टिगेशन में कहीं ना कहीं लूप होल सामने आए।
कुछ त्रुटियां सामने आई हैं और उसको हम लोगों ने रिकॉर्ड पे लिया है और हमारे डीजी एनसीबी साहब ने एक निर्णय लिया है कि ये त्रुटियां रही हैं, उनको जो हमारी टीम है स्पेशल इंक्वायरी टीम जो विजिलेंस मैटर को देख रही है, वो इन त्रुटियों को देखेगी कि इनका क्या संबंध हो सकता है, जो अनियमितताएं सामने आई थी उनका इन त्रुटियों से क्या संबंध है,
उसको आगे जांच में शामिल किया जाएगा।
वो लोग करेंगे, उसकी जांच करेंगे, स्पेशल इंक्वायरी टीम इसकी जांच करेगी।
देखिए, संजय सिंह का साफ कहना है कि इस पूरे मामले में आर्यन खान को क्लीन चिट दिया गया है क्योंकि उनके खिलाफ कोई भी एविडेंस एनसीबी को नहीं मिले। तंसीम हैदर।
Big story breaking at this hour. Shivarur continues to be with us. Here we have Sanjay Singh, the deputy DG, who's the signatory shave of that press release, saying that there is going to be a special inquiry team looking into the faults of what the first probe team essentially did vis-a-vis the loopholes. Medical investigation was not carried out. Why were these lapses? This is going to be looked into clearly.
Sneha, you asking me?
Yes, Shiv.
Yeah, Sneha. Apologies for that. This is, in my view, the most damning admission that could possibly ever have been made at this point of time. What the Deputy Director General of the Narco Bureau has just admitted to India Today's Tanseem Haider is that they have trashed Sameer Wankhede's probe. They've not only called it an error, but the very foundation of this entire investigation is now deemed to be faulty by the Narcotics Control Bureau. There is no escape route. The Narcotics Control Bureau has clearly realized that they can't sugarcoat the truth, and therefore it is best to just own the fact that the first part of this investigation was embarrassingly faulty. The reasons for it are going to be separately part of an investigation where more truths will come out, but for this Deputy DG of the Narcotics Control Bureau, Sneha, to basically say that there were errors conducted as far as the medical tests were concerned, as far as the raids were concerned, as far as the recoveries were concerned, is the most explosive reveal. And it is first and exclusive on India Today. Basically what they're saying is, look, we messed up. The first part of the probe, which was basically the foundation, the very justification for the arrest of Aryan Khan and keeping him behind bars for 22 full days, that entire action and activity led by zonal officer of the time, Sameer Wankhede, is seen to be contaminated, questionable, broken, damaged, unjustifiable, and therefore dubious and dodgy. And
yes,
the fact is, saying it is one thing, but now clarifying on what action they will take going forward is going to be something completely else. And let's not even get into the fact, Sneha, of what this says about the Narcotics Control Bureau actions in other cases. We'll come to that later. Let's focus right now on Aryan Khan.
Yes, absolutely. Because this case got so much spotlight and obviously it would, given that he's the son of a superstar. Shiv, the other two things that he said was that the WhatsApp conversations clearly had no links with Aryan Khan. The second piece of information that he's given to India Today was that in the initial stage itself, it was clear that the drug was not meant for Aryan Khan. So two things are very clear. The third one, of course, is that there was no medical examination done. So there was no proof that he consumed the narcotics.
That's right. The nuts and bolts of this confession by the Narcotics Control Bureau, my sense, Sneha, is it's going to become more damning and more explosive the more detailed we get into it. And that's the reason why the press conference by the Narcotics Control Bureau is much awaited, because the journalists who are going to be there, I can speak for India Today's journalists because they're the best and they've covered this story in a factual and clinical way. But the questions we are going to ask, I'm afraid they're going to have some very, very uncomfortable answers. The questions that you asked just now, the WhatsApp chats as well, the presence of that dubious so-called private investigator / whistleblower, the bald guy who had that photograph with Aryan Khan, that angle is going to be, highly questionable. The presence of other persons is going to be questionable. The fact that certain leaks were taking place in a selective manner is going to be hugely questionable because of the manner in which it may have, swung the investigation. And let's always remember what is at the core of what's happening here, Sneha. And the core is simply this. It is that the information, the activities that were part of this investigation, from the medical test to the recoveries to the claimed, recoveries to the raids, etc., those were used as legal justifications to demand the detention and arrest of Aryan Khan. And if there were errors in those procedures, those due procedures by the Narcotics Control Bureau, then this goes beyond dereliction of duty. It goes beyond, someone sleeping on the job or, conniving with the, other agencies to actually make this happen. This could actually be deemed to be a crime by this agency. Now, we're not going to go ahead and say that, obviously, because only a court can say that. An internal inquiry will have to bring those facts out. But I'm just highlighting the seriousness of the questions here. This is no longer just about Aryan Khan or Shah Rukh Khan or Sameer Wankhede. This is about a country that for 26 days last year was seen by many to be some sort of a banana republic, where law of the land was given short shrift, where a celebrity soft target was seen to be hounded by an agency with some evidence and mostly questionable information that was leaked to the media. And therefore, these questions are going to have to be asked at this time. So therefore...
Yes. Be with us, Shiv. In fact, we are going straight to what Sameer Wankhede told India Today just a few minutes ago. Of course, error by the first probe team is what has been said by the NCB now. What did Sameer Wankhede then tell us? Listen in.
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी, मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नूर एनसीबी, प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिसर।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है।
लेकिन जो एविडेंस आधार पर जो पोजीशन था या स्ट्रॉन्ग एविडेंस था, उसके आधार पर चार्जशीट दाखिल की गई है, और जिनके खिलाफ एविडेंस बना नहीं, उनके खिलाफ चार्जशीट नहीं दाखिल की गई।
आर्यन खान के खिलाफ क्या कोई चार्जशीट दाखिल हुई है या नहीं?
किसी व्यक्ति विशेष पर मैं कमेंट नहीं करना चाहता हूं। मैंने आपको बता दिया कि 14 लोगों पर चार्जशीट हुआ, 6 पर नहीं हुआ।
मतलब जैसे वो 6 लोग किस तरह से, अगर आप बता, 6 लोग कौन है, उनके नाम अगर आप...
नाम मैं नहीं बता सकता। नाम आप लोग कोर्ट से ले सकते हैं, पब्लिक डोमेन में है और ये प्राप्त हो सकता है।
सर, लेकिन जैसे पहले की बात आई थी कि कई लोगों को जिनको भी आपने पकड़ा था, उनके खिलाफ पूरे सबूत थे, पेडलर से संपर्क होने की जानकारी थी, तो वैसे में 6 लोग के खिलाफ क्यों सबूत नहीं मिल पाए? उसके आप कुछ बता पाएं?
सबूत होता है, फिजिकल सबूत होता है, या तो पोजीशन आपके पास मिलता है, आपके पोजीशन में ड्रग्स मिलता है, या आपके कहने पर, आपकी बात पर जो है ड्रग्स किसी और के पास मिलता है, या रिकवरी होती है, आपके प्रीमाइसेस में रिकवरी होती है। तो यही सब सबूत कहलाते हैं। लेकिन जब इंक्रीमेंटिंग एविडेंस नहीं होता है तो हम लोग मैन्युफैक्चर तो नहीं कर सकते। तो जो कारगर कार्रवाई होती है, बियॉन्ड रीजनेबल डाउट होनी चाहिए, और इन्वेस्टिगेशन का यह एक उसूल है। तो इसी उसूल पर हम अब लोग कायम रहे, और लेवल पर जो अनुसंधान हुआ था उसमें इरेगुलरिटीज हुई थी और कुछ कमियां पाई गई थी, जिसके आधार पर एसआईटी का गठन करना पड़ा, और वहाँ के पदाधिकारियों पर भी कुछ कार्रवाई करनी पड़ी थी। लेकिन अभी जो फोकस है वो इस कांड के बारे में है, जिसमें हम लोगों ने, एनसीबी ने 20 में से 14 लोगों पर चार्जशीट दाखिल किया है और 6 लोगों पर चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं किया गया। चार्जशीट दाखिल करने के पीछे कारण ये है कि 14 लोगों पर ठोस सबूत मिले, अर्थात ठोस सबूत का मतलब है फिजिकल एविडेंस और सर्कमस्टेंशियल एविडेंस, कोरोबोरेटिंग फिजिकल एविडेंस, और साथ ही उन लोगों पर जिन पर चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं की जा सकी, उसमें जो प्रारंभिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन था उसमें कुछ कमियां थीं और इसके आधार पर यह कहा जा सकता है कि अंततः सफिशिएंट एविडेंस नहीं मिला। इसके पीछे एक ही सिद्धांत को माना गया और वह सिद्धांत माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने भी कई बार दोहराया है। वह प्रिंसिपल है बियॉन्ड रीजनेबल डाउट। बियॉन्ड रीजनेबल डाउट, अगर रीजनेबल डाउट कहीं है तो उसके बियॉन्ड होना चाहिए, तभी सबूत को कारगर माना जाएगा। और ऐसा अक्सर माना जाता है, कभी कभी गलती से माना जाता है कि एनडीपीएस एक्ट एक ऐसा स्ट्रिक्ट एक्ट है कि अंदाज पर भी आप कार्रवाई कर सकते हैं, लेकिन माननीय न्यायालय ने कई बार कहा है कि अंदाज पर कार्रवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए। स्ट्रिक्ट एक्ट ज़रूर है, लेकिन प्रिंसिपल बियॉन्ड रीजनेबल डाउट का ही मान्य होगा। और उसी के आधार पर 14 लोगों पर बियॉन्ड रीजनेबल डाउट हम लोगों ने एविडेंस पाया, 6 लोगों पर एविडेंस नहीं पाया। इसलिए 14 लोगों पर चार्जशीट आज कर दिया गया है और 6 पर चार्जशीट नहीं किया जा सका। अंततः मैं ये भी बताना चाहूँगा कि एसआईटी ने बहुत प्रोफेशनल वे में इस पर काम किया। इसके लिए एसआईटी की पूरी टीम संजय सिंह साहब के अंडर में बधाई का पात्र है और उन्होंने एक ही कसौटी माना कि जहां एविडेंस मिला उस पर कार्रवाई हो, जहां एविडेंस नहीं मिला उस पर चार्जशीट ना हो। और अंततः जो कोर्ट माननीय न्यायालय से हम लोगों ने समय मांगा था, वो पूरी डिटेल जाने के लिए मांगा था। हमारे पास डिजिटल एविडेंस भी था, जिसमें बहुत सारे डिजिटल एविडेंस का हवाला दिया गया था इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में। उस सब की जांच की गई, सब तरह से हम लोगों ने तहकीकात की और अंततः इस पर उपनीत हुए कि 14 लोग इसमें चार्जशीट के पात्र हैं, 6 नहीं। धन्यवाद।
सर, आर्यन खान करीबन 22 दिन से ज्यादा जेल में रहे सर, उनको बड़ी अदालत से राहत मिली थी सर। ये कहा गया उनके खिलाफ एनसीबी ने लगातार लोअर कोर्ट में कि वो एक लार्ज इंटरनेशनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी का हिस्सा है। सर, जो टीम के ऊपर ये गंभीर आरोप लगे थे करप्शन पे, आपने उनके ऊपर नीचे लेवल पर एक्शन लिया, लेकिन जो उनके ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर थे उनके ऊपर क्या कोई एक्शन हो रहा है सर, जिनकी निगरानी में पूरी जांच चली? समीर वानखेड़े सर,
अभी जांच का दायरा अभी भी खुला हुआ है और जांच अभी पूरी तरह से कंप्लीट नहीं हुई है, लेकिन इतना कहा जा सकता है कि बहुत जल्द ही हम लोग उस जांच को भी कंप्लीट करेंगे। और इस एसआईटी ने भी अपने टिप्पणी में कुछ पॉइंट्स बताए हैं जो कि कहीं कहीं गंभीर भी हैं, प्रोसीड्यूरल भी हैं, तो उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी, तो समेकित कार्रवाई होगी और समय पर होगी।
Sir, Aryan Khan was a prominent name who was also arrested. Are you ready for any kind of scrutiny before the court also? Because there will be several doubts which will be raised on social media and through due course of time. Is the NCB totally prepared to answer questions of the court when the arrest of Aryan Khan will be questioned?
It is obvious that we are open to scrutiny. NCB, that is why we, as an organization, took it upon us as our responsibility to take over the case, which was becoming controversial, and it was the NCB's reputation at stake. So we took over the case, we did a professional investigation, and we have come to the conclusion we are open to all scrutiny, and obviously since the charge sheet has been filed, it will be scrutinized from the judicial point of view.
सर, इस मामले में क्या शाहरुख खान से भी पूछताछ की आप लोगों ने दिल्ली हेडक्वार्टर में, मुंबई में?
ये जो है जो प्रक्रिया जो एसआईटी के इतर एक एससीटी स्पेशल इंक्वायरी टीम ने किया था, जो कि विजिलेंस के इश्यूज पर इंक्वायरी की थी, वो दूसरे डीडीजी के मार्गदर्शन में हुआ था। उसमें जो भी कंसर्न स्टेक होल्डर्स थे उनके साथ उनसे पूछताछ की गई। अब किस किस के साथ पूछताछ की गई वो मैं नहीं बता सकता, लेकिन जो भी कंसर्न थे उनके साथ पूछताछ की गई, क्योंकि जो भी चार्ज आया था विजिलेंस का, जो भी मामला आया था, वो जिससे भी जुड़ा हुआ है सबसे पूछताछ की गई।
सर, कोई सप्लीमेंट्री चार्जशीट करेंगे सर इसमें?
देखिए, कांड का एक उसूल होता है कि कोई भी क्रिमिनल केस होता है तो उसमें चार्जशीट जो है समय रहते की जाती है। तो हमारा समय सीमा आज का था, तो आज के डेट तक चार्जशीट की गई। अगर सप्लीमेंट्री एविडेंस या कोई और नया एविडेंस सामने आता है तो सप्लीमेंट्री।
And now I'm going to play for you the most explosive interview that's come in so far. You've heard the Director General of the Narcotics Control Bureau. Now I'm going to make you hear what the Deputy Director General of the Narcotics Control Bureau, Sanjay Kumar, has said. It is the most candid statement that you're going to hear, viewers, so far on this breaking story. Here you have the Narcotics Control Bureau for the first time admit that they messed up and that the first probe was totally broken and damaged and errors took place. Take a look, listen very carefully to this big exclusive.
हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन कंप्लीट होने के बाद हमने आउट ऑफ 20 लोग जिनको हमने अरेस्ट किया था इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में उनमें से 20 में से हमने 14 लोगों के खिलाफ हमने प्रमाण हमारे पास प्रमाण है और उनके खिलाफ हम चार्जशीट कर रहे हैं। बाकी 6 लोगों के खिलाफ हम चार्जशीट नहीं कर रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ सबूत नहीं है।
जो 6 लोग हैं उनमें आर्यन खान का भी नाम है, तो क्या माना जाए कि चार्जशीट में या उनके खिलाफ एविडेंस नहीं मिले, क्यों उनको चार्जशीट में नहीं शामिल किया गया?
उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस प्रमाण नहीं हमें मिले। हमने उनको ये हमारे फाइंडिंग में उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस नहीं मिल पाया, इसलिए हम कंप्लेंट नहीं, उनके खिलाफ कंप्लेंट नहीं फाइल कर रहे हैं।
शुरुआती जांच में ऐसा बोला गया था कि जो मेन 6 ही नाम आ रहे थे, जिसमें आर्यन खान का भी नाम था। फिर जब दूसरी टीम ने जांच शुरू की उसके बाद से जो जांच का जो दिशा है वो बदल गई अचानक से, और ये कहा जाने लगा कि आर्यन खान का इसमें रोल नज़र नहीं आता। तो चार्जशीट क्या वही रिफ्लेक्ट कर रही है जो बाद में दूसरी टीम जाँच कर रही थी, जो सामने आ रहा था?
हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो रही SIT, आपको ये पता होगा कि 6 नवंबर 2021 को कॉन्स्टिट्यूट की गई थी, और हमारी जो जांच रही है बिल्कुल एक निष्पक्ष जांच रही है, बिल्कुल ऑब्जेक्टिव हमने काम किया है। और हमने जो प्रिंसिपल एक होता है टच स्टोन ऑफ प्रूफ बियॉन्ड रीजनेबल डाउट, उसको अप्लाई किया है, और इस टच स्टोन पे हमने ये पाया है कि 6 लोगों के खिलाफ हमें सफिशिएंट एविडेंस और प्रमाण नहीं है। तो हमने ये कंक्लूड किया कि हम इनके खिलाफ complaint file nahi
The most prominent voices here on India Today on this big news break. Nasir Abdullah, well-known actor, theatre personality, and one of the most prominent voices during the media coverage of this entire spectacle last year, is live with us. Nasir, good to see you. Thank you very much for being with us here. Your opening comments on these developments, Nasir. A clean chit to Aryan Khan. You'd been one of the most vocal on this entire issue last year. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, initially it seemed like these guys had a case. But as the days went on, it became apparent that it was becoming more of a witch hunt. And the idea was to demean and to shame and humiliate a person who is related to another person, maybe. Then came the fact that both these men, Mr. Venkade and Mr. Gosavi, are actually very dicey people. Mr. Gosavi is in jail right now for many cases of the cheating. Mr. Venkade has a problem too. He has a criminal case against him for forging documents about being from the SC, whatever, the class. He had used false certificates, and it all became such a crazy looking stuff that it all got exposed. And then there was extortion. And this was really seen as a kind of a kidnapping case. So it became apparent that Mr. Venkade was not a Hanumanji who was out to destroy the city of Lanka. He was himself a part of the conspiracy to accumulate wealth and to extort money, which was to be shared, and the money went obviously into crores. And it is obvious now, we see no sign of Mr. Venkade or Mr. Gosavi. It is amazing. It is really crazy. So what I can see is there was super confidence on the part of these guys. They knew what they had to do. They didn't care a hang. They didn't care a hang for the law, because they just wanted to get their end of the deal, which was also money and accolades, etc., etc. And now it is proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the existing gentleman, Mr. Sanjay Singh, has voiced his exact opinion on the case. He's now in charge. And he has said, we didn't find anything. Obviously, there wasn't much. And I'm amazed that they were allowed to go so far. And the Gosavi guy, he was like one James Bond holding on to a gun with a gold chain around him, some kind of a stud, crazy stuff. I was amazed that all this was happening. And everybody was, really hogging it up. It was almost like a similar thing that happened during the Sushant Singh case. Of course, that was still another story. But I am relieved to know that this did not lead to what it was leading up to. A case of kidnapping, extortion, humiliating, etc. And nothing to do with the elimination of the drugs and all that. That's a lot of rubbish. That was never there. In this case, at least.
During the coverage of this entire case last year, you and I both remember how there were, these daily installments that came in from the Narcotics Control Bureau in the form of leaks, whether it was WhatsApp messages, whether it was pictures, whether it was, selective documents, pictures of all kinds. We've spoken to, all the lawyers involved, including Mukul Rohatgi, the lawyer for the Shah Rukh family, who says, we'd like to move on from this. We don't have anything more to say. Obviously, that's understandable. After the trauma of what happened, they'd like to move on. But, given how many millions were invested in this entire case, do you think the Narcotics Control Bureau, Nasir, owes a much more detailed explanation of, the manner in which things happened last year? They've gone ahead and admitted on a record that errors happened, but it can't just be a 3-paragraph, a clean chit. There has to be more detail, doesn't there?
Yes, Mr. Sawant, I am glad you brought this up because it makes me think of another, like a point, when they were insisting that the bail should be refused to Aryan. They were saying that he's a part of a big cartel of drug import and dealing. That was the worst thing you could ever say to a boy who happens to be the son of one of the richest actors in the world. So why would this foolish boy go in for dealing in drugs when whatever he wants is anyway available to him? That was the worst charge, and I defended it with my gut feeling. I said, this is impossible. If I go into drugs, if I'm a part of the cartel, it is possible. It is impossible for Shah Rukh Khan's son, who's got everything, to go into such a dark and dingy lane to be a part of the cartel, drug cartel. You are looking at the Colombian drug guys and all these Barbosas and Dardozas. Amazing. This was the lies they used to influence the courts to refuse him and to prolong the suffering for this little guy who had very little to do with the situation. Imagine, drug cartel. So that was very wrong. And I think there should be an apology. I don't mind if there is no investigation, but Mr. Venkate and his associate were extremely derelict, non-compromising, using illegal means. They did all the wrong things with the super confidence. Obviously, they had the backing of some people in the government or whatever, because it's from the central agency. It was very wrong, and all sorts of lies were used. And he was made to look like some huge demon who was dealing in drugs. Terrible stuff. I was amazed and shocked. And now I'm relieved to know that all this is away and lies buried.
Mr. Nasir Abdullah, thank you so much for joining us and sharing our views with us on that story that we are looking at very closely. I'm going to go across to Mustafa, who's getting us more on that. Mustafa, questions obviously will be raised now on what sort of action is going to be taken against Sameer Wankhede and the first probe team, given that the NCB has come out and said that yes, there were errors, there were big loopholes. Medical examination on Aryan Khan, not done. Also, the WhatsApp conversations that were leaked to the press time and again did not have any link with Aryan Khan. Those who've been charge sheeted have said that the charas, the narcotics there, was not meant for Aryan Khan to begin with.
Well, of course, and yes, there are a lot of questions to be asked, and NCB has clearly said that there will be inquiry and action taken. In fact, one of the inquiries by the Vigilance Committee has already transferred two superintendents from the NCB Mumbai to other parts. One of the superintendent is V.V. Singh, who is the investigating officer of the Aryan Khan case. So yes, the NCB had an idea of what had happened, and that's why, the Samir Wankhed's tenure after December 2021 was not extended in the NCB. So they had an idea what has happened, and this is not the only one case. There are a lot of cases which are with the SIT, and SIT is investigating and will have to file charge sheet in these cases. And there are many other allegations which have been made, allegation of extortion which was made by SRK's manager Pooja Dadlani from people who were with Aryan Khan inside the NCB office. So there are a lot of things which are out in open, and their inquiry will be done. But how soon that happens and what action will be taken is something with the NCB has to decide. But they have come out and clearly said that there was no evidence against Aryan Khan, and there is no evidence against Aryan Khan, not after this 240 days of investigation. There was no evidence against Aryan Khan from the first day while he was brought to the NCB office. The statements were clear, and he was not under possession of any drugs and things like that. So this is now very much clear and out in open. We'll be waiting for the NCB, what they decide and what the investigation says about the officers who were at that point of time investigating the case.
Mustafa, do continue to be with us. I'll come back to you and to my other colleagues in a bit from now. We're continuing to keep a close eye on that big development from today, where the Narcotics Control Bureau has come out and said there was no proof against Aryan Khan, and hence the charge sheet does not have his name. A clean sheet to Shah Rukh Khan's son there. It's time for a quick break here. News continues in just a minute.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
The 2022 Monaco Grand Prix is scheduled to take place at Circuit de Monaco. The Monaco Grand Prix is one of the oldest racing events globally. Monaco is the race every F1 driver wants to win. It's one of the races that form the triple crown of motorsport, which includes the Indianapolis 500 and the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Let's see what makes the Monaco circuit so unique. No other race can compare to Monaco in terms of the beauty of its surroundings. It's a street circuit laid out on the city streets of Monte Carlo. The circuit is 3.337 kilometers long and has 78 laps with 19 turns. Monaco hosted its first Grand Prix in 1950. The circuit is incredibly narrow, which presents a challenge to all drivers. F1 icon Ayrton Senna is the most successful driver at the Monaco GP, having won it 6 times.
You are watching India Today. You
Aryan Khan has been given a clean chit by the Narcotics Control Bureau in the Cordelia cruise drugs case. He's not been named in the charge sheet filed by the agency in this case. NCB DG says errors in the first probe and that it was known that Aryan Khan did not take drugs. This was known from day one. Aryan Khan, the son of Bollywood superstar Shah Rukh Khan, was arrested in connection with the Mumbai cruise drugs case on the 2nd day of October. After several court hearings, lots of drama and 26 long days in custody later, the Bombay High Court granted him bail on the 28th of October. He finally walked out of jail on the 30th of October. It's a clean chit to Aryan Khan, with the NCB coming on record to say that there were errors done by the first probe team led by Sameer Wankhede. Sameer Wankhede has spoken to India Today saying that he doesn't want to comment on this anymore. Remember, he was leading the first probe in this entire case. It was then taken away from him and handed over to another team.
14 लोगों पर ठोस सबूत मिले, अर्थात ठोस सबूत का मतलब है फिजिकल एविडेंस और सर्कमस्टेंशियल एविडेंस कोरोबोरेटिंग फिजिकल एविडेंस, और साथ ही उन लोगों पर जिन पर चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं की जा सकी, उसमें जो प्राथमिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन था उसमें कुछ कमियां थीं, और इसके आधार पर यह कहा जा सकता है कि अंततः सफिशिएंट एविडेंस नहीं मिला।
क्या जांच में आगे भी इन लोगों के खिलाफ अगर सबूत मिलने पे तो कोई कार्रवाई की जा सकती है? जो 6 लोग हैं,
किसी भी कांड में चार्जशीट दाखिल करना आखिरी पड़ाव नहीं होता। एक तरह का आखिरी पड़ाव जरूर होता है, लेकिन अगर नया एविडेंस कुछ मिले तो कांड में सप्लीमेंट्री चार्जशीट भी दाखिल हो सकती है, इसकी गुंजाइश रहती है।
हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन कंप्लीट होने के बाद हमने आउट ऑफ 20 लोग जिनको हमने अरेस्ट किया था इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, उनमें से 20 में से हमने 14 लोगों के खिलाफ हमने प्रमाण हमारे पास प्रमाण है और उनके खिलाफ हम चार्जशीट कर रहे हैं। बाकी 6 लोगों के खिलाफ हम चार्जशीट नहीं कर रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ सबूत नहीं है।
जो 6 लोग हैं उनमें आर्यन खान का भी नाम है, तो क्या माना जाए कि चार्जशीट में या उनके खिलाफ एविडेंस नहीं मिले, क्यों उनको चार्जशीट में नहीं शामिल किया गया?
उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस प्रमाण नहीं हमें मिले। हमने उनको ये हमारे फाइंडिंग में उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस नहीं मिल पाया, इसलिए हम कंप्लेंट नहीं, उनके खिलाफ कंप्लेंट नहीं फाइल कर रहे हैं।
शुरुआती जांच में ऐसा बोला गया था कि जो मेन 6 ही नाम आ रहे थे, जिसमें आर्यन खान का भी नाम था। फिर जब दूसरी टीम ने जांच शुरू की, उसके बाद से जो जांच का जो दिशा है वो बदल गई अचानक से, और ये कहा जाने लगा कि आर्यन खान का इसमें रोल नज़र नहीं आता। तो चार्जशीट क्या वही रिफ्लेक्ट कर रही है जो बाद में दूसरी टीम जांच कर रही थी, जो सामने आ रहा था?
हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो रही SIT, आपको ये पता होगा कि 6 नवंबर 2021 को कॉन्स्टिट्यूट की गई थी, और हमारी जो जांच रही है बिल्कुल एक निष्पक्ष जांच रही है, बिल्कुल ऑब्जेक्टिव हमने काम किया है। और हमने जो प्रिंसिपल एक होता है टच स्टोन ऑफ प्रूफ बियॉन्ड रीजनेबल डाउट, उसको अप्लाई किया है, और इस टच स्टोन पे हमने ये पाया है कि 6 लोगों के खिलाफ हमें सफिशिएंट एविडेंस और प्रमाण नहीं है। तो हमने ये कंक्लूड किया कि हम इसको इनके खिलाफ कंप्लेंट फाइल नहीं करेंगे।
I am very relieved, and I am sure the young man and his father are equally relieved. It was clear to me from day one, when the matter was heard for bail in the High Court, that there was no material against this young man. He was not in possession of any drugs, and there was no reason why he should have been arrested. I think it was a hasty decision, in the heat of the moment. But anyway, the truth has prevailed. It's unfortunate that he spent 25 days in jail. But according to me, now the whole chapter should be treated as closed, and one should look to the future, and that's it.
Mustafa Sheikh continues to be with us. Mustafa, also a special inquiry is going to be launched, is what has been said by the Deputy Director of the Narcotics Control Bureau, to look into the role of the first probe team that carried out the investigation with several loopholes in it, is what is being said right now.
Well, of course, the loopholes are, very much out in the open. The officers are saying from the day one that there was no evidence against Aryan Khan. His medical reports were not done. WhatsApp chats were not related to this case. So there are a lot of questions. And if not this, if I remember correctly, there are around 5 to 10 cases which have been given from Mumbai NCB to the SIT team, and they are one by one investigating these cases. There are 2 superintendents who are transferred out of Mumbai to other places because there was some prima facie evidence found against them. So yes, the questions will also be raised now as to if this character assassination of Aryan Khan and others were done, if there was no evidence against them, why was it done? Whether it was just an oversight as an officer or whether there's some conspiracy behind it. So these are things which the NCB will have to investigate and come out clean on. Meanwhile, Nawab Malik's daughter and politicians in Maharashtra are saying that Nawab Malik was right because he was the first person to call out the NCB's corruption. He was the person who brought out the truth of how people who were panchas in this entire case were escorting Aryan Khan. Later, they were also known to extort money from Pooja Dadlan, who is manager of Shah Rukh Khan. So these are things which had come out, which has clearly shown some oversight and some negligence by the Mumbai NCB, and hence the SIT had come into play. Now the SIT has come out with its charge sheet. It remains to see what action is taken on the officers who were there at that time in Mumbai.
Well, absolutely. It remains to be seen what action is taken, though it's very clear that there were several lapses, as what has been said by the Deputy DG, talking about no medical examination being done. How else, Mustafa, would they prove that Aryan Khan indeed had consumed drugs, isn't it, when this medical examination was not done to begin with?
Well, yes, the point remains is that if you're taking an action of arrest against somebody, there has to be some prima facie proof at that point of time. Even if Aryan Khan had not taken drugs and they were saying he was linked in possession of drugs or buying of drugs, is something which could be proven at a later stage, not just at the cruise where the entire raid has taken place. So these are things which, show that there was something which made the NCB officers at that point of time to arrest Aryan Khan, in fact, of not having prima facie evidence against him. So this is something which the NCB is questioning at this point of time. The vigilance team is investigating, and the other teams will also be investigating as to why this must have happened, because this has caused great damage to the NCB as an agency which works against narcotics and against drugs. It has caused their image some kind of a setback, because a very high profile person was arrested. The entire nation reported on it, and it turns out that there was no evidence against him. So this is something which shows them in bad light, and they are trying to inquire and work on it. Back to you.
Well-known actor Shahzad Khan is now joining us. Thank you for your time. How do you react to what has happened vis-a-vis this investigation that was carried out, which the NCB on its own says was faulty to begin with, the manner in which it was done, and the clean sheet given to Aryan Khan today?
Thank you very much for having me on your show. I'm right from the beginning, I was saying that he is innocent and he is being framed, and at last कहते हैं ना, सच परेशान हो सकता है लेकिन वो नहीं, जो सच्चाई थी वो सामने आ गई कि ये इनका कोई वो नहीं था, और वो बात प्रूव हो गई है. एंड आई एम वेरी हैप्पी. नवाब मलिक साहब से पहले हम बोल रहे थे सारे चैनल्स पे कि आर्यन खान बेगुनाह है, क्योंकि जब उसके टेस्ट नहीं किया गया, उसके जिस्म पे कुछ मिला नहीं, इट वाज साफ लग रहा था कि उसको फ्रेम किया जा रहा है किसी वजह से, क्या वजह से. उसके बाद नवाब मलिक साहब ने ज्वाइन किया और आहिस्ते आहिस्ते बातें दुनिया के सामने बाहर आती गई, और जो बेगुनाह होता है उसका साथ तो ऊपर वाला कहो, भगवान कहो, अल्लाह कहो, जो भी है ऊपर जो बैठा है, वो निर्दोष का साथ हमेशा देता है. तो इसीलिए अब प्रूफ हो गया है कि जो निर्दोष है वो निर्दोष है, और उनको आप किसी भी हालत में किसी भी तरह आप फ्रेम करिए, किसी भी वो कीजिए, लेकिन ऊपर वाला जिसके साथ है उसका कोई बाल बाका नहीं कर सकता। हम तो यही कहेंगे।
बिल्कुल, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। Aryan Khan is innocent is what the NCB has also said today clearly, that there was no proof against Aryan Khan and 5 others. Remember, in this entire case, 14 others have been charge sheeted by the Narcotics Control Bureau. Our focus continues on the high-profile drug bust case and the clean chit given to Shah Rukh Khan's son. On the other side of this break as well, it's time for a quick commercial break here.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dog, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
watching India Today.
Good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the top stories, the headlines in this edition first. Shah Rukh Khan's son Aryan Khan gets clean sheet in the cruise drugs case. NCB says not enough evidence. Sameer Wankhede left red-faced. Prime Minister Narendra Modi settles the debate on language after Stalin's Make Tamil Official salvo. Prime Minister says Tamil is an eternal language. Polarization Nataka peaks in Karnataka. BJP MLA Ishwarappa vows to reclaim 36,000 temples allegedly razed to build mosques. Ram Seni chief Pramod Mutalik issues similar ultimatum. Hate crime horror stuns Karnataka. 25-year-old Vijay Kamble murdered for interfaith love. Cops say woman's family was against the relationship. Terrorist who killed TV actor Amreen and injured her 10-year-old nephew gunned in Avantipura encounter. But what about those who shot Safa? Once a dream aircraft, now in ruins. Months after the legendary Antonov AN-225 Mriya was destroyed in the Russian-Ukraine war, remains of the aircraft are now being dismantled. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has reignited the language war debate. DMK chief told the Prime Minister to not impose Hindi over Tamil and treat both languages equally. In response, the Prime Minister lauded the Tamil culture and language and said his government is committed to developing Tamil. Here's more.
Thousands gathered at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in Chennai on Thursday. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was all set to unveil 11 projects worth over 31,000 crores. Amid the applause and chants, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin reignited the language debate.
As the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu,
without mincing any words, DMK Chief Stalin spoke against any imposition of Hindi.
பழமைக்கும் பழமையாய் புதுமைக்கும் புதுமையாய் உலக செம்மொழிகளில் இன்றளவும் சீரழமை திறத்தோடு உயிர்ப்போடு விளங்கக்கூடிய தமிழை இந்திக்கு இணையான அலுவல் மொழியாகவும் உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் வழக்காடு மொழியாகவும் அறிவிக்க வேண்டும். இறுதியாக மருத்துவ மாணவர் சேர்க்கைக்கு கொண்டு வரப்பட்டுள்ள தேசிய தகுதி மற்றும் நுழைவுத் தேர்வு நீட் முறையை தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தொடர்ந்து எதிர்த்து வருகிறது.
Prime Minister Modi, who was visiting Tamil Nadu for the first time since DMK came to power, responded by hailing Tamil culture and language.
The Tamil language is eternal and the Tamil culture is global. From Chennai to Canada, from Madurai to Malaysia, from Namakkal to New York, from Salem to South Africa, the occasion of Pongal and Puthandu are marked with great fervor.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's comment on imposition of Hindi did not go down well with the BJP. Tamil Nadu BJP Chief K. Annamalai took to Twitter to accuse Stalin of doing petty politics. Annamalai said Prime Minister Modi has expressed his affection for the Tamil language, literature and culture on multiple occasions. He described Stalin's conduct as appalling, with Stalin speaking up against any imposition of Hindi and demanding that Tamil be considered at par with Hindi. The language wars have escalated to a new level. Bureau Report, India Today.
My colleague Akshita Nandgopal spoke to TN Tamil Nadu BJP chief Annamalai on the language war.
And joining us on this broadcast live here on India Today is the Tamil Nadu BJP chief Annamalai. Annamalai, I know you have a very busy schedule, but thank you for joining us here on India Today. You're on your way as we speak to Cuddalore. But I wanted your reaction on what happened yesterday when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Chennai and at the government event where Chief Minister M.K. Stalin listed out a number of demands for the state.
Madam, yesterday was a historic day for Honorable Prime Minister's visit to Tamil Nadu. The historic reception that he got, where people were all around him in the street, everywhere, wherever he was going. It only showed the kind of popular leader or Honorable Prime Minister is in Tamil Nadu. Now, coming to the function, the stage function where the Honorable Prime Minister was sharing the stage with the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Sri M.K. Stalin. And we all know after coming to power, DMK government over the last 1 year, how they behaved. And if I can give you the crux of what the CM spoke, it's the same old story, maybe the old wine in a new bottle, and trying to hide a lot of facts, misrepresenting facts, trying to tell a lot of lies in front of the Honorable Prime Minister. So I will give you a clear picture of what he spoke. He started with the word called Ondri Arasu in front of the Prime Minister. So this is a small technical Tamil word.
Yeah.
And normally we all call the central government. We all call the government at the center, the central government. So the DMK calls that as the union government, meaning the government is formed by a union of states. In fact, if you look at the Karnataka era when you are the chief minister, or even the DMK manifesto for 2021, the word they have used is Madhya Arasu, meaning a central government. That is the DMK's manifesto. After coming to power, right from day one, the chief minister uses a word called Ondri Arasu, because he believes that is a way he can do politics in Tamil Nadu. He was repeatedly using the word, for which a large section of the audience inside were expressing the displeasure when the PM was speaking. Second, the crux of CM speech is on 3 points. One, he wanted the Kachatiwa island to be retrieved and brought back. He has forgotten that the island was given to Sri Lanka by his own father, Sri M.K. Karnanidhi, and Madam Indira Gandhi when she was the Prime Minister. Modi ji, in his speech, he has clearly referred what he is doing for Sri Lanka, especially for the Sri Lankan Tamils in this crisis, the kind of money India is pouring in. Kachatiwa is a problem that we are well within our right to resolve it.
Okay.
If the government of India will resolve it, it's only the BJP as a party, only we have the moral right to do whatever Kachatiwa has got to do with Tamil Nadu. DMK as a party not use the word Kachatiwa because they have gifted this island to Sri Lanka.
Okay.
And the state has made a fool of himself for mentioning this. She was talking about the central government.
Let me also mention what the DMK has said in response, Annamalai. They're saying that the centre doesn't listen to us. And that's why we had to use this platform to put forth our demands, to put forth our requests to Prime Minister Modi.
Okay, because when I speak about the second issue, probably that will answer your question also, madam. Now, in the stage, the CM was mentioning about the fact the central government has to give money to Tamil Nadu and the central government has to give more to Tamil Nadu. This was the crux of his second point in the speech. We all have to understand as we speak now, the GST Council is a shining example of India's federalism. A council of states, all states are inside, represented. We make our own decision on a consensus-based model. And the central government, based on the GST Council's deliberation, it pays money to each state. The chief minister has forgotten this completely. He has forgotten the fact that our finance minister sits in the GST Council, agrees to all the deadlines and timelines, including the compensation clause. Tamil Nadu has taken the second compensation clause. He has forgotten everything where the Tamil Nadu finance minister is a party to the deliberation. The central government has got nothing to do with GST Council deliberation. Yesterday, he has made a political point that the Tamil Nadu government should get more from the centre. Tamil Nadu government is getting delayed payment from the centre. Also, the chief minister has conveniently forgotten Tamil Nadu state government has to pay 25,979 crore to the central government under various heads. This he has conveniently forgotten and is demanding that the 16,000 crore, in his own words, that the central government has to pay to Tamil Nadu. This is very unfortunate. He has used that platform to use it like a political function, like how a DMK leader speaks in front of the DMK platform. Now, coming to the question that you asked, ma'am, is it very logical what DMK is telling? The Prime Minister meets them. There is a process. The ministers keep meeting the finance minister. There is a process, the way in which government runs. But just to make a stage to give a political speech, does it really bring glory to the Tamil people or to bring glory to the Chief Minister? Yesterday, as I mentioned yesterday evening also after the function, the TM-CM has brought a lot of shame for Tamil people by his conduct yesterday in the stage. But whereas if you look at the PM speech, it was a statesman speech. He mentioned he likes our Tamil culture, Tamil language. He calls probably this is the oldest language in the world. And every time he comes to the soil, he feels energized.
Yeah.
That is the kind of respect he gives to Tamil Nadu.
I want to discuss that issue of the entire language debate. Do you think, Annamalai, that the Prime Minister's message when he says, you know, Tamil as a language is eternal, culture is global, do you think it finally, you know, kind of hits that narrative which has been spreading in Tamil Nadu of BJP being a Hindi party?
Madam, our Honorable PM, I think this is the third or fourth time he's talking about it. If I can remember correctly, before this also he has mentioned this is the oldest language and he has taken it to UN. Where he didn't even take his mother tongue Gujarati to UN. He has taken Kani and Pungandana to UN. So a whole of Tamil Nadu knows the Prime Minister's love for language. It is the DMK people who got a problem. Because DMK's politics is based on language. That is where they have run the politics for 70 years. They don't want anybody else talking about it. They believe they are the custodians of Tamil language, custodians of Tamil people. So after our Prime Minister, when he shows the genuine affection for Tamil people in his speeches, in his conduct, the way he behaves whenever he is in Tamil Nadu, they are not able to accept it. And yesterday's historic reception, it has also rubbed salt into the CM's wound. The historic reception that the Honorable PM has got, I personally think it has made Tamil Nadu CM Stalin to feel jealous. Because you remember a CM and a PM standing together and people giving a lot of respect to a PM in a state like Tamil Nadu, that has rubbed salt into CM's wound. That was his, I think that was his reason for his emotional outburst.
You think it was an emotional outburst, not something that was a planned speech, that he was jealous of the kind of popularity and fanfare for the Prime Minister?
I think so, ma'am, because the CM was also traveling in the same convoy after receiving Honorable PM in the helipad. The CM was also in the same convoy. I was also in the same convoy. We were together one after the other. So everybody could see the genuine outpouring of emotion, love. And I've never seen Tamil Nadu like this. I've never seen Tamil people responding to any political leader in Tamil Nadu. It was like genuine emotion. CM is also watching it. So he knows in his own soil, which he claims as his birthright to do politics. When Honorable PM coming here and people showing that emotion, I am pretty sure that has made him feel jealous and envious.
So do you think that the entire Tamil issue has been brought up and there's a narrative being set to kind of counter the BJP in Tamil Nadu, that it's all a political issue, not something that's actually sentimental in the state?
Well, the Tamil issue is a dead issue now. It's a dead political issue. DMK is trying to flog the dead horse. The reason is very simple. And BJP, especially Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, you can't even pinprick one issue where is anti-Tamil. Is pro-Tamil than any other leader. Is pro-Tamil than most Tamil political leaders who are inside Tamil Nadu. That is number one. So all of Tamil Nadu knows. And DMK, the Dravidian stock, the Dravidian model of development, the Ondri Arasu, all these are probably pointing to the fact they are in their last legs in Tamil Nadu. The current model of politics is probably coming to an end. I am seeing this as a pure emotional outburst of them because they know what worked for 70 years is not going to work for 2024 and 2026.
My final question to you, Annamalai, is what did the Prime Minister's visit really mean for the Bharatiya Janata Party in a state like Tamil Nadu? You know, you've been working from the grassroots to kind of ensure that the party is strengthened. What is the messaging that's sent across to the people of the state and to the cadre of the BJP with the Prime Minister's visit?
It's very special, ma'am, because after I become the state president, that is the first time the Honorable PM is coming, though we had occasions to meet in Delhi. But yesterday what surprised me was he has met about 40-50 Tamil Nadu leaders. He was telling the names of 90% of the leaders. People he met them 5 years back, 6 years back. He was recalling their contribution. He was giving that patient hearing. This was absolutely amazing for a Karyakarta like me. And second, the genuineness he has got for the Tamil people. Genuineness. The people who are on the road, people who are doing Bharatanatyam. He stopped the car, he came out, he was giving them handshake. And a lot of child, they were crying. And a lot of, I saw young people holding their children in their hand, maybe a 3-year kid, 4-year kid. They were crying, tears in the eyes. I've never seen, I probably as a Tamilian, we are very emotional people, we all know. Yeah. But I've never seen people getting emotional to a leader. Maybe in my generation, the kind of emotions only Narendra Modi ji can invoke. And yesterday, it's a very clear-cut direction Tamil Nadu is showing that 2024 it is going to be BJP's way from Tamil Nadu, no doubt about that.
Okay, and you're saying that that's what's got Chief Minister Stalin jealous? It was an emotional outburst by him when he listed out all of that in his speech and made the demands and then appealed to the Prime Minister. Annamalai, as always, a pleasure speaking to you. Again, thank you for taking the time out and joining us while you're on the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have some news just coming in. Sana Malik Sheikh, daughter of Minister Nawab Malik, has tweeted on Aryan Khan. Clean Chit says, Farzi Wada exposed, truth always prevails. Here we have more support pouring in from Aryan Khan. Remember, these were the same people, Nawab Malik and his daughter, and many others also, who are in fact criticizing Sameer Wankhede for the probe that was being done right at the very beginning of the high-profile Cordelia drugs bust case. Now we have Nawab Malik's daughter tweeting in support of Aryan Khan. Sana Malik has spoken, saying that Farzi Wada has been exposed. Truth always prevails. We also have a reaction from Nawab Malik talking about it. Also, questions are being asked about whether there is going to be action against Sameer Wankhede or not. Aryan Khan has been given a clean chit by the Narcotics Control Bureau in the Cordelia cruise drugs case. He has not been named in the charge sheet filed by the agency. Sameer Wankhede, the NCB officer who led the probe, is now left red-faced. NCB Deputy DG says errors in the first probe was known that Aryan Khan did not take drugs. Aryan Khan, the son of Bollywood superstar Shah Rukh Khan, was arrested in connection with the Mumbai cruise drugs case on the 2nd of October. After several court hearings, lots of drama, 26 long days in custody later, the Bombay High Court granted him bail on the 28th of October. He finally walked out of jail on the 30th.
14 लोगों पर ठोस सबूत मिले, अर्थात ठोस सबूत का मतलब है फिजिकल एविडेंस और सर्कमस्टेंशियल एविडेंस कोरोबोरेटिंग फिजिकल एविडेंस, और साथ ही उन लोगों पर जिन पर चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं की जा सकी, उसमें जो प्रारंभिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन था उसमें कुछ कमियां थीं, और इसके आधार पर यह कहा जा सकता है कि अंततः सफिशिएंट एविडेंस नहीं मिला।
जांच में आगे भी इन लोगों के खिलाफ अगर सबूत मिलने पे तो कोई कार्रवाई की जा सकती है? जो 6 लोग हैं,
किसी भी कांड में चार्जशीट दाखिल करना आखिरी पड़ाव नहीं होता। एक तरह का आखिरी पड़ाव जरूर होता है, लेकिन अगर नया एविडेंस कुछ मिले तो कांड में सप्लीमेंट्री चार्जशीट भी दाखिल हो सकती है, इसकी गुंजाइश रहती है।
I am very relieved, and I am sure the young man and his father are equally relieved. It was clear to me from day one, when the matter was heard for bail in the High Court, that there was no material against this young man. He was not in possession of any drugs, and there was no reason why he should have been arrested. I think it was a hasty decision in the heat of the moment, but anyway, the truth has prevailed. It's unfortunate that he spent 25 days in jail, but according to me, now the whole chapter should be treated as closed, and one should look to the future, and that's it.
India Today also spoke to the Deputy DG of the Narcotics Control Bureau, Sanjay Singh.
हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन कंप्लीट होने के बाद हमने आउट ऑफ 20 लोग जिनको हमने अरेस्ट किया था इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, उनमें से 20 में से हमने 14 लोगों के खिलाफ हमारे पास प्रमाण हैं, और उनके खिलाफ हम चार्जशीट कर रहे हैं। बाकी 6 लोगों के खिलाफ हम चार्जशीट नहीं कर रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ सबूत नहीं है।
जो 6 लोग हैं उनमें आर्यन खान का भी नाम है, तो क्या माना जाए कि चार्जशीट में या उनके खिलाफ एविडेंस नहीं मिले, क्यों उनको चार्जशीट में नहीं शामिल किया गया?
उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस प्रमाण नहीं हमें मिले। हमने उनको ये हमारे फाइंडिंग में उनके खिलाफ सफिशिएंट एविडेंस नहीं मिल पाए, इसलिए हम कंप्लेंट नहीं, उनके खिलाफ कंप्लेंट नहीं फाइल कर रहे हैं।
शुरुआती जांच में ऐसा बोला गया था कि जो मेन 6 ही नाम आ रहे थे, जिसमें आर्यन खान का भी नाम था। फिर जब दूसरी टीम ने जांच शुरू की उसके बाद से जो जांच का जो दिशा है वो बदल गई अचानक से, और ये कहा जाने लगा कि आर्यन खान का इसमें रोल नजर नहीं आता। तो चार्जशीट क्या वही रिफ्लेक्ट कर रही है जो बाद में दूसरी टीम जांच कर रही थी, जो सामने आ रहा था?
हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो रही एसआईटी, आपको ये पता होगा कि 6 नवंबर 2021 को कॉन्स्टिट्यूट की गई थी, और हमारी जो जांच रही है बिल्कुल एक निष्पक्ष जांच रही है, बिल्कुल ऑब्जेक्टिव हमने काम किया है। और हमने जो प्रिंसिपल एक होता है टच स्टोन ऑफ प्रूफ बियॉन्ड रीजनेबल डाउट, उसको अप्लाई किया है। और इस टच स्टोन पे हमने ये पाया है कि 6 लोगों के खिलाफ हमें सफिशिएंट एविडेंस और प्रमाण नहीं है, तो हमने ये कंक्लूड किया कि हम इसको इनके खिलाफ कंप्लेंट फाइल नहीं करेंगे।
And this is an India Today exclusive. We earlier spoke to the Narcotics Control Bureau officer who had arrested Aryan Khan and led the first probe, which the NCB now calls error-laden. Sameer Wankhede in an exclusive conversation with India Today.
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी, मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो मोर इन एनसीबी, प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिस।
Monday is getting us more details on that story. Munish, the NCB says that they're looking into what was done by the first probe team. The deputy director coming out and saying that yes, there were loopholes, there were errors. He's pointed out at least 3 of them. Do give us an idea about the special inquiry that the deputy DG of NCB says will be done in this matter.
Yeah, well, Sneha, at this point of time, I am being joined by the person who investigated this entire case, the head of SIT. Sir, I would like to take you some time. Do give us a sense of that. What was the grounds on the basis of which you decided to drop charges against Aryan Khan?
Basic premise that was used against Aryan was that the drug that his friend was carrying was meant for him. But we found in our investigation that his friend stated in his own statement that the drug that he was carrying was not meant for Aryan. In fact, he went on record and said that Aryan had asked him not to carry because Aryan was because the NCB is active. So the basic premise that drug that was found on his friend was is baseless or fallacious. And second is there was no recovery from Aryan Khan. Third, and then when there was no material available to warrant the action to open his mobile or WhatsApp chat, but still it was open, and that mobile phone was never seized formally. Be that as it may, WhatsApp chats, those WhatsApp chats, we have looked at those chats very, very closely. We scrutinized them. Those chats do not connect Aryan to this case. Consumption was applied, the charge of consumption was applied against him when he was arrested. But we found in our investigation that no medical examination was done on him to find out whether he has actually consumed drugs or not. So all these and WhatsApp chats, because a lot has been said about WhatsApp chats. I must make it very, very clear that the Honorable Supreme Court has said so many times that WhatsApp chats in themselves cannot be considered as evidence or primary evidence. So you need to have some primary evidence for WhatsApp chats to be used as corroborative evidence. So the legality of WhatsApp chat as evidence was always questionable.
Sir, there was a very serious allegations leveled by the previous team of NCB claiming that he might be involved in an international drug syndicate, he might be involved in drug peddling. These were the serious charges leveled when the remand of Aryan Khan was being taken by the previous team. Now, what you are disclosing is something which is very serious in nature. There was no drugs found on him. Do you think it was purposely done by the previous team, or what you found during your investigation, sir?
We have found many irregularities during our investigation. We have taken them on record. Right now, I cannot say whether those things were done with some purpose or with some motive. We have DG NCB has already issued an order asking the vigilance team to look at those irregularities and try to find out whether those irregularities were made with some purpose or with some motive. In case they find some motive, they may recommend and based on their recommendations, DG NCB may take action against the concerned officers.
Before I let you go, sir, my last question. You recorded a statement of Aryan Khan. When you recorded this statement, he had already spent so many days in jail. What did he tell the NCB officials at that point of time?
We examined Aryan Khan and his statement was recorded. So we have recorded his statement, and that has also been taken into account while making a final decision that no complaint should be filed against him.
Thank you so much. So, Sneha, as you heard, the person who is the head of SIT, when he investigated this entire case, the initial charges on Aryan Khan were found completely different from what the SIT team found. Now, apart from that, what is really going to be important for Aryan Khan is that when this entire investigation was being conducted, there were serious allegations, but now in the charge sheet, which has been filed by the Narcotics Control Bureau, all the charges have been dropped. The consumption charges, the charges of drug peddling, the charges of whether he might be part of international drug syndicate or not, all these charges have been dropped. So it is going to be a big relief for Aryan Khan, but also the bigger question is, if Aryan Khan was innocent, then why did he spend so many days in jail? That is going to be a bigger question.
Yes.
Whether NCB will take any action against those officials, part of the raid team that conducted raids on Aryan Khan and others, that is going to be something very crucial. Sneha.
All right, Munish, I'm thanking you for the moment. Thanks for getting us all of those details. Manvi Taneja, actor, is also now joining us. Thank you so much for your time, Manvi Taneja. Your reaction to what has happened, not just today, but over the last few months or so, where the NCB, essentially, at least the first probe team, went on to link Aryan Khan to an international drug syndicate. And today has come out and said, look, there was nothing against him, so he's a free man. He's not been charge-sheeted.
First of all, I would like to say it's a big relief for the family and for the Aryan Khan, what he has gone through. It was more than 26 days he was in the jail. Just imagine being a person who is innocent, who has done nothing, and being into a jail, and whatever he was going through. I still remember it was 7 months back, and every channel, everywhere, it was covering up that Aryan is in jail. He had breakfast, and he is a Kedi number. As in everything, whatever was happening to him, and everything was covered by the media, and the people were literally giving a verdict that yes, he has done something wrong. And they, as you said, that everybody was saying that there was a connection. NCB earlier said that there might be a connection just because to the WhatsApp chat from with international drug peddler, and now he has given a clean sheet. Just imagine what he was going through. you have done nothing and you've been getting blamed, and everybody is saying that yes, you have done something wrong and unnecessary, because just he's a son of a star kid. He was just paying the price of being a son of a star kid. So according to me, let the investigation team do its own work.
There are political parties that have come out and said that this is what the government does, using agencies to settle scores with people, obviously indicating that he was the son of Shah Rukh Khan and that scores are being settled with Shah Rukh Khan. That was what was being done, is what is being said by a couple of political parties.
No, sir, there was some disturbance with the line. Can you repeat the question, please?
You mean to say the political... Yeah. Yes, certain political parties, including the Congress, seem to be suggesting that agencies are being used by the central government to settle scores with those who do not support it. For example, like Shah Rukh Khan. And that's the reason why this agency was used, to settle scores with him.
No, it's a part of an investigation. They really needs to investigate, because initially also there was no recovery from Aryan Khan. So there has to be an investigation that why one agency who were looking into the matter, and then at that time Aryan was taken into custody and was into jail for some days. And now when the second agency is looking up to the matter, they have literally given him a clean chit. It needs to be investigation that what went wrong. And yes, there were loopholes, as I was hearing the officials before. There was some loopholes in the first part of the agency, because the time...
We have some news just coming in. Aryan Khan clean chit news quake gets bigger. Centre mulls action against Sameer Wankhede. Remember, this is the same man, the official who carried out the first probe, and the centre is all set to take action against Sameer Wankhede, is what we are learning. This comes at a time when Congress and a handful of other political parties have spoken about the fact that agencies are used to settle scores. Attempts made to defame the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. That is also something that has been said by the Congress party. Now the centre is mulling action against Sameer Wankhede, who was removed from the probe. The Narcotics Control Bureau also had come out and said that they are looking into how this probe was essentially conducted, several loopholes in it. Why was the medical examination not done when there were allegations that Aryan Khan had consumed drugs? Where was the proof of it is the question that the NCB now has asked. Also, the WhatsApp chats that were leaked selectively to the press did not have any connection with Aryan Khan. Those who've been charge-sheeted have said that none of the narcotics was procured for consumption of Aryan Khan. There was no drugs found on him. So what was the first team of the Narcotics Control Bureau, led by Sameer Wankhede, hinging this entire probe on, demanding the continuous custodial probe of Aryan Khan that lasted for 26 days together, remember, under the NCB for 5 days, and then the SIT had also been looking into this entire case. The NCB today has come out and said there's nothing against Aryan Khan. The centre is mulling action against Sameer Wankhede, is what we are learning. Big story at this hour. Will action then be taken against Sameer Wankhede for misleading the probe in the high-profile Cordelia drugs bust case, for then suggesting that Aryan Khan was linked to an international drug syndicate, is the big question. On what basis did Sameer Wankhede carry out this sort of a probe? Where was the evidence? Why was custodial interrogation demanded time and again when bail is a rule and jail an exception, is what the lawyers had been arguing as well. When there was no narcotics found on Aryan Khan, when there was no proof of consumption, also when the WhatsApp chats were not linked to Aryan Khan, what was this international drug syndicate that Sameer Wankhede was talking about? The central government is now mulling action against Sameer Wankhede. Munish Pandey has the very latest. Trouble mounting for Sameer Wankhede, with the NCB also coming out and saying that there is going to be an inquiry, and the centre also mulling action.
Aryan Khan. So all the three.
Yeah, well, Sneha, this is India Today exclusive. What we have learned from our sources within the government is that the government has already told the competent authority, and in this case, this is a Ministry of Finance, that take appropriate action against Sameer Wankhede for shoddy investigation. Now, today, the charge sheet has been filed by the Narcotics Control Bureau, in which they have alleged that the way the case was filed by the Narcotics Control Bureau, the case which was filed against Aryan Khan, the allegations leveled against Aryan Khan were not in the they were not in the proper line of investigation. This was a shoddy investigation, and that is why the government, that is the Ministry of Home Affairs, they have asked the competent authority, that is Finance of Ministry, to take appropriate action against Sameer Wankhede. Apart from that, in the case of fake caste certificate, the action has already been taken. He was transferred from the Narcotics Control Bureau to the different department. But as far as Sameer Wankhede is concerned, you rightly pointed out that trouble is mounting for him because of this shoddy investigation. There were many allegations leveled by many people in this case. They were claiming that Sameer Wankhede investigation is not in proper line. The way the raids were conducted, the way Aryan Khan was arrested, the way the allegations were leveled against him of drug peddling, being part of international drug syndicate, all these allegations have been found wrong by the NCB SIT, and that is why the government has now decided to take action against the former Joint Director of Narcotics Control Bureau. Sneha.
You know, Munish, the kind of lapses that we're talking about right now, and there were so many basic things weren't taken care of, is what the NCB has also come out and said. For example, if you have to prove that somebody has consumed narcotics, why wasn't the medical examination done? Loophole number one, you linked WhatsApp conversations of Aryan Khan to an international drug syndicate, which God knows whether did not even exist. Also, the very fact that those who've been charge sheeted have come out and said that, listen, there was no procurement for Aryan Khan. He did not want to consume any narcotics.
Yeah, well, Sneha, this is going to be very important, and the question you raised, because the loopholes have been found by the special investigating team, which was tasked to investigate this case, and not only investigate this case, but also to investigate whether the team of Sameer Wankhede conducted the raids in a proper manner. Also, they wanted to know whether the charges against all the 20 accused, including Aryan Khan, were true or not in nature. Now, as far as this entire investigation is concerned, and we just spoke to the SIT head, Mr. Sanjay Singh, a while back, and he went on to say this, that there was no drugs found on Aryan Khan. Aryan Khan, in fact, told his friend Arbaz that you should not carry drugs. Drugs are not good. That is what he said in his statement. But initially, Sneha, if you remember, when the raids were conducted, the team of NCB at that point of time had given this information that Aryan Khan might be involved in a drug syndicate, international drug racket. There were WhatsApp chats recovered by the then team of NCB, but later on the SIT found that all those allegations were false, and that is why the charges have been dropped. Apart from that, what is going to be very crucial for the Narcotics Control Bureau, because at that point of time Sameer Wankhede was also in NCB as a zonal director in Mumbai, it is going to be important that what action will be taken by the NCB, because a departmental inquiry, that is a vigilance inquiry, is already against him. The Ministry of Home Affairs has asked the Ministry of Finance to take action against Sameer Wankhede. So all these are going to be certainly very crucial. And just a while back we were raising this question that if Aryan Khan was innocent at that point of time, he spent almost 18-19 days in jail. That is going to be certainly a violation of human right. And apart from that, the charges, because once you are charged with NDPS, you are not allowed to travel outside country. There are certain restrictions imposed by the government authorities. All these questions are going to be raised during the vigilance inquiry, which is being conducted by the NCB. But the bigger question is, what action will be taken against Sameer Wankhede? Sneha.
Yes, what about the slander in all of this, Munish? There are several questions that remain unanswered, right from the trauma and the slander that was caused. Also want to ask you about this so-called international drug syndicate that the first probe team kept on talking about. In which direction is that investigation headed as far as the charge sheet or the 14 others in this case is concerned?
Well, according to the team which investigated this case later, in the later phase, what they are claiming that 14 have been charged in this case. Now, those 14 are those people who were found with drugs. They were involved in drug consumption and also in the case of peddling the drugs. Now, those 14 people have been also charged with certain sections of NDPS Act, and according to those sections and charges which have been filed by the, which is mentioned in the charge sheet, sources say that those people are also involved in international drug trafficking, at least few of the accused who have been charged with these charges. Now, apart from these 14 people, there are a total of 6 who were initially named as accused in the case, but at later phase, that is today, all the charges have been dropped, and those charges, according to SIT, have been dropped because there was no evidence found against those 6 people, including Aryan Khan. Now, what is certainly going to be important, that whether when the cognizance is taken, then what exactly in the charge sheet, because the cognizance is yet to be taken by the NDPS court in Mumbai. We will access the charge sheet then, and then we can give the details to our viewers that what are the charges against 14 accused. But as far as Aryan Khan is concerned, there are 5 to 6 loopholes which have been found by the SIT team. The first one is no drugs was found on Aryan Khan. Second one is he was not carrying any drugs. Third is there was no medical examination conducted by the Narcotics Control Bureau. Fourth is when the drugs were seized by the Narcotics Control Bureau, it was shown as one seizure. Whether few people were carrying the drugs or they were not carrying the drugs, that was not considered. The fifth and the most crucial part is going to be the WhatsApp chat, because at that point of time, the NCB was also relying on the WhatsApp chat recovered by the Narcotics Control Bureau. NCB is saying that when they went through the chat, there was no corroboration of the fact that Aryan Khan was involved in drug consumption or drug peddling. And sixth one is NCB SIT is also saying that there was no need to see, there was no need at that point of time to seize Aryan Khan's phone. That it means that it was illegally taken by the Narcotics Control Bureau. These are the 6 grounds based on which the NCB has found that Aryan Khan was not involved in drug consumption, drug peddling or any other charges. Now, that point of time, zonal director was Mr. Samir Wankhede, and that is why now today the sources within the Ministry of Home Affairs have told India Today that they have asked the competent authorities to take strict action against Mr. Samir Wankhede. Earlier he was transferred from NCB. Now what action will be taken, that is something to be seen. Sneha.
And be with us, we'll just come back to you for more on that. Remember, earlier today we also spoke to the former NCB officer who was investigating this entire matter, Samir Wankhede. Listening to what he told us when we asked him about how he reacts to the Narcotics Control Bureau today, saying that there was no proof against Aryan Khan and hence his name is not there in the charge sheet. Listening to Samir Wankhede's exclusive conversation with us.
Samir Wankhede जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नूर एनसीबी प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिसर।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नूर एनसीबी प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्टेड ऑफिसर।
Pandey continues to be with us. Samir Wankhede extremely embarrassed about what obviously has happened. And now, like Munish, you've been telling us this exclusive information that the centre also would be looking at some sort of action against him for the shoddy probe that was conducted by him in the very beginning. Yes, Munish.
Yeah, well, Sneha, as far as Mr. Samir Wankhede is concerned, time and again he maintained before the case was transferred to SIT that his investigation is in accordance to law, according to the NDPS manual. But When the allegations were leveled by certain accused, the case was transferred to SIT. And what SIT has found is completely different from what Mr. Samir Wankhede found in regards to Aryan Khan and 5 other accused. Now, as far as Samir Wankhede is concerned, now the trouble is...
Munish, we'll just come back to you. Kunika Lal, actor and advocate, is also now joining us. Thank you so much for your time. How do you respond to what has happened today? The NCB says there is no proof against Aryan Khan and that we can't charge sheet him.
Thank you, Sneha, for having me on the show. So I have been saying that from the beginning, from the time he was arrested on October 2nd, while he was in jail, custody, while the hearing was going on, that they have found nothing. There's some, touchstones of the NDPS Act which were not being complied by, and there was no drugs found on him. There was no evidence of any drug trafficking. So there was nothing actually. So it was just, and it was a hyperbole of the whole, all the media was making a big circus out of it, most of the media. And it was absolute targeting of individuals who were a celebrity. My only point here I want to say is, it is very sad. I'm glad that, as Mr. Mukul Rohgi said, that, the NCB has been very decent and professional and they have admitted their mistakes. But what happens to people who do not have Mukul Rohgi Sahab as their advocate, as their counsel? What happens to people what happens to Aryan Khan on the 22 days that he suffered mental torture, his family? Who's going to get that back, to give that back to him? Is there going to be any reprieve or any reprimand or any kind of action taken against these officers? We never see this happening. We just move on after this, and this has to stop.
Kunika Lal, we spoke earlier with Advocate Mukul Rohgi, and earlier as well, it told us that bail is always a rule and jail an exception. In this case, right in the very beginning, the Narcotics Control Bureau kept on pushing for custodial interrogation of Aryan Khan, which was not required, is what has been said by the lawyers essentially. There was grave injustice to begin with, isn't it, to put a young man behind bars when there was no medical examination done to show that he had consumed narcotics, when the WhatsApp chats did not have any link with him, and also, most importantly, when there were no drugs found on him.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And at that point of time, I think the court should have taken cognizance of all these things, though I must say, under the NDPS Act, there is a lot of, there's a big umbrella that covers a lot of things where the investigators take refuge and they say we need further investigation, people are covering their tracks, and the NDPS Act allows certain, they allow certain leeway to the investigators. But this should be looked into seriously, and that if necessary, the law should also be fine-tuned for this, because when there's no evidence, no prima facie evidence, and keeping a person for 22 days in jail, and some people are, they're still probably in jail for other cases under the NDPS Act, and in spite of no evidence, and they don't have any access to a good counsel or to good, lawyers or to money. So it's very sad, and this has to be fine-tuned, and this has to be looked into seriously.
Absolutely. This really appears to be the tip of the iceberg when it comes to many of these people who've been in jail. These are under trial prisoners, and when the cases are pending against them, the courts say that essentially bail should be the rule and jail should always be an exception. Kunika, thank you so much for throwing light on that aspect of this case as well. Thank you so much for sharing your views with us. It's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, we're getting you details of hate, crime, horror, stunning Karnataka, youth murdered for interfaith love. We're getting you all the details in just 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
are Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. You are watching India Today.
Another interfaith killing shocker has taken center stage after Nagaraju and Mithun Vijay Kamble from Karnataka's Kalburgi has been allegedly murdered for interfaith love. Vijay Kamble, the deceased, was in love with a woman of different faith, was beaten up by a gang of miscreants who avenged his death over the relationship. Shahabuddin and Nawaz, the two accused in the murder case, have been arrested now. Preliminary reports by police suggest the woman's family was against this relationship. Police are now questioning the family members and looking for CCTV cameras. After the incident, the situation in the area has been tense. The police have beefed up security.
ಯಾರು ಫೋನ್ ಬಂತ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರು ಫೋನ್ ಬಂದ ಬರ್ಲತ್ತೀನಪ್ಪ ನಾ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಈಗ ಬಂದೆ ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮನೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹಾಕಿ ತರ್ಕಾರಿ ತಗೋದ ನಾಳೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಸಜ್ಜಾದ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾಕ ಅಸರ್
ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಫೋನ್ ಬತ್ರ ಮನೆ
ಏನು ಫೋನ್
ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ನಾನು ಮನೆ
ಏನಾಗ್ಯದ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು
ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಯದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವನೇ ಪಾರ ಯಾಕ ನೀ ಬಾ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ತಪ್ಪಿ ಹೊಡೆದಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ ನಾ ಓಡೋಗಿನ್ರಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನೋಡತನ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಏನು ಯಾರಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ
ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ನೀವು
ಕಲಾಸ ಆಗೇನ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಮಾತು ಬರ್ತದ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ನೋಡವ್ರಿ ಪೂರ ಕಲಾಸ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲಿ ಚಕ್ಕು ಚೂರಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ ಪಾರಗ ತಲಿ ಹೊಡೆದಾರ ಹಿಂದ್ ಬಾಜು ಮೇಲೆ ತಲಿ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ಕೆಸೆ ಚಕ್ಕು ಚೂರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ್ರಿ ಅವರು
ಹಿಂದೆ ಏನಾರ ಜಗಳ ಆಗಿದ್ರಿ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 7 ತಿಂಗಳು ಬಂದ್ರಿ
ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಬೆಳೆದ್ ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ರಿ ಈಗ
ಮತ್ತೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಗಿ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬಂದು ಮಾತಾಡ್ರಿ
ಯಾರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರ ಅಣ್ಣೆ ಬಂದಿದ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಅವಾಗ
ಏನಂತ
ನಿನ್ನ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಚಲೋ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಕಲ್ಸ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ನಮ್ ತಂಗಿಗೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ ಮಗನ್ ಕುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಪೈ ನಿನ್ ಕೈಯಾಗ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನ ತಂದು ಹೋದ್ರು
ಅವರು ಅಣ್ಣ ತಮ್ಮದವ್ರು ಮೊದಲು ಒಂದು ಟೈಮ್ ಇದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅವಾಗ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ಅವರು ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಹೆಂಗೋ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಡ್ಯೂಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮಗೆ ಅವನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಡು ಇವನು ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇವನೇನಂತರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಾಗ ತಲೆ ಏನು ಇಡಲಾಗ್ಯಾನ. ನಾನು ಈ ರೀತಿ ತಿಳಿದೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಒಬ್ರಿಗೊಬ್ರು ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇದು
ಅವ್ನು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಂತ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಅವನ ಜಾತಿದ ಯಾವ
ಸರ್ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಎಸ್ ಸಿ ಸರ್ ಒಲೆ ಸಮಾಜದವರು. ಅವರು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಅವ್ರು ಒಂದು ಟೈಮು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ನೀಡಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವರು ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಸರ್. ಅವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ಈಗ ಇದು ಆಯ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್. ನನಗಂತೂ ಭಾಳ ಶಾಕ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ನಾನೀಗ ಯಾವ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು
ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ.
Ma'am, I just want to know more details about this Dalit youth's murder, ma'am, in Kalburgi.
What details you need?
Ma'am, has the accused been arrested, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, the names of the accused, ma'am?
Shabuddin and Nawaz.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Yes, ma'am. So when were they arrested, ma'am?
Yesterday.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
This is yet another instance after the Nagraju case where a man was killed because he married a Muslim woman. But ironically, those who trend Dalit Lives Matter, those who talk about Jai Bhim, Jai Meen, today are silent about the killing of Vijay Kamble. Today, no placards are being held up, no awards are being returned, no vulture politics is being done. When Khetaram Bhil is killed in Rajasthan for the very same reason, because the victim is of a particular community and because the aggressor is of a particular community, there is no secular outrage on this. There is selective silence on this.
It's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, Shah Rukh Khan's son Aryan Khan gets clean chit in the cruise drugs case. The Narcotics Control Bureau says not enough evidence. All the latest updates on India Today. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, big in your life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good evening. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you up to speed with the headlines in this edition first. Shah Rukh Khan's son Aryan Khan gets clean chit in cruise drugs case. Narcotics Control Bureau says not enough evidence. Sameer Wankhede left red-faced. Narcotics Bureau says initial probe led by Wankhede was dodgy. Action against Wankhede likely. Prime Minister Modi settles the language debate after Stalin's Make Tamil Official salvo. Prime Minister says Tamil is an eternal language. Polarization Nataka peaks in Karnataka. BJP MLA Ishwarappa vows to reclaim 36,000 temples allegedly razed to build mosques. Ram Sene Chief Pramod Mutulik issues a similar ultimatum. Hate crime horror stuns Karnataka. 25-year-old Vijay Kamble murdered for interfaith love. Cops say woman's family was against the relationship. Terrorists who killed TV actor Amreen and injured a 10-year-old nephew gunned in Avantipura encounter. But what about those who shot Safa? Once a dream aircraft, now in ruins. Months after the legendary Antonov AN-225 Ria was destroyed in the Russian-Ukraine war, remains of the aircraft are now being dismantled. We have some news just coming in. These are pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi trying his hand at flying a drone at India's biggest drone festival. The Prime Minister is inaugurating the Bharat Drone Mahotsav at Delhi's Pragati Maidan, and he's trying his hand at using a drone there. These are pictures of the Prime Minister trying to use a drone. The Prime Minister, in fact, is inaugurating India's biggest drone festival today in the national capital. He is also set to interact with Kisan drone pilots and startups in the drone exhibition center. He's trying his hands at flying a drone now. He's also witnessed open-air drone demonstrations. Pictures of the Prime Minister trying his hands at flying a drone there. These are from Delhi's Pragati Maidan. The Prime Minister is inaugurating the Bharat Drone Mahotsav 2022, which is India's biggest drone festival. The Prime Minister is interacting with Kisan drone pilots and startups in the drone exhibition center. He's also witnessing open-air drone demonstrations there. This, remember, is a two-day event. It starts today. There are delegates comprising of government officials. There are foreign diplomats, armed forces, central armed forces as well, PSUs, private companies, and drone startups are expected to participate in this drone festival, is what the Prime Minister's office has said. The Prime Minister's office looking at this exhibition very, very keenly, spoken about the number of exhibitors also who are displaying use of drones at the exhibition, about 70 of them. This drone Mahotsav is also witnessing a virtual award of drone pilot certificates, product launches, panel discussions, flying demonstrations and display of Made in India drone taxi prototype is what the Prime Minister's office has informed in a statement. We're getting you details of Aryan Khan, who's been given a clean chit by the Narcotics Control Bureau or the NCB in the Cordelia cruise drugs case. He has not been named in the charge sheet that has been filed by the agency in this case. Wankhede, the officer who led the probe, is now left red-faced. NCB Deputy DG has said errors in the first probe. There were errors in the first probe in that it was known that Aryan Khan did not take drugs. The Maharashtra government has asked the competent authority to take appropriate action against former NCB official Sameer Wankhede for his shoddy investigation. Aryan, the son of Bollywood superstar Shah Rukh Khan, was arrested in connection with the Mumbai cruise drugs case early in October. After several court hearings, lots of drama, 26 long days in custody, the Bombay High Court granted him bail on the 28th of October. He was finally out of jail on the 30th.
सर कौन से ग्राउंड से जिसके बेसिस पे आप लोगों ने आर्यन खान के ऊपर जो चार्जेस थे उसको ड्रॉप किया?
कोई व्यक्ति विशेष का नाम मैं नहीं लेना चाहूंगा। जिनके खिलाफ सबूत पुख्ता थे उनके खिलाफ चार्जशीट हुई, जिनके खिलाफ सबूत पुख्ता नहीं थे, जो इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो इनपुट्स आए थे, एविडेंस आया था, वो पर्याप्त नहीं पाया गया और बाद में जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ उसके आधार पर जहां चार्जशीट के लायक सबूत थे उस पर कार्रवाई की गई, जहां नहीं थे उस पर कार्रवाई नहीं की गई।
सर शुरुआत में एनसीबी ने यह भी कहा था कि कुछ व्हाट्सएप चैट मिले हैं जिससे लगता है कि इंटरनेशनल ड्रग सिंडिकेट हो सकता है। आर्यन खान को लेकर भी बोला गया था कि उनके बारे में पता किया जाए क्या वो इस इंटरनेशनल ड्रग सिंडिकेट के पार्ट हैं या नहीं है। इसको लेकर क्या बता पाएंगे आप?
अगर वैसा होता तो वो बात भी सामने आती, लेकिन चार्जशीट के दाखिल होने तक ऐसी कोई बात नहीं आई।
सर जो जिस तरह से वहां पर छापेमारी की गई थी एनसीबी की तरफ से क्रूज पर जो छापेमारी हुई थी उसको लेकर क्या आप बता पाएंगे कि क्या छापेमारी के दौरान एनसीबी की तरफ से कुछ कमियां रह गई थी? उस वक्त की जो तत्कालीन टीम थी उनसे कुछ कमियां रह गई?
देखिए, कोई कार्यान्वयन या प्रोसीजरल जो कमियां रह गई तभी तो एसआईटी ने टेक ओवर किया, तो उन कमियों को भी हम लोगों ने कमियों के आधार पर भी कार्रवाई की है और जो भी उचित है उस पर हम लोग आगे भी कार्रवाई करेंगे।
सर क्या जो अब आप लोग की जांच की जो पार्ट है, आपने जो चार्जशीट फाइल की है अभी, क्या उसके आधार पर आप लोग यह भी रेकमेंड करेंगे कि उस वक्त की जो एनसीबी से कमी रह गई थी उन अधिकारियों के खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई हो?
देखिए, कांड के चार्जशीट में और कांड के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में वो बात नहीं आती है, लेकिन अलग से डिपार्टमेंटल लेवल पर हम लोग जो भी कार्रवाई उचित होगा वो करेंगे।
I am very relieved and I am sure the young man and his father are equally relieved. It was clear to me from day one when the matter was heard for bail in the High Court that there was no material against this young man. He was not in possession of any drugs and there was no reason why he should have been arrested. I think it was a hasty decision in the heat of the moment. But anyway, the truth has prevailed. It's unfortunate that he spent 25 days in jail. But according to me, now the whole chapter should be treated as closed and one should look to the future and that's it.
We earlier also spoke with the Deputy DG of the Narcotics Control Bureau, Sanjay Singh, who said that the first team carried out a probe that was full of loopholes. He's also pointed out specifically to the loopholes vis-a-vis Aryan Khan. Listen to what he told us.
हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन कंप्लीट होने के बाद हमने आउट ऑफ 20 लोग जिनको हमने अरेस्ट किया था इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, उनमें से 20 में से हमने 14 लोगों के खिलाफ हमारे पास प्रमाण हैं और उनके खिलाफ हम चार्जशीट कर रहे हैं। बाकी 6 लोगों के खिलाफ हम चार्जशीट नहीं कर रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ सबूत नहीं है।
जो 6 लोग हैं उनमें आर्यन खान का भी नाम है, तो क्या माना जाए कि चार्जशीट में या उनके खिलाफ एविडेंस नहीं मिले, क्यों उनको चार्जशीट में नहीं शामिल किया गया?
उनके खिलाफ सफिशेंट एविडेंस प्रमाण नहीं हमें मिले। हमने उनको ये हमारे फाइंडिंग में उनके खिलाफ सफिशेंट एविडेंस नहीं मिल पाया, इसलिए हम कंप्लेंट नहीं, उनके खिलाफ कंप्लेंट नहीं फाइल कर रहे हैं।
शुरुआती जांच में ऐसा बोला गया था कि जो मेन 6 ही नाम आ रहे थे, जिसमें आर्यन खान का भी नाम था। फिर जब दूसरी टीम ने जांच शुरू की, उसके बाद से जो जांच का जो दिशा है वो बदल गई अचानक से, और ये कहा जाने लगा कि आर्यन खान का इसमें रोल नज़र नहीं आता। तो चार्जशीट क्या वही रिफ्लेक्ट कर रही है जो बाद में दूसरी टीम जांच कर रही थी, जो सामने आ रहा था?
हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो रही SIT, आपको ये पता होगा कि 6 नवंबर 2021 को कॉन्स्टिट्यूट की गई थी, और हमारी जो जांच रही है बिल्कुल एक निष्पक्ष जांच रही है, बिल्कुल ऑब्जेक्टिव हमने काम किया है। और हमने जो प्रिंसिपल एक होता है टच स्टोन ऑफ प्रूफ बियॉन्ड रीजनेबल डाउट, उसको अप्लाई किया है, और इस टच स्टोन पे हमने ये पाया है कि 6 लोगों के खिलाफ हमें सफिशेंट एविडेंस और प्रमाण नहीं है, तो हमने ये कंक्लूड किया कि हम इनके खिलाफ कंप्लेंट फाइल नहीं करेंगे।
And this is India Today exclusive. We earlier spoke to the NCB officer who had arrested Aryan Khan, Sameer Wankhede. Listening to what he had to tell us when we asked him what does he think of the clean sheet that has been given to Aryan Khan now that the spotlight is on him.
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो मोर इन एनसीबी, प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ।
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो मोर इन एनसीबी, प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ।
Getting us more details on this story, not just the NCB, the state government is also looking and exploring at options as far as it comes to taking action against Sameer Wankhede. Mustafa, tell us more.
Well, yes, you remember that there was an allegation which had come to light that some money was demanded as ransom for release of Aryan Khan, and Pooja Dadlani is someone from whom the ransom was asked for. Mumbai police had repeatedly summoned her, but she had not come forward to record her statement. That is one of the links that the Mumbai police can explore, and obviously the NCB has also said that they will be inquiring as to why, if there was no evidence prima facie against Aryan Khan, NCB officers at that point of time in Mumbai who were posted here took action against Aryan Khan and arrested him and other 5 people who have not been named in the charge sheets. So these are investigations which are going to go forward by the NCB officials, and the internal inquiry may yield some reason as to what was the reason. It was only a official oversight, or there was some conspiracy due to which this was done. Back to you.
Yes, Mustafa, apart from that, as far as the NCB is concerned, they pointed out specifically at what were the loopholes in the proof to begin with, right from the very fact that even the medical examination was not done to prove in fact that Aryan Khan had consumed any sort of drugs.
Well, yes, NCB has clearly and categorically stated that one of the person from whom marijuana was found, he was friend of Aryan Khan, and at that point of time that friend had said that that drugs was not for Aryan Khan. He had also said that Aryan Khan had told him specifically not to get drugs on cruise as NCB was active, and even after taking him under custody, Aryan Khan's medical test was not done, even if the drugs which was with his friend was meant for Aryan Khan. Then why Aryan Khan's medical test was not done to prove whether he has consumed drugs or not? So somewhere the NCB officials at that point of knew that Aryan Khan has not consumed any drugs, and WhatsApp chats were also not related to the case. So it's the NCB officials who are actually pointing categorically how Aryan Khan was framed in this case, and he should not have been arrested in the first place. Back to you.
Be with us, Mustafa. We'll just come back to you for more on that. We have some reactions also that are coming in. Let's go straight to them.
when they were insisting that the bail should be refused to Aryan, they were saying that he's a part of a big cartel of drug import and dealing. That was the worst thing you could ever say to a boy who happens to be the son of one of the richest actors in the world. So why would this foolish boy go in for dealing in drugs when whatever he wants is anyway available to him? That was the worst charge, and I defended it with my gut feeling. I said, this is impossible. If I go into drugs, if I'm a part of the cartel, it is possible. It is impossible for Shah Rukh Khan's son, who's got everything, to go into such a dark and dingy lane to be a part of the cartel, drug cartel. You are looking at the Colombian drug guys and all these Barbosas and Dardozas. Amazing. This was the lies they used to influence the courts to refuse him and to prolong the suffering for this little guy who had very little to do with the situation. Imagine, drug cartel. So that was very wrong. And I think there should be an apology. I don't mind if there is no investigation, but Mr. Venkate and his associate were extremely derelict, non-compromising, using illegal means. They did all the wrong things with the super confidence. Obviously, they had the backing of some people in the government or whatever, because it's from the central agency. It was very wrong, and all sorts of lies were used. And he was made to look like some huge demon who was dealing in drugs. Terrible stuff. I was amazed and shocked. And now I'm relieved to know that all this is away and lies buried.
It is a question of...
What next? Kya yaar?
Told all the investigating officers from various branches, including NCB, NIA, CBI, ED, everybody, all the lot of officers who enjoy powers under the law to arrest. Supreme Court says every word is important. To arrest, power to arrest is one thing, and exercising that power is another. Whilst you have to exercise the power of arresting without court warrant, without an order of the court, you have to be very cautious.
Sheikh is getting asked more details. He continues to be with us. Mustafa, anything that you're picking up from how the family of Aryan Khan, essentially Shah Rukh Khan's family, has reacted to all of these developments from today? Undoubtedly a great sense of relief for them.
Well, yes, there is no official reaction from the Shah Rukh Khan family, and it doesn't look like they are going to react on this issue at all. But Satish Manashinde, who was their lawyer representing Aryan Khan during the days he was behind bars, he has also released only a message saying that they are happy that the justice has been served under Sanjay Singh, who is the NCB officer, led the SIT of the NCB team. And finally, they are saying that they are happy that the truth has come out on this entire case. Since day one, they were saying that there is no case to arrest Aryan Khan. There is no evidence against him to put him behind bars for so many days. Not only NCB arrested him but opposed his bail. That's something which that was uncalled for, is something that the lawyers are saying. But officially on camera, it doesn't look like the Shah Rukh Khan family or their lawyers are going to react on this issue. But yes, it must be a big relief for them, because Aryan Khan was booked under stringent sections of harboring drugs by the NDPS Act, and now that he has been released from this charge sheet, that there has been no prosecution against him, it will be a big relief for him. Back to you.
So far, as far as the 14 others who've been charge sheeted in this entire case, take us to the details of the direction in which that investigation is headed vis-a-vis the international drug syndicate angle that the NCB was looking at from the very beginning.
Well, the NCB will now be prosecuting those 14 people against whom the charge sheet has been filed. The lawyers of these 14 people are saying that they are yet to get a copy of the charge sheet, after only which they can tell what are the evidences which have been placed against their clients. Yes, drugs was found, and there is always an international cartel behind drugs, because there are a lot of drugs which comes from outside India, and there is people who are procuring and peddling it. So these are things which are present in this case also. There is one foreign national who has been named as an accused in this entire case. He is yet to get a bail and come out. So these are things which will come out once the charge sheet is out. We can see what evidence has been put out against in the charge sheet against people who have been named as an accused. But yes, what the NCB's case is now is that there were drugs found with some people on the Cordelia cruise, but that was not Aryan Khan. And after the drugs were found, they have traced back it to people who had given or sold it to it, and all these people now will be prosecuted under NDPS Act.
All of these people will be prosecuted under the NDPS Act is what Mustafa is telling us. We're getting you all the details of what has been said by the Narcotics Control Bureau as far as the press statement from today is concerned. The NCB has come out and said that they indeed admit there were errors in the first probe and that they would be looking into how this was done. It was a shoddy probe is what is being said by the Maharashtra government. The centre is also mulling action against Sameer Wankhede. Sameer Wankhede, meanwhile, continues to say that he has no comments and that he is not associated with this case any longer. What was the proof essentially that Wankhede and his team were looking at when they arrested Aryan Khan without a medical checkup? They took him into custody. There are reactions as far as politics is also concerned. The Congress has spoken about it earlier, saying that there's misuse of agencies. Listening to what Congress's Pawan Kheda had to say.
The agencies of this country need to be now aware that they should not get misused and they should protect the integrity of their agency institutions. Because at the end of the day, their heads are on the block. People will lose trust and are losing trust in these agencies. They should stop becoming puppets in the hands of this government.
Vidya is also getting us more details on that. In the past as well, Vidya, and now more so given that Aryan Khan has been given a clean chit, there has been politics on this entire issue. Several political parties, including the Congress and the NCB, have come out and said that, look, this is a classic case of agencies being misused to settle scores.
That's something that the NCB will certainly be looking into. If you remember, NCB has decided to initiate a departmental inquiry against people who did it. And there are always black sheeps in any department. If there is something that has gone wrong in the system, it is for the NCB to really correct it. It's a little too far-fetched to say at the moment whether it is all because of a political angle. Because certainly, if there was a political angle, this course correction that has been done by the NCB would not really have happened. And certainly that's one of the reasons why, because they seem to have recognized that there was a problem in this, and that's one of the reasons why Aryan Khan and 5 others have not really been charge sheeted. Certainly this course correction would take a little while, but then it does seem like they are on the right path and will probably get to where they intend to go right now.
Vidya, as far as the case against the 14 others who have been charge-sheeted in this case is concerned, take us to the details of what exactly this case was and what about the international drug syndicate that was being talked about?
Well, if you remember, all those 14 people who have been charge-sheeted are the ones against whom there was very strong evidence. Either they were found with drugs on them or they were charged. For example, like that of Mohak Jaiswal, there was no drug found on him, but there were drug-related charts found on his mobile, and that's one of the reasons why he has been charge-sheeted. Similarly, like Aryan Khan, who was not found with any drug, but his friend Arbaz has been charged-sheeted. I just spoke to Arbaz's lawyer, and he very clearly said that they will be looking into all the aspects of this entire charge sheet that has been filed, and they will be taking their first steps. Because remember, Aryan Khan at this point was, Arbaz was found with small quantity, so they'll really to see as to in the charge sheet, if he has been charge sheeted, what are the allegations, under what sections he has been charge sheeted. All that will really have to be done by their lawyers. And remember, in the other, on the side, if we are talking about those people, for example, like Aryan Khan, like Avin Sahu, people like who were not found with any drug, and the charge sheet has not been filed against them. So what In their case is that the prosecution will go to the court and tells the court that because there is the court will...
We'll just try and get back to Vidya in a bit from now. Vidya was getting us details of this huge controversial matter. This was the high-profile Cordelia drugs bust case in which 14 people have been charge-sheeted, but there is a clean chit to Aryan Khan and 5 others. Remember, the NCB has said there was no proof that they were involved in drugs trafficking or consumption. As far as Aryan Khan is concerned, there's no proof of consumption as well, and that there was no international syndicate. WhatsApp conversations were not linked to Khan. Some tragic news just coming in. 7 dead army personnel in a road accident in Ladakh. A party of 26 soldiers is moving from the transit camp in Partapur to a forward location in sub-sector Hanif. The vehicle skidded off the road and fell in the Shyok River. 7 army jawans have lost their lives in this horrific incident, this accident that we're reporting on. Those injured have been evacuated to 403 Field Hospital in Partapur, and surgical teams from Leh have moved to Partapur. Dedicated efforts are underway to ensure that the best medical care is provided to the injured, including requisition of air effort from Air Force to shift the most serious casualties to Western Command. Seven jawans have died in a road accident, unfortunately, is what we are learning. This was a vehicle that was carrying about 26 jawans that skidded into a river. The injured have been evacuated to a nearby hospital, is what we are learning. This is in Partapur in Ladakh, where 7 jawans have died in a road accident. Seven jawans have died in a road accident in Ladakh. The others who are in fact evacuated from this river where the vehicle fell into have been rescued and rushed to the nearby hospital. With that report, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, we're getting you details from Jammu and Kashmir. Terrorists who killed TV actor Amreen and injured her 10-year-old nephew gunned. Details in just 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
Facial recognition is a biometric technology used to authenticate or identify an individual from a photograph or a facial image. The technique makes it possible to authenticate identity to check that an individual is who he or she claims to be. The image is compared to an existing image in a database. A person can also be identified in a group, place, image or database. From a still or from video, software generates an image based on the face's unique traits, the base of the ears, the distance between the two pupils, the shape of the nose, eyebrows and mouth, and the even skin grain. Hair and clothes are not taken into account. The next step is to compare the face print with images in the database. To reduce the margin of error, the quality of the image must be good. The face must be well lit, full face at a correct distance from the lens. Originally used to fight crime, facial recognition now has more mundane uses such as accessing bank accounts and social media platforms. But there are worries it could also present a threat to privacy and individual liberties. The technology also raises questions about the use of databases.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India Today.
It's a big win for forces in Jammu and Kashmir. Killers of TV actor Amreen Bhatt have been gunned down in an encounter this morning. It took forces less than 24 hours to avenge Amreen's death. Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists who killed the TV actor and injured a nephew were neutralized in Avantipora. Both have been identified as Shahid Mustaq and Farhan Habib. Forces have recovered one AK-56 rifle, 4 magazines and a pistol from them. 2 encounters were underway by the forces, one in Srinagar, another one in Avantipur. A total of 10 terrorists, including 3 from the Jaish-e-Mohammed and 7 from the Lashkar-e-Toiba, have been gunned down in the last 3 days. Earlier on Wednesday, the television actor was shot down outside a residence. Her 10-year-old nephew, Farhan Zubai, was also injured in the attack. Civilian killings are on the rise in the valley. Before Amreen, terrorists killed police constable Saifullah Qadri, injuring his 9-year-old daughter Safa in the outskirts of Srinagar on Tuesday. Meanwhile, former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti met Amreen's family in Badgam. She has condemned the cowardly attack and said the situation is worsening in the valley.
2 एलईटी का टेररिस्ट मारा गया है और हम सब को याद है कि 2 दिन पहले एक टीवी एक्ट्रेस को मारा था. हम लोग तभी से उसको ट्रैक कर रहे थे. उसमें से दोनों मारे गए हैं. लतीफ़ के डायरेक्शन पर दोनों ने किल किया था. तो जो हमारे लेट जो सिस्टर है अमरीन, उनको जस्टिस मिला है. ये नया ट्रेंड है टेररिस्ट का कि लोगों में टेरर फैलाना, भय फैलाना, इसलिए सिविलियन को, वुमेंस को, छोटे बच्चों को टारगेट कर रहा है. ये कायराना हरकत है. पूरी सोसाइटी को इसके खिलाफ बोलना चाहिए. इवन कि आतंकवादी के फैमिली मेम्बर को इसके खिलाफ बोलना चाहिए.
Security forces killed 2 Lashkar-e-Taiba militants in Avantipora area of Pulwama district in South Kashmir. Police claims that both the militants were involved in the killing of a TV star and a social media influencer, Amreen Bhatt, in Chadura on Wednesday evening. Since then, security forces have launched multiple operations in different localities, and finally during 24 hours, both the killers of TV star had been gunned down. In fact, during last 3 days, in 4 different encounters, security forces have killed 10 militants, which include 3 from Jaish-e-Mohammed and 7 from the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Security forces have also a relief that they have brought the justice to the killed TV actor Amreen Bhatt. She was killed on Wednesday and her killers had been neutralized within 24 hours of her murder. Ashraf Wani for India Today in Srinagar.
जम्मू कश्मीर में बेगुनाहों का, खासकर कश्मीरियों का, चाहे वो राहुल भट्ट हो, चाहे शोएब गनाई हो, चाहे वो सैफुल्लाह कादरी हो और आज हमारी बच्ची अमरीना भट्ट हो, तो ये तो एक रोज का मामूल बन गया है. और जो मरकजी सरकार है वो जूं की तूं है. उनकी जो उनकी मस्कुलर पॉलिसी है, दबाव की पॉलिसी है, दोन्स की पॉलिसी है, उसका ये नतीजा है कि दिन ब दिन जम्मू कश्मीर में हालात बेहतर होने के बजाय बिगड़ रहे हैं, खराब हो रहे हैं. और वो पूरी दुनिया में ये चिल्लाते हुए फिरते रहते हैं कि जम्मू कश्मीर में सब ठीक ठाक हो गया. जम्मू कश्मीर में कुछ ठीक ठाक नहीं हुआ. जम्मू कश्मीर में रोज बेगुनाहों की हलाकतें हो रही हैं.
The Gyanvapi fire is spreading to Karnataka's Bidar. Vishwa Hindu Parishad has made a sensational claim. VHP members allege a dargah at the Basava Kalyan in Bidar district was actually a temple of Basavana. Members say that during Nizam's rule, the dargah was built after razing Basavana temple. VHP district president has claimed that it is Anubhava Mantapa and that he has many proofs available saying that it was actually a temple and never a mosque. VHP has demanded Karnataka government's intervention, seeking justice to the followers of Basavana. This comes in the backdrop of claims that a temple was found during the renovation of a mosque in Karnataka's Mangaluru.
ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಅದು ಬಸವಣ್ಣನ ಒಂದು ಪುಣ್ಯಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂಥ ಮೂಲ ಅನುಭವ ಮಂಟಪ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇತ್ತಿತ್ತಲಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಜಾಮನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೊಂದರೆಯಾಗಿ ನಿಜಾಮ ಅದನ್ನು ವಶಪಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ತನ್ನ ಐಬಿಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದ. ಈಗ ಅವನದೇ ಒಂದು ವಂಶಸ್ಥರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಅವನದೇ ವಂಶಸ್ಥರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಅನುಭವ ಮಂಟಪ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾಖಲಾತಿಗಳು ಪುರಾವೆಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಲೂ ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪುಷ್ಕರಣಿ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಕಳಶಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿವೆ. ಇಂಥದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದು ಮೂಲ ಅನುಭವ ಮಂಟಪ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕ್ಷ್ಯಾಧಾರಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇವೆ.
The showdown over hijab continues to simmer in Karnataka after Mangaluru University students protested against students with hijab being allowed to attend classes. The university principal has claimed that MLAs are pressurizing her. Meanwhile, Karnataka Home Minister Aryan Khan has made it clear that the university needs to follow the court's order which bans both saffron shawls and hijabs on campuses. The state home minister had also warned of legal action. Muslim students at the college have submitted a memorandum saying that they should be allowed to wear hijab in classrooms. Dozens of Hindu students at the university protested inside the campus on Thursday, claiming that around 40 Muslim girl students are attending classes wearing hijab.
ಆ ಶಾಸಕರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಜೋರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಭಾವಿ ಶಾಸಕರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಜೋರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರ ಮಾತು ಕೇಳಿ ನೀವು ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಲೋಕಲ್ MLA ಅವರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಯಾಕೆ ಪಾಲಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ನಾನು ಗಣನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನ್ನ ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್
ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳ ಆಡಳಿತ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅವ್ರು ನಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದರೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಕ್ರಮ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ತಲೆಬಾಗಬೇಕು. ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆಡಳಿತ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ.
ಒಂದು ಹಿಜಾಬ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಉದ್ಭವ ಮಾಡಿಸೋಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಕೆಲವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳಬಲ್ಲೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ತೆಗಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ್ರೋಹಿಗಳು. ಆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ್ರೋಹಿಗಳನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ಖಂಡಿತ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಠಿಣವಾದ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ತಗೋತೇವೆ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು. ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ.
ದೇಶದ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ, ಕಾನೂನು, ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟಿನ ತೀರ್ಪು ಇವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕಠಿಣ ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಇದರಿಂದ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಡಿಬಾರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
The district administration can't keep sit quiet. They should come, they should call the vice chancellor, they should call the college principal, take the law and see what is the rule and what is the law. Let the district commissioner give the judgment and every student should agree and all will agree.
The hijab controversy, apologize for that, which threw Karnataka campuses into all-out turmoil and sparked a heated protest, is back. In a fresh escalation, dozens of Hindu students at Mangaluru University protested inside campus, claiming that around 40 Muslim girl students are attending classes wearing hijab. Here's what happened.
The hijab controversy, which threw Karnataka campuses into an all-out turmoil, sparked heated protests, sloganeering, and led to unrelenting legal fights, is back once again. In a fresh escalation over hijab, dozens of Hindu students at Mangaluru University protested inside the campus. They claimed around 40 Muslim women students were attending classes wearing hijab. The protesters boycotted classes and staged a demonstration over violation of the court's hijab ruling, promising to continue their protests till hijab-wearing girls were not made to remove their headscarves as per court order.
ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ನೊಳಗೆ ಆಚೆ ಈಚೆ ತಿರುಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಅವರು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ವಿಷಯ. ಇವರೆಂತ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಅವರ ವಿಷಯವೇ ಕೇಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬೆಲೆ ಕೊಡೋದಾಗೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು, ಅದನ್ನು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಅವರು. ಅದು 2.5 ತಿಂಗಳು ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಈಗ ಈ ವಿಷಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಎದುರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ.
ಇದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ಘಟಕ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಮಡಿಕೇರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು ಸರ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಬಂತು ಮರುದಿನ ಹೋಗಿ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ತೆಗಿಸಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಯಾಕೆ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಅಂತ? ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಅನ್ನ, ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಏನು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಇದೆ, ಇದನ್ನ JNU ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಯ ಲೆಕ್ಚರರ್ಸ್ ಗಳೇ, ನಾನು ಹೆಸರು ಹಿಡಿದು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು.
उन लोगों ने इस तरह मेंशन किया कि वो हमारे स्टाफ को ना इस यूनिफॉर्म की अलग ही बात समझने लगे, लेकिन पहले ही वो लोग हमारे प्रॉस्पेक्टर में मेंशन हुआ है कि जो लोग हिजाब पहनना चाहते हैं वो लोग हमारी यूनिफॉर्म जो है उसी कलर का हिजाब हम यानी स्कार्फ हम पहन सकते हैं.
After sustained campus fights, face-off and a long-drawn legal battle, the court had upheld the primacy of uniform at educational institutions. The nagging controversy has drawn criticism from Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai himself, who said these contentious issues have to be settled as per law and blamed fringe groups for resorting to repeated trouble-mongering.
Nobody can polarize Karnataka. The history speaks for itself. And the highest educated people are there in Karnataka, and we don't intend to polarize. See, there are some fringe elements always trying to overplay certain things, and we've been very well in control with the situation, and we have solved all these issues as per the rule of law.
A war of words has also erupted, with the opposition insisting that Basavaraj Bommai's words would hurt the country's prospects.
Chief Minister is in Davos calling for investment. All these issues will give the investment.
The Karnataka High Court on 15th of May ruled that wearing a hijab was not an essential part of Islam. The court ruled that prescription of a school uniform is a reasonable restriction that is constitutionally permissible.
Students in the Mangaluru University today protested against some of the other students from the other community, saying that they were wearing hijabs in their classrooms. Now the Hindu students alleged that some of the Muslim students are wearing hijabs even in the classrooms, and this is in violation of the Supreme Court's order. Now they've urged the educational institution principal and other lecturers to try and stop and ask the students to not wear hijabs in the classrooms. With Witty journalist Madhu, this is Karthik for India Today.
Well, another interfaith killer shocker has taken center stage after Nagaraj and Mithun. Now Vijay Kamble from Karnataka's Kalburgi has been murdered allegedly for interfaith love. Vijay Kamble, the deceased, was in love with a woman of a different faith and was beaten up by a gang of miscreants who avenged his death over the relationship. These are the allegations. Shahuddin and Nawaz are the two accused in the murder case. They've been arrested. Preliminary reports by police suggest the woman's family was against the relationship. They're now questioning the family members and looking for CCTV cameras. The situation in the area has turned tense. The police has beefed up security.
ಕೇರಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಯಾರು ಫೋನ್ ಬಂತ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರು ಫೋನ್ ಬಂದ ಬರ್ಲತ್ತೀನಪ್ಪ ನಾ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಈಗ ಬಂದೆ ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮನೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹಾಕಿ ತರ್ಕಾರಿ ತಗೋದ ನಾಳೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾಕ
ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಫೋನ್ ಬತ್ರ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ
ಏನು ಫೋನ್
ನೀವು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ನಾನು ಮನೆ
ಏನಾಗ್ಯದ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು
ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಯದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವನೇ ಪಾರ ಯಾಕ ನೀ ಬಾ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ತಪ್ಪಿ ಹೊಡೆದಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ ನಾ ಓಡೋಗಿನ್ರಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನೋಡತನ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಏನು ಯಾರಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ
ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ನೀವು
ಕಲಾಸ ಆಗೇನ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಮಾತ್ ಬರ್ತದ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ನೋಡಮ್ರಿ ಪೂರ ಕಲಾಸ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲಿ ಚಸ್ಮ ಚೂರಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ ಬಾರಗ ತಲಿ ಹೊಡೆದಾರ ಹಿಂದ್ ಬಾಜು ಮೇಲೆ ತಲಿ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಡ್ಕೆಸೆ ಚಾಕು ಚೂರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ್ರಿ ಅವರು
ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಏನಾರ ಜಗಳ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 7-8 ತಿಂಗಳು ಬಂದ್ರೆ
ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಬೆಳೆದ್ ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ರಿ ಈಗ
ಮತ್ತೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಗಿ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬಂದು ಮಾತಾಡ್ರಿ
ಯಾರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರ ಅಣ್ಣೆ ಬಂದಿದ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಅವಾಗ
ಏನಂತ
ನಿನ್ನ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಚಲೋ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಕಲ್ಸ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ನಮ್ ತಂಗಿಗೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ ಮಗನ್ ಕುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಕೊಯ್ ನಿನ್ ಕೈಯಾಗ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನ ತಂದು ಹೋದ್ರು
ಅವರು ಅಣ್ಣ ತಮ್ಮದವ್ರ ಮೊದಲು ಒಂದು ಟೈಮ್ ಇದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅವಾಗ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ಅವರು ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಹೆಂಗೋ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಡ್ಯೂಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮಗೆ ಅವನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಡು ಇವನು ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇವನೇನಂತರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಾಗ ತಲೆ ಏನು ಇಡಲಾಗ್ಯಾನ. ನಾನು ಈ ರೀತಿ ತಿಳಿದು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಒಬ್ರಿಗೊಬ್ರು ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇದು
ಅವ್ನು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಂತ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಅವನ ಜಾತಿದ
ಸರ್ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಎಸ್ ಸಿ ಸರ್ ಆಲಯ ಸಮಾಜದವರು. ಅವರು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಟೈಮು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ನೀಡಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವರು ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಸರ್. ಅವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ಈಗ ಇದು ಆಯ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಆಯಿತು ಸರ್. ನನಗಂತೂ ಭಾಳ ಶಾಕ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ನಾನೀಗ ಯಾವ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು
ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ.
Ma'am, I just want to know more details about this Dalit youth's murder, ma'am, in Kalburgi.
What details you need?
Ma'am, has the accused been arrested, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, the names of the accused, ma'am?
Shabuddin and Nawaz.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Yes, ma'am. When were they arrested, ma'am?
Yesterday.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
This is yet another instance after the Nagraju case where a man was killed because he married a Muslim woman. But ironically, those who trend Dalit Lives Matter, those who talk about Jai Bhim, Jai Meen, today are silent about the killing of Vijay Kamble. Today, no placards are being held up, no awards are being returned, no vulture politics is being done. When Khetaram Bhil is killed in Rajasthan for the very same reason, because the victim is of a particular community and because the aggressor is of a particular community, there is no secular outrage on this. There is selective silence on this.
Honor killings in Karnataka have been increasing in the last couple of years, if you notice. We had some similar instance that happened in Belgaum recently as well. This is shocking, appalling, and it also throws light on how difficult Dalit lives are on a day-to-day basis. Their existence itself is a huge struggle for them, and this has to stop. We need more stronger laws to protect people. It's appalling that this is happening, and we demand with the Home Minister of Karnataka that the strictest action must be taken. They are both adults. That is the most important part here, and I think India needs to be progressing beyond these casteism and religious lines and discussing issues like, human rights and stuff like that. This is what governments and political parties should be focusing on. Very unfortunate incident.
Once a dream aircraft is now in shambles in Ukraine. The world's largest aircraft was destroyed on the 4th day of Russia's invasion in Ukraine. Now the remains of Mriya, a dream in Ukraine, are being dismantled in Hostomel city of Ukraine. The destruction of legendary Mriya triggered alarm and sadness among the aviation world, in which it occupied almost the cult status. The enormous aircraft was parked at an airfield near Kiev when it was attacked by the Russian military. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has, however, announced his intention to rebuild the famous cargo plane Mriya, dedicating this project to the memory of pilots who died in the war. And we're staying with Ukraine. Russia's relentless assault on Ukraine continues for the 93rd day. Fresh strikes in Kharkiv has killed 9 civilians, as Ukrainian officials have admitted that Russia has the upper hand in fighting in the country's east. Here's more.
The Russia-Ukraine war enters third month. Moscow continues to pound Ukrainian cities. On Wednesday, Russian troops launched 4 cruise missiles at the city of Zaporizhia. One of them was shot down by Ukrainian air forces. The other 3 attacked 2 neighborhoods of the city. India today accessed the CCTV footage of the attack. At least 62 homes were damaged. The visuals on your screen show the gravity of destruction. The story is no different in the port city of Mariupol. In a bid to capture Mariupol, Russia relentlessly bombed the city since the beginning of the war. The city has now completely turned into a ghost town. Residential buildings have turned into ashes. Russian shelling has reduced the city to rubble. The Ukrainian leader has refused to bow down.
Ще потрібен час, щоб відбити у них це бажання. Ще потрібна допомога партнерів, передусім зброєю для України. Повна допомога, без виключень, без обмежень. Достатньо, щоб перемогти. Ось про що говорять ті, хто дійсно цінує людей.
With each passing hour, Russian forces are getting close to encircling Ukrainian troops in east. But battered and bruised Kyiv has refused to give up. With Rajesh Pawar in Kyiv, Bureau Report, India Today.
With that, it's time for a quick break here. News for the hearing impaired on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
dessin, comme d'autres dessins de Michel-Ange qui datent de cette époque, a été fait à la plume et 2 encres brunes, avec des hachures très typiques qui imitent un peu la manière de sculpter que Michel-Ange développe dans ces mêmes années. Et c'est donc en comparant le dessin avec d'autres dessins connus auparavant de l'artiste qu'on a pu confirmer l'attribution.
You are what?
Aryan Khan has been given a clean chit by the Narcotics Control Bureau in the Cordelia cruise drugs case. He has not been named in the charge sheet filed by the agency. Sameer Wankhede, the NCB officer who led the probe, is now left red-faced. DDG NCB says errors in the first probe were there and that it was known that Aryan Khan did not take drugs. Hijab showdown continues to simmer in Karnataka after Mangaluru University students protested against students with hijab being allowed to attend classes. The university principal has claimed that MLAs are pressurizing her. Meanwhile, Karnataka Home Minister has made it clear that the university needs to follow the court's orders. A video of former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Aryan Khan, from the Azadi March has been doing the rounds on social media. In this video, the former Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Qasim Suri, can be heard asking the party chief to give an Islamic touch to his speech. Later, Imran can be seen mulling over the advice of Suri. Imran Khan said he is a true lover and follower of the Prophet. Big win for forces in Jammu and Kashmir. Killers of TV actor Amreen Bhatt were gunned down early today morning. It took forces less than 24 hours to avenge Amreen's death. The Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists who killed the TV actor and injured a nephew were neutralized in Kashmir's Avantipora. Meanwhile, former Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti met Amreen's family in Budgam. She's condemned the cowardly attack.
Deepfakes are videos modified and created by artificial intelligence which first appeared in 2017. The first method to create a deepfake involves a face swap, where the face of one person is put on the body of another. This method is relatively simple and can be done using applications that use short videos such as Snapchat, Reface or FaceMagic. The second and more complex method involves a face reenactment. An actor in a studio uses an original video of a victim's face to mimic their gestures and movements, changing their posture or facial expression. The third method uses lip syncing. The lip movements are manipulated to make a celebrity say something they never said, with a voice that mimics that of the victim or that has been created by artificial intelligence. In all three methods, the gestures, facial expressions and sometimes the voice of the victim are studied by AI, which learns the images of the original video second by second and then overlays, reproduces and edits them with other images. The greater the volume of information entered into the program, the more realistic the deepfake will be. Cinema has used this technique to make actors seem younger. Deepfakes can also be used to carry out scams. The risk of political manipulation and disinformation is also significant, especially since the face swapping method can be carried out live.
Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection.
War over languages escalates.
violent taunts on Tamil language, Prime Minister Modi settles the debate. The BJP calls Stalin's conduct appalling. Kamal Hassan wades into the language debate. Diversity is our strength, declares Ulaganayakan. Language war, now India's #1 talking point.
The language war has escalated altogether to a new level. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin raised this in front of the Prime Minister, saying don't impose Hindi on Tamil Nadu, treat all languages equally. In response, of course, the Prime Minister settled this issue once and for all, making it very clear. He appreciated the role of Tamil Nadu, said Tamil Nadu is a special place. He hailed Tamil language as eternal, its culture as global. Superstar Kamal Hassan too waded into the language controversy. We'll get you much more on this big story on the course of 5 Live. I'm Gaurav Sawant as always. Let's get started with the headlines at 5. Shah Rukh Khan's son Aryan gets a clean chit in the cruise drugs case. Narcotics Control Bureau says not enough evidence. Sameer Wankhede left red-faced. Action against Wankhede for shoddy probe likely. Hate crime horror stuns Karnataka. 25-year-old Vijay Kamble murdered for interfaith love. Police say the woman's family was against this relationship. Terrorists who killed TV actor Amreen Bhatt and injured her 10-year-old nephew gunned down in Avantipura encounter. But the question remains, what about the terrorists who shot dead Constable Saifullah and injured his daughter Safa? India's biggest ever drone festival kicks off in the national capital. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurates the Drone Mahotsav, says India to become an international drone hub by 2030. Once a dream aircraft, now in ruins. Months after the legendary Antonov AN-225 Mriya was destroyed in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, remains of the aircraft are now being dismantled. The latest battle in this language war, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin reignited this conflict. DMK Chief Minister told the Prime Minister Hindi should not be imposed over Tamil and that all languages need to be treated equally. In response, Prime Minister Narendra Modi lauded the Tamil culture. He lauded and appreciated the language and said his government is doing everything. It's committed to developing Tamil language and culture. BJP called Stalin's conduct as appalling. Our Tamil Nadu Bureau gets us more.
Thousands gathered at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in Chennai on Thursday. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was all set to unveil 11 projects worth over 31,000 crores. Amid the applause and chants, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin reignited the language debate.
As the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu,
Without mincing any words, DMK Chief Stalin spoke against any imposition of Hindi.
பழமைக்கும் பழமையாய் புதுமைக்கும் புதுமையாய் உலக செம்மொழிகளில் இன்றளவும் சீரழமை திறத்தோடு உயிர்ப்போடு விளங்கக்கூடிய தமிழை இந்திக்கு இணையான அலுவல் மொழியாகவும்
உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் வழக்காடு மொழியாகவும் அறிவிக்க வேண்டும். இறுதியாக மருத்துவ மாணவர் சேர்க்கைக்கு கொண்டு வரப்பட்டுள்ள தேசிய தகுதி மற்றும் நுழைவுத் தேர்வு நீட் முறையை தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தொடர்ந்து எதிர்த்து வருகிறது.
Son of this great soil.
Prime Minister Modi, who was visiting Tamil Nadu for the first time since DMK came to power, responded by hailing Tamil culture and language.
The Tamil language is eternal and the Tamil culture is global. From Chennai to Canada, from Madurai to Malaysia, from Namakkal to New York, from Salem to South Africa. The occasion of Pongal and Puthandu are marked with great fervor.
செம்மொழிகளில் இன்றளவும்
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's comment on imposition of Hindi did not go down well with the BJP.
அலுவல் மொழியாகவும்
Tamil Nadu BJP Chief K. Annamalai took to Twitter to accuse Stalin of doing petty politics. Annamalai said Prime Minister Modi has expressed his affection for the Tamil language, literature and culture on multiple occasions. He described Stalin's conduct as appalling. With Stalin speaking up against any imposition of Hindi and demanding that Tamil be considered at par with Hindi, the language wars have escalated to a new level. Bureau Report, India Today.
I quickly want to cut across to Chennai and bring in India Today's Akshaya Nath for more on the story. Akshaya, 11 projects worth 31,000 crore were to be inaugurated. The Prime Minister was there for a big function. What was the provocation for bringing in this language war and saying don't impose Hindi, give Tamil importance too?
Well, Gaurav, we need to remember that in the state of Tamil Nadu, ever since Amit Shah had made a remark about how Hindi can be replaced as an official language instead of English, there has been a fear about language imposition, the Hindi imposition, and this fear has been there in the people of Tamil Nadu since 1938, and we've seen several protests by the Dravidian parties in the state also. And this time around, we saw that M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of the state, taking it as an opportunity in a dais where Prime Minister Narendra Modi was gracing for the first time since the DMK government came to power, and took this opportunity to talk about the demands that the state has, the concern that the people of the state have, which also included not just the language issue, but also about the GST matter. He also spoke about the anti-need bill and the Kachativa Island issue, which is of great concern for the fishermen of Tamil Nadu. What we're seeing is when the BJP in the state of Tamil Nadu has criticized M.K. Stalin for his conduct and said that it's very appalling, we're seeing that most of the other opposition parties and also the coalition parties of the DMK going on to appreciate the kind of statement that he made. They were making a point there that he was not overly critical about the centre or the centre scheme, but only kept forward the demands that are there for the state. So as a chief minister, it was his responsibility to do it, is what most of the people, including the DMK and his ally parties, have justified M.K. Stalin. And meanwhile, we also saw several criticism against Annamalai also coming in, with the CPM leader like Balakrishnan going on to say that why didn't Annamalai raise these issues, and as the chief minister of the state, while M.K. Stalin made these points, it had to be appreciated and not condemned by the BJP. So we're seeing that there is a war of words that has erupted among the political parties with regard to this issue, and we're seeing that M.K. Stalin's gesture has been well received, and it also needs to be pointed out, Gaurav, that during the entire program, the cordial behavior between the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister, it also needs to be specially mentioned. We saw a very friendly gesture there, both of them exchanging smiles, and even at one point we saw Prime Minister holding M.K. Stalin's hand and asking him to be a part of the distribution of house keys, which was given to certain families as part of the inauguration ceremony. So as a whole, it was seen as a grand event, and even Prime Minister Narendra Modi has tweeted out thanking the people of Tamil Nadu for the grand reception that he got, Gaurav.
Okay. You know, when the Prime Minister spoke of Tamil language being eternal and the Tamil culture being global, from New York to Canada, from Malaysia, to South Africa, widespread across the world. There was a round of applause in the auditorium, but overall, what has the response been?
Well, Gaurav, it was a very electrifying event, to be frank, and also it needs to be really mentioned that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had taken special effort to mention about Tamil language and the importance that the centre is giving to this language. Right from the beginning of his speech, he mentioned about Bharadiyar, a very important poet of Tamil culture, and he even quoted a poem of Bharadiyar and even said that, apart from Tamil being an eternal language, the culture of Tamil is also global, and went on to compare how globally Tamil festivals are celebrated. He also mentioned about how there have been efforts taken by the central government to promote Tamil in different parts. In fact, even in Varanasi, the home constituency of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he said that Banaras Hindu University has a department for Tamil that is being dedicated as well. So, as a whole, it seemed like, an olive branch being extended to the state government by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, trying to make it very clear that there is no language war per se, and that Tamil is equally important for them as Hindi is. So, at least from the central government and the head of this government, that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, efforts were seen very clearly to indicate and address the concern of the Chief Minister as far as the language debate is concerned, Gaurav.
Okay. Kamal Hassan, of course, has also waded into this controversy, and we'll get you that story in just a moment. Akshay, for the moment, many thanks for joining me. Some time back, my colleague Akshata Nandgopal spoke to the Tamil Nadu BJP chief Annamalai on this language war and the BJP's reaction to what MK Stalin had said. Let's listen in.
And joining us on this broadcast live here on India Today is the Tamil Nadu BJP chief, Annamalai. Annamalai, I know you have a very busy schedule, but thank you for joining us here on India Today. You're on your way as we speak to Cuddalore. But I wanted your reaction on what happened yesterday when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Chennai and at the government event where Chief Minister MK Stalin listed out a number of demands for the state.
Madam, yesterday was a historic day for Honorable Prime Minister's visit to Tamil Nadu. The historic reception that he got, where people were all around him in the street, everywhere, wherever he was going. It only showed the kind of popular leader or Honorable Prime Minister is in Tamil Nadu. Now, coming to the function, the stage function where the Honorable Prime Minister was sharing the stage with the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Sri MK Stalin. And we all know after coming to power, DMK government over the last 1 year, how they behaved. And if I can give you the crux of what the CM spoke, it's the same old story, maybe the old wine in a new bottle, and trying to hide a lot of facts, misrepresenting facts, trying to tell a lot of lies in front of the Honorable Prime Minister. So I will give you a clear picture of what he spoke. He started with the word called Ondri Arasu in front of the Prime Minister. So this is a small technical Tamil word.
Yeah.
And normally we all call the central government. We all call the government at the center, the central government. So the DMK calls that as the union government, meaning the government is formed by a union of states. In fact, if you look at the Karunanidhi era, when you are the chief minister, or even the DMK manifesto for 2021, the word they have used is Madhya Arasu, meaning a central government. That is the DMK's manifesto. After coming to power right from day one, the chief minister uses a word called Ondri Arasu, because he believed that is a way he can do politics in Tamil Nadu. He was repeatedly using the word, for which a large section of the audience inside were expressing the displeasure when the PM was speaking. Second, the crux of CM's speech is on 3 points. One, he wanted the Kachatiwa island to be retrieved and brought back. He has forgotten that the island was given to Sri Lanka by his own father, to MK Karunanidhi and Madam Indira Gandhi when she was the Prime Minister. Modi ji, in his speech, he has clearly referred what he is doing for Sri Lanka, especially for the Sri Lankan Tamils in this crisis, the kind of money India is pouring in. Kachatiwa is a problem that we are well within our right to resolve it.
Okay.
If the government of India will resolve it, it's only the BJP as a party, only we have the moral right to do whatever Kachatiwa has got to do with Tamil Nadu. DMK as a party not use the word Kachativu because they have gifted this island to Sri Lanka.
Okay.
And the state has made a fool of himself for mentioning this. She was talking about the central government.
Let me also mention what the DMK has said in response, Annamalai. They're saying that the centre doesn't listen to us. And that's why we had to use this platform to put forth our demands, to put forth our requests to Prime Minister Modi.
Okay, because when I speak about the second issue, probably that will answer your question also,
Sure.
madam. Now, in the stage, the CM was mentioning about the fact the central government has to give money to Tamil Nadu and the central government has to give more to Tamil Nadu. This was the crux of his second point in the speech. We all have to understand as we speak now, the GST Council is a shining example of India's federalism. A council of states, all states are inside, represented. We make our own decision on a consensus-based model. And the central government, based on the GST Council's deliberation, it pays money to each state. The chief minister has forgotten this completely, has forgotten the fact that our finance minister sits in the GST Council, agrees to all the deadlines and timelines, including the compensation clause. Tamil Nadu has taken the second compensation clause. He has forgotten everything, where the Tamil Nadu finance minister is a party to the deliberation. The central government has got nothing to do with GST Council deliberation. Yesterday, he has made a political point that the Tamil Nadu government should get more from the center. Tamil Nadu government is getting delayed payment from the center. Also, the chief minister has conveniently forgotten Tamil Nadu state government has to pay 25,979 crore to the central government under various heads. This he has conveniently forgotten and is demanding that the 16,000 crore, in his own words, that the central government has to pay to Tamil Nadu. This is very unfortunate. They has used that platform to use it like a political function, like how a DMK leader speaks in front of the DMK platform. Now, coming to the question that you asked, ma'am, is it very logical what DMK is telling? The Prime Minister meets them. There is a process. The ministers keep meeting the finance minister. There is a process, the way in which government runs. But just to make a stage to give a political speech, does it really bring glory to the Tamil people or to bring glory to the chief minister? Yesterday, as I mentioned yesterday evening also after the function, the TM-CM has brought a lot of shame for Tamil people by his conduct yesterday in the stage. But whereas if you look at the PM speech, it was a statesman speech. He mentioned he likes our Tamil culture, Tamil language. He calls probably this is the oldest language in the world. And every time he comes to the soil, he feels energized.
Yeah.
That is the kind of respect he gives to Tamil Nadu.
I want to discuss that issue of the entire language debate. Do you think, Annamalai, that the Prime Minister's message, when he says, Tamil as a language is eternal, culture is global, do you think it finally, kind of hits that narrative which has been spreading in Tamil Nadu of BJP being a Hindi party?
Madam, our Honorable PM, I think this is the third or fourth time he's talking about it. If I can remember correctly, before this also he has mentioned this is the oldest language and he has taken it to UN. Where he didn't even take his mother tongue Gujarati to UN. He has taken Kani and Pungandana to UN. So a whole of Tamil Nadu knows the Prime Minister's love for language. It is the DMK people who got a problem. Because DMK's politics is based on language. That is where they have run the politics for 70 years. They don't want anybody else talking about it. They believe they are the custodians of Tamil language, custodians of Tamil people. So after a Prime Minister, when he shows the genuine affection for Tamil people in his speeches, in his conduct, the way he behaves whenever he is in Tamil Nadu, they are not able to accept it. And yesterday's historic reception, it has also rubbed salt into the CM's wound. The historic reception that the Honorable PM has got, I personally think it has made Tamil Nadu CM Stalin to feel jealous. Because you remember a CM and a PM standing together, and people giving a lot of respect to a PM in a state like Tamil Nadu, that has rubbed the salt into CM's wound. I think that was his reason for his emotional outburst.
You think it was an emotional outburst, not something that was a planned speech, that he was jealous of the kind of popularity and fanfare for the Prime Minister?
I think so, ma'am, because the CM was also traveling in the same convoy after receiving Honorable PM in the helipad. The CM was also in the same convoy. I was also in the same convoy. We were together one after the other. So everybody could see the genuine outpouring of emotion, love. And I've never seen Tamil Nadu like this. I've never seen Tamil people responding to any political leader in Tamil Nadu. It was like genuine emotion. CM is also watching it. So he knows in his own soil, which he claims as his birthright to do politics. When Honorable PM coming here and people showing that emotion, I am pretty sure that has made him feel jealous and envious.
So do you think that the entire Tamil issue is being brought up and there's a narrative being set to kind of counter the BJP in Tamil Nadu, that it's all a political issue, not something that's actually sentimental in the state?
Well, the Tamil issue is a dead issue now. It's a dead political issue. DMK is trying to flog the dead horse. The reason is very simple. And BJP, especially Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, you can't even pinprick one issue where is anti-Tamil. Is pro-Tamil than any other leader. Is pro-Tamil than most Tamil political leaders who are inside Tamil Nadu. That is number one. So all of Tamil Nadu knows. And DMK, the Dravidian stock, the Dravidian model of development, the Undri Arasu, all these are probably pointing to the fact They are in their last legs in Tamil Nadu. The current model of politics is probably coming to an end. I am seeing this as a pure emotional outburst of them because they know what worked for 70 years is not going to work for 2024 and 2026.
My final question to you, Annamalai, is what did the Prime Minister's visit really mean for the Bharatiya Janata Party in a state like Tamil Nadu? You know, you've been working from the grassroots to kind of ensure that the party is strengthened. What is the messaging that's sent across to the people of the state and to the cadre of the BJP with the Prime Minister's visit?
It's very special, ma'am, because after I became the state president, that is the first time the Honorable PM is coming, though we had occasions to meet in Delhi. But yesterday, what surprised me was he has met about 40-50 Tamil Nadu leaders. He was telling the names of 90% of the leaders. People he met him 5 years back, 6 years back. He was recalling their contribution. He was giving that patient hearing. This was absolutely amazing for a Karyakarta like me. And second, the genuineness he has got for the Tamil people. Genuineness. People were on the road. People were doing Bharatanatyam. He stopped the car. He came out. He was giving them handshake. And a lot of child, they were crying. And a lot of, I saw young people holding their children in their hand, maybe a 3-year kid, 4-year kid. They were crying, tears in the eyes. I've never seen, I probably as a Tamilian, we are very emotional people, we all know. Yeah. But I've never seen people getting emotional to a leader. Maybe in my generation, the kind of emotions only Narendra Modi ji can invoke. And yesterday, it's a very clear-cut direction Tamil Nadu is showing that 2024 it is going to be BJP's way from Tamil Nadu, no doubt about that.
Okay, and you're saying that that's what's got Chief Minister Stalin jealous. It was an emotional outburst by him when he listed out all of that in his speech and made the demands and then appealed to the Prime Minister. Annamalai, as always, a pleasure speaking to you. Again, thank you for taking the time out and joining us while you're on the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
And superstar Kamal Haasan has also waded into this language controversy. Kamal Haasan called the word of pan-India movies a new coinage. He went on to say that the debate over language is rather silly, rather juvenile in today's day and age.
The superstar and the mega star himself, who doesn't need any introduction. He's right here, which we looked at. We make some noise, everyone, for Kamal Haasan!
The North versus South battle over Bhasha rages on. Superstar Kamal Haasan is the latest actor to wade into the language war, with statements that drew a massive applause from the crowd at a promotional event for his latest movie. Kamal Haasan did not mince words, calling the language debate silly and juvenile. The actor-turned-politician asserted that the strength of the country lies in communication with people in different languages.
This language issue is silly because it's juvenile to talk about such a diverse country and fight between the strength of our country is that we communicate with each other, yet we are different. And we have a single culture.
When the questions turned towards regional versus pan-India movies, Kamal Haasan claimed that the term pan-India was a new coinage. Referring to classics like Mughal-e-Azam and Chemeen, Haasan said these movies were enjoyed across languages, sometimes even without dubbing and subtitles.
While you pan for gold, you pan for new words. Coinages. So I think this pan-India is always been there. Shantaramji did pan-India films. So we have made pan-India films. What do you call Mughal-e-Azam? It's a pan-India film for me. So it's nothing new. Our country is unique. Unlike America, we are very different. We speak different languages, but we are united. And that's the beauty of this country.
The controversy was triggered by an all-out war between Bollywood star Ajay Devgan and Kannada actor Sudeep that took the internet by storm.
Pan-India, pan-India. Why isn't Hindi being said as pan-India?
Ajay Devgan had said Hindi is, was and will always be India's national language in response to Kannada actor Kicha Sudeep's statement that Hindi was never the national language.
Hindi is no more national language. So which is the national language today? Which is the national language?
no national language.
Correct? So what is pan-India? So because we come from South India, they've started terming us pan-India, pan-India, pan-India. Why isn't Hindi being said as pan-India?
Music maestro A.R. Rahman had also launched a staunch counter to Home Minister Amit Shah's Hindi is the connecting language comment. South actors like Mahesh Babu and Siddharth also waded into the controversy with their remark on the language war.
I wasn't saying I wasn't keen to go into that phase. I was always saying that I wouldn't want to do Hindi films. I would always want to do Telugu films. This I've been saying it from a long time. So now I'm very happy that what I've been saying is happening. So I always was in the strong opinion that what my strength is to do a Telugu film. And so the emotion, what I know, is a Telugu full emotion. But today, the emotions are so strong, the films have become so big, that eventually, I think the line has blurred, and it's become Indian cinema. So what I thought is becoming true, and I'm very, very happy with it.
The language war is far from being settled. Bureau Report, India Today.
Big story coming in from the Kashi court, where the Masjid-e-Intizamiya or the mosque panel has submitted a plea in a Varanasi court, and this plea seeks that the survey videos and pictures should not be made confidential. Remember, on the 14th, 15th and 16th of May, apart from the 6th and 7th of May, there was videography and photography conducted at the Gyanvapi premises. And the Hindu side claims that inside the Wazukhana, that's the claim of the Hindu side, that a shivling-like structure has been located. The mosque panel says the video and pictures of the survey that was conducted under the leadership of Vishal Singh and Ajay Mishra before that, the video and photographs should not be made public. Now, as far as the video and pictures are concerned, at the Wazukhana, the survey was done on the 16th. And those pictures and videos should not be made public is what the mosque panel says. And this comes at a time when the Hindu side is insisting that the images that you see on your television screen, that is a coop or a well, and inside the well, the Hindu side says that a shivling has been found, and their claim was Milgai Mahadev. On the other side, the Muslim side insists that this is actually a fountain or a pavara. And those details, India Today has accessed exclusively those details of the size of the shivling-like structure that has been located. But I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Samarth Srivastav for more on the story. Samarth, the Muslim side does not want those pictures and videos to be made public. Why? What is their apprehension?
See, it's a big thing coming in that the Intizamiya committee has now given one letter to the district judge court and has requested, Gaurav, that they do not want that particular survey thing, be it in the form of videos, be it in the form of photos. They do not want it to get viral or get on air on some channel, because it's very clear and evident that court has ordered that those CDs will be given to those petitioners who were in this case since last 1 year, and that those petitioners includes Sohanlal Arya and those four women who were there as the petitioners. So this was done because Hindu advocates feel that if they want to object something in that particular report given by Special Advocate Commissioner Vishal Singh, then they will have to see that particular footage, that particular survey, and for that they need the access of that survey. But what is inside that survey report or in the form of videos, that Muslim advocates do not want it to get on public surface, on social media or on some other thing, because it's very evident. Advocates are seeking permission from the judges. Since last 3 days, we are in the local court and they are seeking information about that particular thing. But what is inside that particular footage that they do not want it to get viral or get on air? So that's the big question, Gaurav, and because we'll have to see like what district court responds to that particular application.
Now, as far as the 5 women petitioners are concerned, the 5 women petitioners who want unhindered access to Sringar Gauri Sthal to be able to pray, they have sought access to those videos and to the photographs, as have their counsels. What's their prayer as far as these videos and pictures are concerned? Why do they want access?
See, it's very evident because though they were inside during the survey time, be it Swan Lalaria, be it those women, but they want to see it with clarity, because when you have to put objection on something, you need evidence, and that survey report or that video or those videos or photographs are a kind of evidence. When we spoke to the Hindu advocates, they were very clear. They say that there were a lot of things missing in the report given by Vishal Singh, and so in that particular footage they'll find those things and then they'll be able to object, like if something was not shown, some kind of a surang or something, if they feel and that was not mentioned in the report, then they can object it only when they have the video footages or the photographs, because without evidence court will not accept any objection, be it if they were inside during the survey time, but it was not possible for them to object it without evidence, and that is why this video footage or photographs are very, very important, not just for Hindu advocates, but also for the petitioners as well.
So from what top sources have told India Today, privy to Vishal Singh's report, the images that you see on your television screen are of Nandi, the ride of Lord Shiv, and that image that you see on your television screen right now is where the Hindu side, of course, claims is the Shivling. The Muslim side continues to call it a fountain, and the distance between the two is exactly 83 feet and 3 inches. Much more on that story in the hours and days ahead. Samarth, for joining me here on India Today on 5 Live. Many thanks. I need to slip into a quick break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, hate crime horror. It stunned Karnataka. A 25-year-old man, Vijay Kamble, he's been murdered for interfaith love. That story and lots more coming up. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
An 18-year-old gunman opened fire in Texas elementary school. Many are killed and injured. This is not the first time America has seen a mass shooting. So what is America's gun culture? Gun culture is deeply embedded in American society. The right to own and carry firearms is protected by the Second Amendment to the US Constitution. There are nearly 400 million civilian-held legal and illicit firearms in America. That amounts to well over one gun per US citizen. Nearly over 43,000 people died in gun-related incidents, including suicide, in 2020 in America. Mass shootings in public places have become more frequent, refueling the debate over America's gun laws. Each state is responsible for its own rules on firearms, but these only concern licensed dealers and gunsmiths. 40% of transactions, the private sales, are not affected. Some Americans want to see controls on gun sales and an outright ban on semi-automatic assault rifles that have been used in these mass shootings. But millions of gun owners, as well as the powerful National Rifle Association lobby group, are fiercely opposed to any federal regulation on sales.
An interfaith shocker, killing shocker, has taken center stage in Karnataka. After Nagaraju and Mithun, now Vijay Kamble from Karnataka's Kalburgi has been murdered allegedly for interfaith love. Vijay Kamble, the deceased, was in love with a woman from a different faith. He was apparently beaten to death by a gang of miscreants. Shahaduddin and Nawaz are two accused in this case. They've now been arrested for murder. Preliminary reports seem to indicate that the woman's family was against this relationship. Police are now questioning members of the family. They're also scanning through CCTV camera images. After this incident, the situation in the area has been tense. The police have also strengthened security in this area.
ಯಾರ್ದು ಫೋನ್ ಬಂತ್ರಿ ಫೋನ್ ಬಂದ ಬರ್ಲತ್ತೀನಪ್ಪ ನಾ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಈಗ ಬಂದೆ ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮನೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಹಾಕಿ ತರ್ಕಾರಿ ತಗೋದ ನಾಳೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾಕ
ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಫೋನ್ ಬತ್ರ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ
ಏನು
ನೀವು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ನಾನು ಮನೆ
ಏನಾಗ್ಯದ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು
ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಯದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವನೇ ಪಾರ ಯಾಕ ನೀ ಬಾ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ತಪ್ಪಿ ಹೊಡೆದಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ ನಾ ಓಡೋಗಿನ್ರಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಓಡತನ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಏನು ಯಾರಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ
ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ನೀವು
ಕಲಾಸ ಆಗೇನ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಮಾತು ಬರ್ತದ ಹೇಳ್ ರೋಡವ್ರಿ ಪೂರ ಕಲಾಸ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲಿ ಚೂರಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ ಪಾರಗ ತಲಿ ಹೊಡೆದಾರ್ರಿ ಹಿಂದ್ ಬಾಜು ಮೇಲೆ ತಲಿ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಡ್ಕೆಸೆ ಚಾಕು ಚೂರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ್ರಿ ಅವರು
ಹಿಂದೆ ಏನಾರ ಜಗಳ ಆಗಿದ್ರಿ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಬೆಳೆದ್ ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ರಿ ಈಗ
ಮತ್ತೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಗಿ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬಂದು ಮಾತಾಡ್ರಿ
ಯಾರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರ ಅಣ್ಣೆ ಬಂದಿದ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಅವಾಗ
ಏನಂತ
ನಿನ್ನ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಚಲೋ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಕಲ್ಸ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ನಮ್ ತಂಗಿಗೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ ಮಗನ್ ಕುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಕೊಯ್ ನಿನ್ ಕೈಯಾಗ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನ ತಂದು ಹೋದ್ರು.
ಅವರು ಅಣ್ಣ ತಮ್ಮದವ್ರ ಮೊದಲು ಒಂದು ಟೈಮ್ ಇದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅವಾಗ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ಅವರು ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಬರ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಹೆಂಗೋ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಡ್ಯೂಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮಗೆ ಅವನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಡು ಇವನು ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇವನೇನಂತಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಾಗ ತಲೆ ಏನು ಇಡಲಾಗ್ಯಾನ. ನಾನು ಈ ರೀತಿ ತಿಳಿದು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಒಬ್ರಿಗೊಬ್ರು ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇದು
ಅವ್ನು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಂತ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಅವ್ನ ಜಾತಿದ
ಸರ್ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ನಾವು ಎಸ್ ಸಿ ಸರ್ ಆಲಯ ಸಮಾಜದವರು. ಅವರು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಅವ್ರು ಒಂದು ಟೈಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ನೀಡಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವರು ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಸರ್. ಅವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ಈಗ ಇದು ಆಯ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್. ನನಗಂತೂ ಭಾಳ ಶಾಕ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ನಾನೀಗ ಯಾವ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು
ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ.
Ma'am, I just want to know more details about this Dalit youth's murder, ma'am, in Kalburgi.
What details you need?
Ma'am, has the accused been arrested, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, the names of the accused, ma'am?
Shabuddin and Nawaz.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Yes, ma'am. So when were they arrested, ma'am?
Yesterday.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
This is yet another instance after the Nagraju case where a man was killed because he married a Muslim woman. But ironically, those who trend Dalit Lives Matter, those who talk about Jai Bhim, Jai Meme, today are silent about the killing of Vijay Kamble. Today, no placards are being held up, no awards are being returned, no vulture politics is being done. When Khetaram Bhil is killed in Rajasthan for the very same reason, because the victim is of a particular community and because the aggressor is of a particular community, there is no secular outrage on this. There is selective silence on this.
What happened in Kalburgi is really tragic and heartbreaking. This is not the first instances of moral policing happening in the state. We have seen this happening in Belgaum as well last year. But this must not repeat, this should not repeat. All of this happens because women are objectified and the society thinks, the patriarchal mindset thinks, women can be told who to live their life with and how to live their life. My question is, why isn't the Home Minister visiting the bereaved family? Why isn't the Home Minister there in Kalburgi comforting the family which has lost its son? What action has the ruling dispensation taken to ensure honor killings do not continue?
And my colleague Karthik now joins me for more on this. Karthik, is there more clarity on the role of the two accused who've been arrested? On what more do we know as far as these investigations are concerned?
Well, Gaurav, currently the investigation is still underway into the case, and the very latest is that the Kalaburgi SP told the media that they're looking into different angles, especially earlier because the family had also indicated that some of the family members had given a threat to the boy's family, saying that they would sever his heads off if he goes, if he goes behind the girl again. So that is definitely one of the angles that the family is, the police are looking into, and also two accused who have been arrested in the case are also being interrogated as for what led to the murder and how exactly the murder happened. And also the police are also looking for some CCTV footages around the spot, and they're trying to investigate more deeply into the case. And this case has also got a lot of political reactions as well, both from the Congress and the BJP. While the Congress has said that the government should initiate strict action against such murders, the government says that they will take necessary legal action and provide security to the family.
For joining me here, Karthik, many thanks. And the Gyanvapi fire has now spread to Bidar in Karnataka. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad has made a sensational claim. The Vishnu Hindu Parishad says that a dargah in Bidar district was actually a temple of Basavanna. Now, members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad say that during the Nizam's rule, the dargah was built after raising the temple. VHP district president claims that the Anubhava Mantapa, that there are many proofs that are available proving that this was actually a temple. It was demolished and a mosque constructed. The VHP has demanded that the Karnataka government intervenes in this matter and gives justice. Now, this comes in the backdrop of claims that a temple was found during the renovation of a mosque in Mangaluru in Karnataka.
ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಅದು ಬಸವಣ್ಣನ ಒಂದು ಪುಣ್ಯಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂಥ ಮೂಲ ಅನುಭವ ಮಂಟಪ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇತ್ತಿತ್ತಲಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಜಾಮನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೊಂದರೆಯಾಗಿ ನಿಜಾಮ ಅದನ್ನು ವಶಪಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ತನ್ನ ಐಬಿಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದ. ಈಗ ಅವನೇ ಒಂದು ವಂಶಸ್ಥರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಅವನದೇ ವಂಶಸ್ಥರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಮೂಲ ಅನುಭವ ಮಂಟಪ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾಖಲಾತಿಗಳು ಪುರಾವೆಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಲೂ ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪುಷ್ಕರಣಿ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಕಳಶಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿವೆ. ಇಂಥದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದು ಮೂಲ ಅನುಭವ ಮಂಟಪ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕ್ಷ್ಯಾಧಾರಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇವೆ. ಮತ್ತು
And the hijab controversy continues to simmer in Karnataka after Mangaluru University students protested against students with hijab being permitted in classes. The university principal has claimed that the MLA in the area is putting pressure on her. Karnataka Home Minister has made it very clear that the university needs to follow Supreme Court orders which bans both saffron shawls and hijab on campus. The State Home Minister has also warned of legal action. Meanwhile, Muslim students at Mangaluru College have submitted a memorandum saying that they should be allowed to wear a hijab in classroom. Dozens of Hindu students at Mangaluru University protested on the campus on Thursday, claiming that around 40 Muslim girl students are attending classes wearing a hijab.
ಆ ಶಾಸಕರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಜೋರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಭಾವಿ ಶಾಸಕರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಜೋರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರ ಮಾತು ಕೇಳಿ ನೀವು ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಲೋಕಲ್ MLA ಅವರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಯಾಕೆ ಪಾಲಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ನಾನು ಗಣನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನ್ನ ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್
ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳ ಆಡಳಿತ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅವ್ರು ನಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದರೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಕ್ರಮ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ತಲೆಬಾಗಬೇಕು. ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆಡಳಿತ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ.
ಒಂದು ಹಿಜಾಬ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಉದ್ಭವ ಮಾಡಿಸೋಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಕೆಲವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳಬಲ್ಲೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹುಡುಕಿ ತೆಗಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ್ರೋಹಿಗಳು. ಆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ್ರೋಹಿಗಳನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ಖಂಡಿತ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಠಿಣವಾದ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ತಗೋತೇವೆ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು. ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ.
The district administration can't keep it quiet. They should come, they should call the vice chancellor, they should call the principal, take the law and see what is the rule and what is the law. Let the district commissioner give the judgment and every student should agree and all will agree.
A quick break, lots more coming up on the other side of these messages. Stay with us here on our special broadcast of 5 Live.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India Today.
A disturbing piece of information coming in. 7 soldiers of the Indian Army were killed in a road accident in Ladakh. Now, this was a party of 26 soldiers who were moving from the transit camp in Partapur in Ladakh towards a forward location in subsector Hanif We are told, and these are images that we are showing you off that location, the vehicle skidded off the road and fell in the Shok River. 7 Jawans lost their lives in this tragic accident. The injured have been evacuated to a field hospital, initially at Partapur and then to Leh. We are told that some soldiers who needed urgent attention have been airlifted to a hospital in the Western Command. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Sunilji Bhatt for more on this. Sunilji, what more do we know? It appears prima facie from these images that the soldiers were travelling in a civilian bus, or what appears to be a civilian bus. What happened?
Absolutely, Gaurav. It appears that the soldiers were traveling on a civilian bus, but more details are yet to come from the, defense establishment. But indeed, it's very tragic. 26 soldiers were on board this bus and it skidded off the road and fell into the river. The bus was on its way from the transit camp to the forward location. But what we have learned so far is that, surgical teams have been rushed from Leh to the field hospital in Partapur. Now, requisition has also been given to the Indian Air Force so that those who are critically injured can be moved to a better medical, facility. But Gaurav, the inquiry is yet to be ordered into this incident. The priority right now is to ensure that the best medical care is given to those who are injured. 7 are dead and 19 others are critically injured. So there are, details that are yet to emerge in this case.
Do we know what exactly transpired? I mean, prima facie, was it raining there? Was there a mudslide, a landslide? How did this vehicle skid off the road?
Well, Gaurav, I have spoken to some of the officials here, but they are tight-lipped about this incident. They are saying that it's a matter of investigation. But since we all are aware of the terrain there, so it remains to be seen that, whether there was any, that there was some glitch or technical problem with the vehicle, or there was some other issue, whether it was the inclement weather. It remains to be seen. But as I said, that the priority for the army and is that to ensure best medical care to the injured, because 19 others are critically injured.
And from information that we've received, this vehicle, it skidded off the road and fell almost 50 to 60 feet into the Shok River. Those are images of military police personnel and other personnel trying to rescue those who were injured in this very tragic accident. Sunilji, for the moment, many thanks for joining me. And coming up next, 6 p.m. prime with Pooja Shalis. Aryan Khan, son of actor Shah Rukh Khan, gets a clean chit in the cruise drugs case. The Narcotics Control Bureau in the eye of a storm for not being able to gather evidence, or actually not having evidence at all in this case. The man you see on your television screen, Sameer Wankhede, also facing a lot of questions for fixing, as some argue, Aryan Khan.
Should you upgrade to 5G? Are you still wondering if you should get a 5G compatible phone? Well, it'd be a future-proof upgrade, especially with what 5G can really offer. 5G is faster, exactly 20 times faster than 4G. Experts are saying now that it's likely to bring a technological revolution. Unlike its predecessor 4G, which used longer airwaves, 5G uses millimeter waves, which makes it much faster. So, say goodbye to annoying buffering when watching your videos. Why is 5G so fast? The millimeter waves are short, which means they have limited range and higher penetration. 5G also carries the promise of making latency disappear, which means that there's going to be less delay between sending and receiving information. So, downloading heavy file sizes, of course, will take a few seconds. Can 5G make our cities smart? The idea is that 5G can create smart cities with more connected devices. For instance, increased use of connected or autonomous vehicles will impact lifestyle choices. This also begs the question of enormous amount of data it will generate. So, digital security will be an area of concern, of course, especially since 5G network is more difficult to protect than its predecessors. So, are you ready for the next upgrade?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
I believe we are in a better place today than we were 8 years ago when Narendra Modi became Prime Minister for the first time in May 2014.
For the first time, there were about 6 or 7 years of consecutive years when we had fiscal deficit declining. And then, of course, the pandemic hit and things did change after that.
The overall comparison and the mood and the prospects, I feel, are worse now.
When an economy that was seemingly growing into double digits, 10%, post-demonetization slips into 5%.
The farmers are suffering in a huge way because growth is so low and the inflation is coming on top of that.
Growth rate is coming down. Doesn't mean growth rate is low.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
A better place today than we were 8 years ago when Narendra Modi became Prime Minister for the first time in May 2014.
For the first time, there were about 6 or 7 years of consecutive years when we had fiscal deficit declining. And then, of course, the pandemic hit and things did change after that.
The overall comparison and the mood and the prospects, I feel, are worse now.
When an economy that was seemingly growing into double digits, 10%, post-demonetization slips into 5%.
The farmers are suffering in a huge way because growth is so low and the inflation is coming on top of that.
Growth rate is coming down. Doesn't mean growth rate is low.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by HP Pavilion. Power to do it all. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. The new Volkswagen Virtus. NECC, Sunday हो या Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे. Aryan Khan gets a clean chit. Shah Rukh Khan's family vindicated. Narco Bureau admits dodgy first probe. Wankhede in the dock. Probe trashed. "26 days behind bars for nothing." Big focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime with me, Pooja Shale. It is a day of vindication for the Khan family and specifically the legal team that represented Aryan Khan, who's now been given a clean chit. I'll be getting you all the latest and the reactions here first in India Today. Let's begin first with the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi settles the language debate after Stalin's Make Tamil Official salvo. Prime Minister says Tamil is an eternal language and is global culture. Polarization Natka peaks in Karnataka. BJP MLA Ishwarappa vows to reclaim 36,000 temples allegedly razed to build mosques. Ram Sena Chief Pramod Mutalik issues a similar ultimatum. Hate crime horror stuns Karnataka. 25-year-old Vijay Kamble murdered for an interfaith love. Cops say woman's family was against the relationship. Terrorists who had killed TV actor Amreen and injured her 10-year-old nephew in Kashmir have been gunned down in Avantipura encounter. But the question is, what about those who had shot at the little Safa Qadri as well? India's biggest ever drone festival kicks off in Delhi. Prime Minister inaugurates the Drone Mahotsav, says India to become drone hub by 2030. Tragedy in Ladakh. Bus carrying 26 army personnel skids off the road and falls into river. 7 Jawans killed in the road accident. And India Today brings you the latest on the Aryan Khan case. India Today has accessed the Narcotics Control Bureau charge sheet with regard to Aryan Khan. And there are 7 big revelations. The report says, and I quote the report here, probe officer motivated to implicate Aryan Khan. The report also mentions that the procedure to seize the mobile was not followed. It was to be a procedure, it was to be a protocol, but to seize the mobile was not followed. No seizure memo for Aryan Khan's phone that had to be given earlier was not given. And importantly, what eventually gave the clean chit for Aryan Khan was that there were no drugs recovered from the individual directly. And importantly, remember, there needs to be a medical examination. That was not done. There was lack of sufficient evidence. Aryan Khan asked others not to carry drugs. Let's go across now to my colleague Vidya, who's been tracking all the latest on that from Mumbai. Vidya, India Today also has access to this report, and we are trying to find out as many mentions as are here. What can you take us through? Because it's very pertinent. No medical examination, no drugs recovered. This is what the legal team was also claiming, but very clearly stating, was the officer motivated? And why were protocols not followed? Take us through all the details, Vidya.
Remember when this entire case had really come out, we did question at that time itself as to why the blood test was not done. Remember, we have ourselves also covered various drug busts that have happened in Maharashtra as well, in Mumbai specifically. In all those cases, every person who's found in a drug bust, their blood tests are taken. So why was it that people's blood test was not taken was something that had been questioned right there itself. And remember, all those people who have not been charge sheeted now are all those people who were not found in possession of any drug. In fact, the entire, all those 6 people, be it Avin Sahu, be it Aryan Khan, be it the organizers who had been arrested in this case, none of them had been found with the drugs, and that's one of the big reasons. In this case, only Mohak Jaiswal is the person who was also not found in drug, but there are also incriminating evidence against him wherein there were drug chats that were found on him, and he was said to be a supplier, and that's probably the reason why he has not been given a clean chit. But certainly most of the other people who have been let off in this case, the 6 specifically, these people, they were not found in possession of drugs, and that's one of the biggest reason why they have been let off.
So, Vidya, we want to stay on with what this report says. Clearly mentioning that it's recommended no complaint should be filed, that there is no material or evidence on record to show there was any overt action on part of the organizers here. Also stating, very importantly, that one of the 2 independent witnesses who were present at the time of search of Aryan Khan and his friend, all of them were asked. And clearly it is strange to note that in spite of clear-cut denial by Abbas regarding the involvement of Aryan in the procurement and possession of drugs, the investigating officer started looking at the WhatsApp chats without protocol. So are you saying that, according to the NCP, that there were some protocols also that were flouted with regard to this report, Vidya?
That's something that has been pointed out by the defense in the first instance itself. The entire arrests that have been... In fact, remember in Chit, if you can talk about that person's case, they had CCTV footage to show that the people, when he was arrested, the entire protocol was not followed. The spot panchanamas were challenged by the defense, and apart from that, the procedures for taking it, for example, if someone's phone is taken, then there has to be punch with witnesses who will have to sign that yes, the NCB has taken these instruments and that they have been sealed. So certainly, the entire procedure that are supposed to be followed were not followed, and that's one of the things that have been highlighted by the defense since the very first day. And in fact, during the entire procedure, every NCB officer at that time said, "Hame investigation to karne do." That's like
stay on with me, because for our viewers who are joining in right now, tuning into 6 p.m. Prime, it's a big day. Aryan Khan has been given a clean chit, but importantly, there are lapses also that have been pointed out. Now, remember, Aryan Khan is the son of Bollywood superstar Shah Rukh Khan. He's now been relieved of the claims leveled against him by the Narcotics Control Bureau in the Cordelia drugs case. There was lack of insufficient evidence against Aryan. Now, the Home Ministry has now asked, as it appears, the concerned authority to look into Sameer Wankere's portfolio as well, because remember, he was the Mumbai former NCB zonal officer and he was in charge of the investigation. So did he do a shoddy investigation? That is also now going to be probed further, as the ministry is claiming. Take a look at this report.
Shah Rukh Khan's son Aryan Khan gets a clean chit in the Cordelia cruise ship drug scandal that rocked the country last year. The Special Investigation Team of the Narcotics Control Bureau on Friday filed a 6,000-page charge sheet in a Mumbai NDPS court. While 14 people are charged, Aryan and 5 others are let off. The NCB says Aryan, who spent 26 days in jail as part of the investigation, was never in possession of drugs, and there is no evidence he consumed any.
We found in our investigation that his friend stated in his own statement that the drug that he was carrying was not meant for Aryan. So the basic premise that a drug that was found on his friend was is baseless or fallacious.
The SIT has elaborated why a case was not made out against Aryan. Aryan did not undergo any medical test. His WhatsApp chats were not related to the case. Aryan did not take any drugs and dissuaded others from doing so. Sources also say that NCB did not find any evidence that linked Aryan with any international drug trafficking network. Several questions have cropped up after the NCB's U-turn. First, what proof did Narcos claim to have that they don't now have? Second, can action be taken against Narcos for Aryan chat leaks? And last, will Shah Rukh's family demand action against the Narcotics Control Bureau? For SRK and family, Aryan's clean chit comes on a special day. It is Shah Rukh Khan's son Abram's 9th birthday. Aryan was arrested in the Mumbai cruise drugs case on October 2nd. After several court hearings and lots of drama, the Bombay High Court granted him bail on October 28th. Aryan walked out of jail on October 30th.
Cordelia drug cruise case went on to become the most high-profile drug case of the country as Aryan Khan was arrested in it. But when the charge sheets are filed, no charge is seen against Aryan Khan, which reflects badly on the anti-drug agencies and their work done, because it puts them in bad light, saying if the most high-profile case was done without evidence, how many such other cases have been done by the agency? With cameraman Sahil Chavan, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
So let me now help you understand how did Aryan Khan get a clean chit by the court, and importantly, what did the NCB report also mention? Let me take you through now one by one about at least 5 reasons that Aryan Khan has got clean chit today, as the legal team and the family was also asking. Now, the medical test, a medical examination is always a protocol. According to here, the Narcotics Control Bureau did not do the medical test on Aryan Khan. What about the WhatsApp chats? Remember that had surfaced. The WhatsApp chats accessed of Aryan Khan were not related to the case. So why was it then even accessed for the Narcotics Control Bureau? Now, according to the NCB, Aryan Khan, eventually now saying, did not take the drugs, which means directly he did not consume. But was he in possession of it? Was he asking others to take it? Now, according to the clean chit coming in, that he even discouraged his friends around to consume the drugs. Now, there is an acceptance that has come that there were errors conducted in the first probe, which did include Aryan Khan as well. Let me go across now to Vidya, who's been tracking all the latest on that, because no charge sheet against Aryan and 5 others. So what does that mean? That the charge sheet that had come does not mention Aryan Khan's name directly, and that is one of the reasons that has led to these clean chit that have come against him. So all of this, including lack of proof that has now had that case fallen apart, including, remember, eventually it boils down to what does the charge sheet say. The charge sheet has been filed against 14 accused. Many of them are known and friends to Aryan Khan, but Aryan's name has not found a mention. But it clearly states in the charge sheet that irregularities in the raids were conducted. So what was the haste? Why was there a haste, or was there a rush at all? Now, the prime witnesses, remember the initial witnesses that had come out stating Aryan Khan was involved, drugs were found. According to now the report service saying this was found dodgy, which means they were not precisely considered trustworthy. Vidya, who's been tracking this case from day one, is now live with us on this telecast from Mumbai. Vidya, when we take a look at these pointers that are coming in, at this point, of course, it is, remember, a relief coming in for this young man. If he was in the wrong, investigation was done, law was being followed. But today, he is trying to get back to his life. But what happened in those days when he was put behind bars? Remember, the zonal officer then, Sameer Wankhede, had claimed that there was a reason to take him into arrest. But now, of course, there is a clamor and claims against him as well, and the raids that were conducted. So, of course, as it has been pointed out, remember, about the irregularities and the rush with regard to arrest Aryan Khan. Why was he arrested? What led to that? All of that has now been mentioned. Here's what now needs to be asked with this clean chit that has come in. The big question, remember, what evidence did the narcos claim to have that now they cannot possess? Now they're saying they do not have. Question number 2, can action be taken against the officers for the chat leaks? Specifically with regard to Aryan Khan, as the report and charge sheet says, had no relation to the case. Now, it boils down to the big superstar family. Will Shah Rukh Khan and the family demand possible action against the Narcotics Control Bureau? Should they demand an action? Question number 4, can punitive damages be imposed, or due process applies here? Was there a process that was followed by the Bureau to arrest him, or was it now worthy of damages? This clean chit for Aryan Khan, remember, clouds over other Narcotics Control Bureau, does it? Should it raise questions about other cases, or all of that has now been followed? Vidya joins me now. Let's go across to her. Vidya, of course, questions will be asked. They were being asked from day one as well. But with this proof coming in, How does it look the NCB also in a light? Because they were claiming they have evidence, they had the time, they took that time, but to not come out with solid evidence, all the limelight now on Aryan Khan again.
In fact, Pooja, in this case,
Vidya, we'll just try and get that audio line back with us, because right now Vidya has been tracking all the latest and what does the NCB report say, what does the charge sheet say, all of that, remember, at this point with reactions also that are coming in. India Today spoke earlier to the NCB officer who had arrested Aryan Khan, Samir Wankhede. What does Samir Wankhede say today?
जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी, मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो एनसीबी, प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ
समीर वानखेड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी, मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नो एनसीबी, प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ
Let's go across now to my colleague Vidya. Vidya, go ahead. You were making a point there before that interruption.
Pooja, a lot of people have been questioning, okay, even if the NCB officials bungled up in this case, what were the public prosecutors doing? Why couldn't they stop in this entire case? You show them the right path. Why was it? In fact, remember in this particular case, it was not just the public prosecutors, special public prosecutors were appointed. In this case, the additional Solicitor General himself, who used to represent the NCB. Why is it that these officials of the court could not at any point show to the NCB officials as to why, the path that they were choosing was not right? There were problems in that investigation. So why was that not pointed out? Something that a lot of people are asking. And certainly this happens, black sheeps in any organization. A lot of the people are actually asking, as to whether the NCB will really take its course of action, will really, look into this entire case and see that people who have bungled up in this entire case, who have taken the wrong path, whether action would be taken against them. When I spoke to Sahu, one of the person who got the first person to get bail in this case. Remember, he was a passenger who had no possession on himself. There was no drug found on him. In spite of that, he was in prison for a long time. And it was because of this that when I spoke to his lawyer whether they would want to pursue any case against the NCB officials, well, at the moment, as it happens in most criminal cases, they are just fine. They are just happy with the fact that the entire case against them is closed and they can go back to their normal life.
Isn't it a sigh of relief for the Khan family and for the young man? Because if there were charges, the due process was on. Today, Aryan Khan has got a clean chit. Vidya, stay on with me, because at this point, remember, with the reactions that are coming in as well, I'm now joined on this telecast by Mukul Rohatgi, former Attorney General of India, also represented Aryan Khan in this case, had claimed from day one that there were no drugs found on Aryan Khan. So thank you so much for joining me. My first question is, because you represented Aryan Khan, you claimed he was innocent. What does this clean chit today mean to the legal team that represented Aryan Khan?
See, personally, I am very relieved that the truth has come out to the effect that there is no material against Aryan Khan at all to prosecute him, which means that his honor is vindicated, and our stand in the court at the time of bail is also vindicated, that there were no drugs on him, he was not carrying drugs, he had not had any drugs. That's what I think is my first impression today.
Mr. Rohatgi, what do you think were the lapses of the Narcotics Control Bureau that eventually led to the clean chit today for Aryan Khan? Sir, can you...
See, the basic lapse was that they acted in haste. Before you arrest a person, you must have reasonable and credible grounds to believe that a person has committed a crime. In this case, it is about drugs. So one should have drugs on one's person. One should have had drugs, otherwise, little before you are arrested or something like that. That's the only thing which is relevant in a case of drugs. Now, there was nothing. And maybe because of the media glare and everybody was looking at this case, maybe the officer concerned thought that if he didn't arrest, people would say, oh, he's a big man and therefore the authorities didn't act. So sometimes it's a case of an overkill. I think that's the kind of thing which happened. They did not act maturely at the relevant time. They arrested first and then started thinking later. They deprived a person of his liberty. Liberty is the most essential part of our constitution. But unfortunately, as I speak, it happens every day in hundreds of cases, thousands of cases under various laws, because there are several prosecution agencies. I mean, I would appeal to the prosecution agencies across the spectrum to think maturely, weigh the facts, and then go for arrest, which is as a measure of last resort under the law and not as a measure of first resort just because there is power of arrest.
Mr. Rohatgi, there's also, you must have noticed, a clamour is now growing for asking for action against Sameer Wankhede, specifically as he was the main officer. Do you think, sir, that action should be taken against him?
No, madam, I don't think this clamour is kind of well-founded. I don't know Mr. Wankhede. I don't know what role he had to play. And I mean, it's not a case of retribution that we are dealing with. I hope it was a genuine mistake of arrest, and that mistake has been remedied by the department admitting that they kind of made a mistake.
Sir, have you been able to speak to Aryan Khan or his father, Shah Rukh Khan, or anyone in the family? Because it would be a moment of relief today for all of them.
No, madam, I have not been able to speak to the family.
Okay.
But my answer to your other question is that whether it is NCB or anybody, any other prosecuting agencies, they must act properly, maturely and responsibly before arresting any person, much less a young man or an old man, because, see, liberty is equally important for a young man or an old man. That doesn't matter. But the only difference is in the case of a young mind, it's an impressionable age. And if you arrest people of young ages, put them in jail where they have to intermingle with hardened criminals, that may leave a lasting psychological impact on the mind of a youngster. That must be avoided at all costs.
That's a very well-made point, sir, and we hope that this sets an example for future as well. He's a young man. We hope he has a bright future. Thank you so much for now, Mr. Mukul Rohatgi, for speaking to us exclusively to India Today. I'm heading to a very short break. On the other side, Aryan Khan gets a clean chit, but clamour is growing now for action against former NCB officer Sameer Wankhede. Should that action be taken? Will that action be taken? As Aryan Khan walking out now with a sigh of relief.
Russia has made a missile that can crumble the US without alerting them. Russia has been testing this nuclear-powered beast. Last year, satellite images indicated that the test was conducted at a launch site near the Arctic Circle. The missile is called Skyfall. Earlier, Moscow tested the Skyfall missile in the same place. This cruise missile uses a nuclear reactor, and it also has an unlimited range. As far as its range is concerned, the missile can be aimed anywhere in the world. Like most nuclear-tipped cruise missiles, it also flies at medium altitudes to conserve fuel, making the missile undetectable under air defense systems, especially in the US. Experts also think that testing this missile may threaten the environment and human health. Thus, the weapon has earned its name, Flying Chernobyl, due to its risks. The testing of this missile came when the START, or Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, was about to expire. In 2020, Washington and Moscow worked on extending the arms control treaty called START. START, or Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, was a bilateral treaty between the United States and the Soviet Union on reducing and limiting strategic offensive arms. The treaty was signed on 31st July 1991 and entered into force on 5th December 1994. Skyfall has characteristics that are not seen in any other cruise missiles. With brewing tension between Russia and America, a weapon like this could have many implications.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Expectedly now, politics has broken out. Clamour is growing for action against NCB's former zonal director Sameer Wankhede. NCP leaders are now claiming vindication of Nawab Malik, the NCP leader, remember, who since day one had spoken in support of Aryan Khan. NCP spokesperson Clyde Crasto, as you can see these reactions coming in, took to social media site, and I quote him here, Nawab Malik was right about the Aryan Khan case. He stands vindicated today. NCP is also asking if action will be taken against Wankhede, his team and private army. So full political showdown already erupting, and NCP in Mumbai is leading it.
It is a question of personal liberty of every individual. Supreme Court has repeatedly told all the investigating officers from various branches, including NCB, NIA, CBI, ED, everybody, all the lot of officers who enjoy powers under the law to arrest. Supreme Court says every word is important. To arrest, power to arrest is one thing, and exercising that power is another. Whilst you have to exercise the power of arresting without court warrant, without an order of the court, you have to be very cautious.
Let's go across now to our editor in Mumbai, Sahil Joshi. Sahil, clearly the NCP is leading from the front today. How is politics really playing out with regard to Nawab Malik and, of course, about the case?
Well, of course, there is a politics being played in this case from the day one, because when Aryan Khan was arrested, it was the BJP who charged the state government, saying that how the state government machinery is involved in cases like Antilia rather than looking for the drug menace in the city. This has been happening since the time Sameer Wankhede took over as a zonal director in Mumbai from the Sushant Singh Rajput case. And since then, many celebrities from Bollywood were called for questioning. Some people were arrested, some people were searched, and after that the state government always made a charge, including the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, that it is being made out in public as if that Mumbai has become a ganja capital of the country. Now the NCP has got a chance, because it was Nawab Malik who actually started with a press conference claiming that the witnesses are not independent enough. They are not only independent, but also they are connected to a particular political party, and they are also involved in extorting money from the people who have been arrested by the NCB. It looks like that today, when the government has decided to conduct inquiry against the original team of this Aryan Khan case, which was being led by Sameer Wankhede, who was a zonal director, even if he was not an investigating officer, under his guidance the investigation was happening. So part one is that, and the part two is about Aryan Khan, against whom the Additional Solicitor General, while arguing for Narcotics Control Bureau, made a serious charges that Aryan Khan might be involved in international drug trafficking, And now what we are finding after 6 months is that the NCB itself is saying that there is no evidence against Aryan Khan.
And that is what then leads me to the big question, Sahil, because is this over today for Aryan Khan, or are there going to be twists and turns in this case with regard to others as well? Thank you so much, Sahil Joshi, for all the latest in this. It's been politics, it's been claims and counterclaims. Let's bring you, after a very short break, different stories that are coming in. And this one is from the national capital, Delhi. Remember that shameful incident during the Delhi riots? This man had pointed a gun at a police officer trying to calm the situation down. Today, when he was out of prison, he got a hero's welcome as if he has achieved something big. We get you the latest on that after a very short break.
You know Kim Tae-hyung, aka V of pop group BTS fame? Well, he's simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old. Confused? How old were you when you were born? 0? 1? In South Korea, you'd be 1 year old. Let's clear the air about this. South Korea has a unique way of calculating age. When a baby is born, it's considered a year old. And as the year changes on January 1st, the child gains a year. So no special birthdays. South Koreans count age based on their birth year and not days. A child born in December will already be 2 by January. But the president-elect Yoon Suk-yeol wants to do away with this traditional system. Because of persistent confusion and unnecessary social and economic costs, the incoming administration is looking to standardize age calculation. This was observed especially when health authorities use the international age and Korean ages interchangeably to set guidelines for COVID-19. This will also help South Korea get in line with the rest of the world. The age conundrum doesn't end here. South Korea also counts age in an international way. That means it counts age in 3 ways. For legal and administrative purposes, the country has been using the international counting system since 1962. In another way, babies are born at 0 and gain a year on New Year's. This method is mainly used to define the legal age for areas of law that affect a significant percentage of the population, including military service conscription. And the third is the Korean age system, where everyone is already a year old at birth and become older on New Year's Day regardless of the birth date. That's how Kim Tae-hyung from BTS fame is simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old, as he was born on 30th December 1995. There are multiple problems that arise with age discrepancies. It's led to wage disputes that have been dragged to the Supreme Court and ruled that workers should consider their international age for work. There have also been cases of parents trying to cheat the birth registration system because of worries that their children born in December will be at a disadvantage at school as a result later in life. Efforts were made in 2019 and 2021 to change the law. 2 lawmakers proposed legislation to adhere to the international age, but experts are divided on what the new measure means for Korean society, and the bills were not signed into law.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
A shameful incident coming in from the national capital, Delhi. Take a look at the video about to come up on your screens now. This video has gone viral. In the video, this man, smiling right now, is accused, remember, brandishing a gun at the cop who was trying to douse the communal tension at that time during the Northeast Delhi riots in 2020. But when he came out of jail today, he was seen receiving a hero's welcome. He was seen waving at now his crowd of supporters who had gathered for his welcome while he's out on parole. The man in question, take a look at that just to jog your memory. On one side of your screen, in Northeast Delhi riots, his name is Shah Rukh Khan. He's undergoing trial, was out on parole to visit his ailing father at his Delhi residence. Of course, there, brandishing a gun at a cop, and today gets a hero's welcome. Of course, politics has broken out. BJP leader Kapil Mishra commented on the viral video saying several places in Delhi have become like mini Pakistan. He said that the mindset of the enemy of nation and will be suppressed. So that was how he was seen brandishing a gun. Today, smiles gets a rousing welcome locally. So take a look at these two visuals. Remember, the cop here stood alone, did not put the gun back at him, stood alone, facing that gun. That cop was deployed to manage this mob that was out on the streets. Communal riots of 2020 Northeast Delhi. He brandished a gun, and today, while his trial is on, he wanted parole to visit his ailing father. Of course, a situation of sadness for anyone. On goodwill, he was given that parole, but he comes out walking as if he's a hero, supporting, waving, and to this crowd of supporters as he had achieved something great. These two visuals are telling us what precisely is the situation on the ground. Take a look at how the tense situation was then. This is about the end of February, March, early in 2020, when the northeast area of Delhi had broken out into communal riots. Remember, many people had got killed as well. Many went missing. Houses were put on fire. Business establishments suffered. This man was seen brandishing a gun at a cop, at a policeman who was just with his lathi trying to calm down the situation there. Today, Shah Rukh Khan gets a rousing welcome. We'll try and get you the reactions also coming in from right now in Delhi. Of course, Kapil Mishra, who has been facing a lot of flack as well, all this while with regard to the riots or whether he had instigated. But today, Kapil Mishra says this shows the mentality of mini Pakistan, and this mentality will suffer. But Shah Rukh Khan today getting a rousing welcome, had aimed the gun at the cop. From Delhi, let me take you to Karnataka now. There was an interfaith relationship and it led to the killing of the man. It has now sent shockwaves, but it also takes us back to reminders. Remember Nagaraju? Remember Mithun? Now Vijay Kamble from Karnataka's Kalaburgi has been murdered because he appeared to be in an interfaith relationship. Vijay Kamble, the deceased, was in love with a woman of a different religion and he was beaten up by a gang of miscreants, and that over this relationship. Shahabuddin and Nawaz are the two accused men in the murder case. They have now been taken into arrest. Preliminary reports suggest by the police that woman's family was against this relationship. Police are now questioning the family members, looking for any CCTV camera footage. But after the incident, the situation in the area has turned tense. Police have tightened security in that area. Vijay Kamble brutally murdered just because he was in a relationship with a woman of another religion.
ಯಾರು ಫೋನ್ ಬಂತ್ರಿ ಫೋನ್ ಬರ್ಲತ್ತಿನಪ್ಪ ನಾ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಈಗ ಬಂದೆ ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಒಂದು ಹಾಕಿ ತರ್ತಾರೆ ಹೋಗೋದ ನಾಳೆ ಮುಂದೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾಕ ಅಸರ್ ಕರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಇಷ್ಟೇ
ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಫೋನ್ ಬರ್ತೀರ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ
ಏನು ಫೋನ್
ನೀವು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ನಾನು ಮನೆ
ಏನಾಗ್ಯದ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು
ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಯದ ಈಗ ಇವನೇ ಪಾರ್ ಯಾಕ ನೀ ಬಾ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಚಪ್ಪಲಿ ಹೊಡೆದಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಅಂದಿದ್ದಾನ ನಾ ಓಡೋಗಿನ್ರಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಓಡತನ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಏನು ಯಾರಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ
ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ನೀವು
ಕಲಾಸ ಆಗೇನ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿನ ಮಾತು ಬರ್ತದ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ನೋಡಮ್ರಿ ಪೂರ ಕಲಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲಿ ಚಕ್ಕು ಚೂರಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ ಪಾರಗ ತಲಿ ಹೊಡೆದಾರ್ರಿ ಹಿಂದ್ ಬಾಜು ಮೇಲೆ ತಲಿ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಬಡ್ಕೆಸೆ ಚಕ್ಕು ಚೂರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ್ರಿ ಅವರು
ಹಿಂದೆ ಏನಾರ ಜಗಳ ಆಗಿದ್ರಿ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಮತ್ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಅದ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಬೆಳೆದ್ ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ರಿ ಈಗ
ಮತ್ತೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಗಿ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬಂದ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ರಿ
ಯಾರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರ ಅಣ್ಣೆ ಬಂದಿದ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಮನೆಗೆ ಅವಾಗ
ಏನಂತ
ನಿನ್ನ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಚಲೋ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಕಲ್ಸ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ನಮ್ ತಂಗಿಗೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ ಮಗನ್ ಕುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಕೊಯ್ ನಿನ್ ಕೈಯಾಗ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನ ತಂದು ಹೋದ್ರು
ಅವ್ರು ಅಣ್ಣ ತಮ್ಮದವ್ರು ಮೊದಲು ಒಂದು ಟೈಮ್ ಇದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅವಾಗ ಕಾನ್ಫರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸನ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ಅವರು ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಹೆಂಗೋ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಡ್ಯೂಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮಗೆ ಅವನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಡು ಇವನು ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ, ಇವನೇನಂತರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಾಗ ತಲೆ ಏನು ಇಡಲಾಗ್ಯಾನ. ನಾನು ಈ ರೀತಿ ತಿಳಿದು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಒಬ್ರಿಗೊಬ್ರು ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇದು
ಅವ್ನು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಂತ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಅವನ ಜಾತಿದ ಯಾವ
ಸರ್ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಎಸ್ ಸಿ ಸರ್, ಆಲಯ ಸಮಾಜದವರು. ಅವರು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಅವ್ರು ಒಂದು ಟೈಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ನೀಡಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವರು ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಸರ್. ಅವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ಈಗ ಇದು ಆಯ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್. ನನಗಂತೂ ಭಾಳ ಶಾಕ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ನಾನೀಗ ಯಾವ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು
ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ.
Ma'am, I just want to know more details about this Dalit youth's murder, ma'am, in Kalburgi.
What details you need?
Ma'am, has the accused been arrested, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, the names of the accused, ma'am?
Shabuddin and Nawaz.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Yes, ma'am. When were they arrested, ma'am?
Yesterday.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
This is yet another instance after the Nagraju case where a man was killed because he married a Muslim woman. But ironically, those who trend Dalit lives matter, those who talk about Jai Bhim, Jai Meen, today are silent about the killing of Vijay Kamble. Today, no placards are being held up, no awards are being returned, no vulture politics is being done. When Khetaram Bhil is killed in Rajasthan for the very same reason, because the victim is of a particular community and because the aggressor is of a particular community, there is no secular outrage on this. There is selective silence on this.
What happened in Kalburgi is really tragic and heartbreaking. This is not the first instances of moral policing happening in the state. We have seen this happening in Belgaum as well last year. But this must not repeat. This should not repeat. All of this happens because women are objectified and the society thinks, the patriarchal mindset thinks, women can be told who to live their life with and how to live their life. My question is, why isn't the Home Minister visiting the bereaved family? Why isn't the Home Minister there in Kalburgi comforting the family which has lost its...
Killers of Kashmiri TV actor Amreena Bhatt have been gunned down in an encounter today morning. It took the armed forces less than 24 hours to avenge the death of that woman. Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists who killed the TV actor, injured also her 10-year-old nephew, have now been neutralized in Kashmir's Avantipura area. Both have been identified as Shahid Mushtaq and Farhan Abib. Forces have also recovered one AK-56 rifle, 4 magazines and a pistol from them. 2 encounters, remember, were underway by the armed forces, one in Srinagar, another one was in Avantipura. A total of 10 terrorists, including 3 from Jaish-e-Mohammed and 7 from Lashkar-e-Taiba, have been neutralized in the last 3 days. Earlier on Wednesday, just to give you a background, the television actor and social media star Amreena Bhatt was shot down right outside her residence when she was called out on a pretext. Not just that, the terrorists went back into the house and targeted her 10-year-old nephew Farhan Zubai, who's also received injuries. Civilian killings, targeted ones, are on the rise in the valley. Before Amreen, terrorists had killed police constable Saifullah Qadri and injured, take a look at that, her 9-year-old daughter in the outskirts of Srinagar. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti has met the family of the woman in Badgam, condemned the attack and now has said situation is deteriorating in the valley.
2 LT का टेररिस्ट मारा गया है और हम सब को याद है कि 2 दिन पहले एक टीवी एक्ट्रेस को मारा था. हम लोग तभी से उसको ट्रैक कर रहे थे. उसमें से दोनों मारे गए हैं. लतीफ़ के डायरेक्शन पर दोनों ने किल किया था. तो जो हमारे लेट जो सिस्टर है आमरीन, उनको जस्टिस मिला है. ये नया ट्रेंड है टेररिस्ट का कि लोगों में टेरर फैलाना, भय फैलाना, इसलिए सिविलियन को, वुमेंस को, छोटे बच्चों को टारगेट कर रहा है. ये कायराना हरकत है. पूरी सोसाइटी को इसके खिलाफ बोलना चाहिए. इवन कि आतंकवादी के फैमिली मेम्बर को इसके खिलाफ बोलना चाहिए.
Security forces killed 2 Lashkar-e-Taiba militants in Avantipora area of Pulwama district in South Kashmir. Police claims that both the militants were involved in the killing of a TV star and a social media influencer, Amreen Bhatt, in Chadura on Wednesday evening. Since then, security forces have launched multiple operations in different localities, and finally during 24 hours, both the killers of TV star had been gunned down. In fact, during last 3 days, in 4 different encounters, security forces have killed 10 militants, which include 3 from Jaish-e-Mohammed and 7 from the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Security forces have also a relief that they have brought the justice to the killed TV actor Amreen Bhatt. She was killed on Wednesday and her killers had been neutralized within 24 hours of her murder. Ashraf Wani for India Today in Srinagar.
जम्मू कश्मीर में बेगुनाहों का, खासकर कश्मीरियों का, चाहे वो राहुल भट्ट हो, चाहे शोएब गनाई हो, चाहे वो सैफुल्लाह कादरी हो और आज हमारी बच्ची अमरीना भट्ट हो, तो ये तो एक रोज का मामूल बन गया है। और जो मरकजी सरकार है वो जूं की तूं है, उनकी जो उनकी मस्कुलर पॉलिसी है, दबाव की पॉलिसी है, दोन्स की पॉलिसी है, उसका ये नतीजा है कि दिन ब दिन जम्मू कश्मीर में हालात बेहतर होने के बजाय बिगड़ रहे हैं, खराब हो रहे हैं और वो पूरी दुनिया में ये चिल्लाते हुए फिरते रहते हैं कि जम्मू कश्मीर में सब ठीक ठाक हो गया। जम्मू कश्मीर में कुछ ठीक ठाक नहीं हुआ है। जम्मू कश्मीर में रोज बेगुनाहों की हलाकतें हो रही हैं।
There can be no justification for these sort of attacks, none whatsoever. And an attack in which a child is injured is even more dastardly, even more cowardly. How can you fire bullets when you know that there are children in the vicinity? How do you justify it? I don't see how you can justify it by any yardstick. And recent attacks have all seen children injured.
It was once a dream aircraft, but today the aircraft is in shambles in Ukraine. The world's largest aircraft was destroyed on the 4th day of Russia's invasion into Ukraine. Now the remains of Mriya, or Dream in Ukrainian, are being dismantled in the hostile city of Ukraine. The destruction of the legendary Mriya triggered alarm and sadness among the aviation sector across the world, which it occupied for almost as a cult status. This enormous aircraft, a gigantic one, was parked at an airfield, remember, near Kyiv, when it was attacked by the Russian military. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, however, has announced his intention to rebuild the famous cargo plane Mriya, dedicating the project to the memory of pilots who died in the ongoing war. And just to now take you back, as our reporters had been on the ground in Ukraine, here's a report by my colleague Gaurav Sawant. He was in Ukraine's hostel at the time of Mriya's destruction and sent in this report. Take a look.
We are at the Hostomel Air Base, and this is from the cradle to the grave. This is Mriya AN-225, the biggest aircraft ever to fly. You can actually feel the pain when you look at this aircraft. The biggest aircraft, Soviet era engineering marvel, 6 engines, 3 on this side, 3 on that side, and this aircraft literally cut into half by a massive missile strike that took place. We are at the Hostomel Air Base. There is a lot of unexploded cargo here at this point of time. But just for size, this is a strategic lift transport aircraft, the biggest of such aircraft ever to be built. And this aircraft now just lies, it's shattered. Just compare this size and those small aircraft standing there. You can just compare the size of these two aircraft and you can make out. Russia tried to capture this many times. They launched their Spetsnaz, their special forces at this airfield, and they did not. Initially they succeeded, then they failed in counterattacks. Look at the anti-aircraft, tracked anti-aircraft guns here, tracked anti-aircraft guns here, the S-300 system there, the tanks that are parked there, the missile tubes of the S-300 there, the anti-aircraft system here, all burnt, all burnt. This is the hangar, this is the main hangar of Mriya. The number of missiles and rockets fired, it's like pockmarked. This complete place is pockmarked with the rocket strikes, missile strikes, airburst, cargo, bomblets. This place littered with ammunition and a lot of unexploded ammunition also in this place. this actually the pride of Ukraine, the pride of Soviet Union at one point of time, Mriya AN-225, it's now it's cut into half, broken in two parts.
And what a devastation there. Remember, world's biggest aircraft no more. I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now after a very short break. Coming up at 7, superstar Shah Rukh Khan's son Aryan Khan has got a clean chit in the cruise drugs case. NCB claims vindication. Reactions have been pouring in. Let's bring you that special after a very short break.
The 18-year-old suspect who carried out the Texas shootout in the United States was found with a handgun, a semi-automatic rifle and high-capacity magazines. What kind of laws permit an 18-year-old to carry this kind of weaponry? Let's look at what the gun laws in the United States are all about. Citizen ownership of guns is maximum in the US. Now, there are laws for gun ownership in the United States, but each state will essentially regulate these laws individually. Even non-citizens can purchase guns in the US. So you either need to be a US citizen or you need to have a lawful permanent residency. Shotguns and rifles can be sold to individuals 18 years of age or older. All firearms other than shotguns and rifles may be sold only to individuals 21 years of age or older. But states can alter this as well. Purchasing guns in the US is dangerously easy. It could be as easy as just walking into a Walmart store or a liquor store. Sports stores also can sell guns. Along with this, gun shows are very common in the United States where you can also purchase guns. And to top it off, you can even buy guns online. Purchasing a gun in the US is extremely easy also because of the process that is involved in it. All you need to do is fill in a registration form when you've chosen the gun you want to purchase, and after that you go through a background check which barely lasts a few minutes. On completing the form, the dealer enters the applicant's information into the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, NICS, to check their eligibility, and that's all. So in the US, there is no compulsion for you to prove that you actually need a gun. You actually don't even need to go through any mandatory training, no interviews, no police intervention, and there is no verification of your physical or mental health. Apart from chemical, biological and nuclear weapons and surface-to-air missiles, you can pretty much buy any kind of weapon in the United States, even a machine gun if it has been manufactured before 1986. Again, state laws in the US may vary, but at the federal level, very few guns are actually illegal for civilians to own.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Feeling safe and secure is important to all of us out there, right? Well, the Global Peace Index ranks the safest countries in the world to reside in. Let's find out which are the top 5 safest countries in the world. Iceland. Iceland is the safest country globally for the 13th year in a row. Iceland has a population of 340,000. It also has a low level of crime attributed to its high standard of living, strong social attitudes against crime, and a lack of tension between social and economic classes. Here's a surprising fact: Iceland doesn't have an army, and the police do not carry firearms. The country's laws guarantee equality, same-sex marriages, adoptions, religious freedom, and equal pay for men and women. New Zealand. Like Iceland, New Zealand is a safe space for people to reside in. But due to the terror attacks on 2 mosques back in 2019, its score has slightly decreased. New Zealand laws prevent abuse of anyone's freedom of speech and expression. Portugal. Portugal was ranked 18th on the Peace Index. Ever since the country has made huge strides to be ranked 3rd. Portugal has armed police, but the increased police presence in the country has reduced its crime levels. In the past few years, Portugal has made an economic resurgence, decreasing its unemployment rate from 17 to under 7%. Austria. Austria has kept its 4th place. The country's political instability has led to an increase in social unrest. But serious crimes here are rare. The country has spared any acts of major terrorism. Denmark. Denmark is one of the few places where even children report they feel safe at any time of the day. The country has a high level of equality and a strong sense of common responsibility. Corruption is rare here in business or politics. Denmark is also a welfare state, meaning that everyone receives services and perks that help them live comfortable lives. These are the top safest countries to live in. Which rank is your country at? Don't forget to tell us in the comment sections.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
We are in a better place today than we were 8 years ago when Narendra Modi became Prime Minister for the first time in May 2014.
For the first time, there were about 6 or 7 years of consecutive years when we had fiscal deficit declining. And then, of course, the pandemic hit and things did change after that.
The overall comparison and the mood and the prospects, I feel, are worse now.
When an economy that was seemingly growing into double digits, 10%, post-demonetization slips into 5%.
The farmers are suffering in a huge way because growth is so low and the inflation is coming on top of that.
Growth rate is coming down, doesn't mean growth rate is low.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by Panasonic Smart AC, AC for healthier homes. In association with SBI Life, अपने लिए, अपनों के लिए.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching India Today. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Let's hark back 8 months ago. Aryan Khan, the son of Shah Rukh Khan, spent 26 days in jail. Remember when his bail plea came up for hearing then? What the NCB said, the Narcotics Control Bureau, that Aryan Khan was an international drug trafficker. Today, viewers, 8 months down, they say they have no evidence. Leave alone him being an international drug trafficker, they have no evidence that he had any drugs in his possession. Clean chit to Aryan Khan. Does that mean that he was targeted for possibly being a superstar son? Was it a hit job by the NCB? We're going to break it all down over the course of the next 1 hour right here on the network. Let me take you through the headlines first. Shah Rukh Khan's son Aryan gets clean chit in cruise drug case. NCB says not enough evidence. Samir Wankhede left red-faced. Action against Wankhede likely. Prime Minister Modi settles the language debate after Stalin's Make Tamil official salvo. Prime Minister says Tamil is an eternal language. Hate crime horror stuns Karnataka. 25-year-old Vijay Kamble murdered for interfaith love. Cops say woman's family was against the relationship. Terrorists who killed television actor Amreen and injured her 10-year-old nephew, gunned in Avantipur encounter. But what about those who shot Safa? India's biggest ever drone festival kicks off in Delhi. Prime Minister inaugurates Drone Mahotsav, says India to become drone hub by 2030. Tragedy in Ladakh. A bus carrying 26 army personnel skids off the road, falls into a gorge. 7 Jawans have been killed in this road accident. Top focus viewers, Bollywood superstar Shah Rukh Khan's son, Aryan Khan, has been relieved of the claims leveled against him by the Narcotics Control Bureau in the Cordelia cruise drug case. There was lack of sufficient evidence against Aryan. The Home Ministry has now asked the concerned authorities to look into Sameer Wankhade's, the then Mumbai NCB zonal officer, who was in charge of the probe for what they call shoddy investigation.
Shah Rukh Khan's son Aryan Khan gets a clean chit in the Cordelia cruise ship drug scandal that rocked the country last year. The Special Investigation Team of the Narcotics Control Bureau on Friday filed a 6,000-page charge sheet in a Mumbai NDPS court. While 14 people are charged, Aryan and 5 others are let off. The NCB says Aryan, who spent 26 days in jail as part of the investigation, was never in possession of drugs and there is no evidence he consumed any.
We found in our investigation that his friend stated in his own statement that the drug that he was carrying was not meant for Aryan. So the basic premise that a drug that was found on his friend was is baseless or fallacious.
The SIT has elaborated why a case was not made out against Aryan. Aryan did not undergo any medical test. His WhatsApp chats were not related to the case. Aryan did not take any drugs and dissuaded others from doing so. Sources also say that NCB did not find any evidence that linked Aryan with any international drug trafficking network. Several questions have cropped up after the NCB's U-turn. First, what proof did Narcos claim to have that they don't now have? Second, can action be taken against Narcos for Aryan chat leaks? And last, will Shah Rukh's family demand action against the Narcotics Control Bureau? For SRK and family, Aryan's clean chit comes on a special day. It is Shah Rukh Khan's son Abram's 9th birthday. Aryan was arrested in the Mumbai cruise drugs case on October 2nd. After several court hearings and lots of drama, the Bombay High Court granted him bail on October 28th. Aryan walked out of jail on October 30th.
Cordelia drug cruise case went on to become the most high-profile drug case of the country as Aryan Khan was arrested in it. But when the charge sheets are filed, no charge is seen against Aryan Khan, which reflects badly on the anti-drug agencies and their work done, because it puts them in bad light, saying if the most high-profile case was done without evidence, how many such other cases have been done by the agency? With cameraman Sahil Chavan, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
Viewers, do you remember that man called Sameer Wankhade, who at that point of time was spearheading the probe against Aryan Khan, who in court many a time said that Aryan Khan was a drug addict, that he was an international drug trafficker? Well, right after he was given a clean chit by the NCB, of course, Sameer Wankhade is no longer in charge of the case. He's been transferred. We called him. In this India Today exclusive, we spoke to the earlier NCB officer who had arrested Aryan Khan and fought that case. Sameer Wankhade, listen in.
समीर वानखड़े जी, नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो की टीम ने चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। आर्यन को उसमें क्लीन चिट देने की बात कही जा रही है, उसके खिलाफ चार्जशीट दाखिल नहीं हुई है। क्या कहना है आपका? आपने पूरा मामला देखा था।
सॉरी, मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। नूर एनसीबी, प्लीज हैव द रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ इट।
All right, viewers, I want to cut across right now to our Mumbai Bureau Chief. Sahil Joshi is joining us live. We also have Shaina NC from the Bharatiya Janata Party. In a short while from now, we'll be joined by Clyde Castro. Sahil, for the benefit of our viewers, I want you to take our viewers through right from the arrest to the clean chit which was happened today without a charge sheet, the operative part?
Well, Preeti, as you all know, the raid happened at this particular cruise ship. I remember the first day when the director of Narcotics Control Bureau gave a statement that there was a deep sea operation against this particular cruise. The NCB officials were present on the cruise. They raided the cruise and they have busted the rave party, is what was claimed by the director of Narcotics Control Bureau. And not what we are finding now is because Aryan Khan is accused number 1 in this particular case, even though there was not even a pinch of drug recovered from him. Now, what has the charge sheet said today? What were the charges against Aryan Khan? That he had the drugs on him, he consumed the drugs, he was involved in drug trafficking, he was part of the international drug syndicate, because all these allegations were part of the additional solicitor general's arguments inside the court, so that the court should deny the bail for Aryan Khan, and he was denied bail not only in the magistrate court but also in the NDPS court, and finally he had to take bail from the Bombay High Court. For that, it took 26 days that Aryan Khan had to spend in Arthur Road jail. Now here, just forget Aryan Khan, that he is a Shah Rukh Khan's son, but look at what today has been mentioned in the charge sheet. The first important point, it appears that the investigating officer motivated to somehow implicate Aryan Khan in the drug case, is what the charge sheet is saying, filed by the NCB itself. The second point, Aryan Khan handed over the phone to the investigating officer voluntarily. It should be noted that such handling over was not according to the procedure, is the second point. And most importantly, many people were called on the basis of the WhatsApp chats recovered from Aryan Khan's phone, which was not right, because the Supreme Court had time and again questioned the evidentiary value of the WhatsApp chats. The WhatsApp chats on the basis of which since past 1 year, what we are seeing, the parading of various people in front of the Narcotics Control Bureau office, what the Narcotics Control Bureau themselves are saying today in the charge sheet, that it was not right because the WhatsApp chats are not permissible as a evidentiary evidence as per the Supreme Court. Most importantly, the investigation showed that no drug was found on Aryan Khan. So he found with no drug. There was no drug test conducted on Aryan Khan. The independent witness Prabhakar Sail, who actually died a few days back, had clearly told that he was asked to sign on the blank sheet by another witness called Kiran Gosavi. He did not witness any kind of drug recovery. So the independent witness who was made to sign the Panchnama was not present there. He was asked to sign on a blank sheet. There was nothing mentioned on that particular sheet of paper, and rest of the things were put in by the Narcotics Control Bureau officials. It is strange to note what is mentioned in the charge sheet. It is strange to note that in spite of clear-cut denial of involvement, the IO started looking for WhatsApp chats of Aryan Khan. That means the investigating officer found nothing on Aryan Khan. The person who was accompanying Aryan Khan, Arbaz Merchant, clearly told that the narcotic substance recovered from Arbaz Merchant was to be consumed by Arbaz Merchant himself. It was not for Aryan Khan. Despite that, Aryan Khan's phone was taken, his mobile was searched, and the WhatsApp chats were looked into. This is a gross violation of all the procedures of investigation, is what the Narcotics Control Bureau, the central agency, is telling about their own officials. The same questions were raised by the Maharashtra Minister Nawab Malik, who is now arrested by another investigating agency, Enforcement Directorate. Now all these claims, now the NCP is saying that will Samir Wankhede and his team will be charged for this gross violations. Will they be prosecuted for this? Because somebody had to spend time in jail, not only Aryan Khan but 6 other people, because 6 people have been let off. There was no international conspiracy which has been found as claimed by the Additional Solicitor General while arguing the case in the court, so that the bail can be denied. So this is very clear evidence that how the central agency Narcotics Control Bureau conducted the investigation in Aryan Khan case. In this case, somebody was there to call their bluff, but you have been seeing that since Sushant Singh Rajput's drug case, multiple times people were paraded in front of Narcotics Control Bureau office. Nothing happened in those cases. When Riya Chakravarti was given bail, in her bail order, it was written that the 27A, that is the charge of being part of the drug business,
There was nothing found on that, and that's why Riya Chakravarti should be released on bail. So whole this WhatsApp chat business has been questioned by the investigating agency themselves, when the same officials were using those WhatsApp chats to summoning people to the Narcotics Control Bureau office and kind of harassing them, is what has been mentioned in the Narcotics Control Bureau's charge sheet, which has been filed today in the Bombay's NDPS court. So, you know, these are not my words. This is mentioned in the charge sheet, and I'm just reading out of these pointers from the charge sheet itself.
You know, Sahil, it's amazing because the pointers that you're reading out, once again, there is no charge sheet against Aryan Khan, but the charge sheet that the NCB has submitted is bizarre. You've taken one by one each of those cases, and I'll bring in our other two political guests. And the reason we're bringing in, Sahil, political guests is because you more than anyone understand and know how political this entire event had happened. It was a public trial of sorts of Aryan Khan. And Clyde Castro, I'll bring you in on this, Mr. Castro, because, you know, if you go by the virtue of what the charge sheet says, it mirrors what your own party leader, Nawab Malik, had said.
Absolutely. From day one, Mr. Nawab Malik, he used a word called farziwala. Okay, it's like a scam, sham, whatever you called it. This is exactly what it was. From day one, he said that this whole issue has been created by a particular officer. Now, we've maintained this and we've said this clearly always, that the NCP, since the time of inception, has done a fantastic job. It is one officer who comes in here and starts doing something that is contrary to what the NCB is supposed to do. I mean, you are looking at small issues that are coming across which has no relevance. You are only targeting celebrities so that you get publicity. You are parading celebrities. Celebrities from Deepika Padukone to, you name it, all those celebrities are paraded outside the NCB offices. And what came out of it? Nothing came out of that. Now today, Mr. Nawab Malik stands vindicated because Aryan Khan gets a clean chit, and not just Aryan Khan. There are many others who've got clean chit today, and we've kept saying this from day one, that this was a complete sham created by one particular officer. There were a lot of angles to it. Now today, Sahil read out the charge sheet. I mean, it clearly says, you know, an investigating officer has probably influenced the whole thing. WhatsApp chats are not supposed to be looked at. He's gone deeper and looked at that angle. Blaming a particular... See, the point here is, it's not just about Aryan Khan. It's about many, many youngsters or anybody.
May I come in now, please?
For a particular thing by this particular officer. And I'm very happy. And we are very happy. We welcome the move by the government to set an investigation.
Mr. Castro, would you stay with me? I want to bring in China NC. She's been quite patient. She's heard you. Yeah. But China NC, I want to just, you know, hark back to a statement which was made by Mr. Devendra Fadnavis that the truth will come out and everyone will see, quote unquote, ma'am. The truth has come out today.
Yes, and I think that we stand with the truth. We haven't interfered in this case. It's important to understand that in a correct scenario, the only endeavor, if at all, of the government was to clean up the system. It has never been to be on a vendetta campaign or to target anyone. And I'm glad that Aryan and the 5 others have been given a clean sheet. It shows you that truth does come out in the open. And this independent probe which has been conducted, set up by the government, has not had any kind of political interference. It is unfortunate. It is absolutely unfortunate that he had to spend so much time in jail. It shows you the lacunas in the system. There are questions when it comes to judicial bureaucracy as well. There are questions which comes to it being a media trial, which is unfortunate. And at this juncture, all I would like to say is that truth has come out. And I'm glad that all these 6 people have been given a clean chit. The investigations that we talk about have been done independent of any political insulation or political interference. So every time Clyde tries to make this a BJP versus NCB or NCP, it isn't. It was never a political case to start with. It was an independent agency.
Mr. Castro, I'll come back to you. Mr. Castro, let her finish. Yes, Ms. NC, make your point.
It was never a political case to start with. It's unfortunate that it got so much media attention and there were multiple theories floating around. We have always said that, let an independent agency investigate and truth come out in the public domain. And this is the truth, and I'm glad that they have been.
But Ms. NC, as I bring in Mr. Castro again, and I'll go across to Sahil as well, I'll ask you that question.
Into a political one-upmanship.
There was no... Right. But Ms. NC, there was no attempt to insulate or to interfere, but there was enough political commentary which came in from the BJP side where Maharashtra unit is concerned. Many prominent leaders, ma'am, on my very show right here came out and supported what the NCB was saying and slamming Aryan Khan for being a drug addict.
No.
I'm coming to you, sir. Let her answer, I'll come to you.
Nobody has ever suggested or believes that he was a drug addict. Please, let's understand the truth is out in the public domain. Let's not get into character assassination because it's not required.
That was done by many of your own leaders, but fine. Okay, Mr. Castro wants to make a point.
Our own children. The larger point being that the
in hindsight, these words sound great, but Mr. Castro wants to make a point. Mr. Castro,
and the lacunas in the system, which is unfortunate.
Ms. NC, may I, with your permission, let Mr. Castro make a comment and I'll come back to you. Yes, Mr. Castro, go ahead.
Preeti, just to humbly tell you that my surname is Castro.
So I apologize, sir. I apologize. Castro,
okay,
yes.
That's fine. Now, in my opening statement, when we were talking, when I spoke to you, I never mentioned anything about BJP. Now that Shaina says that I've made about BJP and NCP, let me get to the real part. The real part is on your channel, on your debate. We can go back and look at all the debates that I've done with you and all other channels. Every single BJP spokesperson was going to town and denying Aryan Khan, trying to make Samir Wankhede some sort of a superhero. They cannot deny. I mean, you can lie, but everything is on record. You can go back on record how every single BJP spokesperson was putting down Mr. Nawab Malik for what he was saying and trying to paint Samir Wankhede as a superhero. I am not saying this now just because I have to say it. You can go back and check it. If you want to say that I said this is about BJP and NCP, I did not say in my opening statement, but now I say that it is not about BJP and NCP. It is BJP who's trying to paint a wrong picture about everything.
Absolutely.
The NCB has been a good body from the time of its inception, has done some wonderful work. And now it has gone ahead and again done some wonderful thing by bringing out this whole truth in the open. NCB has done a fantastic job. Kudos to them. But if it was the truth that was been hidden, it was hidden by the BJP and their spokespersons and all the leaders who were trying to make this about politics. Today, if you go back, it was about politics. BJP trying to, paint a wrong picture about Mumbai and Maharashtra. That's what it was doing, and it was all about elections. But the fact is, NCB has done a fantastic job by bringing out the truth, and I will go one step ahead and actually say thank you to the government and welcome the government's decision to set up an inquiry against this investigating officer, because the truth has to come out. It's about time that you clean the system up, and it's not, again I repeat, it's not just about Aryan Khan. It's many innocent people who have been framed by these people.
Mr. Castro, I'd like to go back to Ms. NC because Ms. NC's patiently heard you out. I want to go back. Ms. NC, the fact is it's a little unfair to say that nobody said anything. I'll quote Mr. Devendra Fadnavis. NCB has clearly stated that they caught people and took them away. Those who were clean, they let off. Those who found something near them were arrested. One of those who was arrested was a person associated, the son of a very prominent... Ma'am, fine. Okay, I will not quote. I will not quote because I understand it's embarrassing.
No, listen, please hear me out. As I said, on every debate that I have come, I have personally even said to the extent it could have been any of our children. So we have to be really careful of situations such as this. Now, if for 1 minute the investigative officer had an agenda, then what did the government do? We did not interfere in this case. We said have an independent probe. And the independent probe has said that Aryan and all others are innocent and there has been no drug abuse here. So I think the truth has prevailed. If we wanted to make this into a political story, as is being suggested by my dear friend Clyde, then the evidence could have been whatever it is and the result would have been different. So my limited point being, truth has come out. It is unfortunate. It is most unfortunate that these children had to spend 26 days in jail. It shows you the lacunas in our system, talks of judicial bureaucracy, talks of media trials, and the larger issue is that the only agenda, if at all, of the NCB should be to eradicate the supply chain, because that is the most important.
I'm going to, Mr. Castro,
and that is the only
Mr. Castro, I'll give you 30 seconds, sir. I want to go to Sahil in the end. 30 seconds, sir. Please reply. You wanted to come in for a rebuttal.
I want to make a quick point, and the point here is the BJP from day one wanted to make this a political issue. They made a big mistake because of their influence, because of the way they were talking. There were these few youngsters, a few people who went through mental trauma. Who's going to be held responsible for this mental trauma that these people went through? And because of what they've done, there are many others who are languishing in jail. All these people need to do it. I mean, good enough that the government is doing what they're doing. But
May I bring in?
If the BJP spokesman is going to say that they're not going to say
No, sir. Okay, sir. To give Miss NC the benefit of doubt, every time Miss NC has come, at least on my debate, and I remember that because we were one of the very few channels that took a very moderate line on the story and did not conduct a public trial of Aryan Khan or a media trial at that. But Miss NC has always maintained a neutral line on it. Though you are correct, there have been other leaders from the BJP who've come out and openly accused Aryan Khan of consuming drugs, not just that, of actually being involved in an international racket which was put forth by the NCB in court. I'm going to go into a quick break, sir, but I want to bring in Sahil back. Sahil, 30 seconds, and we'll have you on the other side of the break as well. But 30 seconds, Sahil, encapsulate for our viewers how this is a textbook case on why politics should never mingle with ongoing cases, because it's egg on face of so many today.
Well, according to me, this is the textbook case, and this case has underlined that why politics should not be played only on the basis of investigation, and before the investigation gets completed and the charge sheet is filed, and then the case is tried in the trial court. Because this is not for the first time, especially with respect to Narcotics Control Bureau. Look at the cases, what has been happening since last 1 year, and when it comes to the bail in the High Court, most of the serious charges have been dropped. So this is very serious, and on the other side of the break we can discuss other stuff as well. But of course, this is an underlying case that why the politics should not be played only on the basis of what the investigating officers are leaking to the media.
I'm going to go into a quick break, Sahil, because it's not just happened in the case of Aryan Khan. It happened in the case of Sushant Singh Rajput's suicide. It happened in the case when every star was interrogated on the charges of drug, be it Deepika Padukone and other legion of actresses. A quick break to stay with us. On the other side, we have the legal-eagles, the legal crack team of Shah Rukh Khan that defended his son Aryan. We're going to ask them some questions on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999 892171.
Captain Abhilasha Barak is the first woman officer to join the Army Aviation Corps as an aviator.
This is a moment of pride for India. Captain Abhilasha Barak has scripted history by becoming the first woman officer to join the Army Aviation Corps as combat aviator. Captain Barak has been awarded coveted wings upon completion of her training. She was conferred with the award along with 36 other Army pilots by the Director General and Colonel Commandant of Army Aviation. The valedictory ceremony was held at the Combat Army Aviation Training School in Nasik. Captain Abhilasha's achievement has been declared as a golden letter day in the history of Indian Army Aviation. Captain Barak hails from Panchkula in Haryana. Both her father and brother are from the Indian Army. She had attended her brother's convocation ceremony, and that's when she decided to join the Indian Defence Force. She was commissioned into the Army Air Defence Corps in September of 2018. Captain Barak did many professional military courses before joining the Army Aviation Corps. At present, women are given the responsibility of air traffic control and ground duty in the aviation department. But now, she will take over the responsibility of the pilot.
من بقايا الصواريخ وبقايا القذائف اللي كانت عم تنزل على رؤوس المدنيين في الغوطة الشرقية وكامل سوريا. من أحد هواياتي من قبل الثورة كانت هي الزخرفة والرسم على الزجاج وعدة أمور. استغليت هاي الموهبة بالثورة السورية بالرسم على مخلفات الحرب من بقايا الصواريخ وبقايا القذائف اللي كانت عم تنزل على رؤوس المدنيين في الغوطة الشرقية وكامل سوريا. على الموت أو المشروع اللي أطلقته الرسم على الموت هي رسالة السلام والمحبة للسوريين، هي رسالة الحياة. يعني المخلفات الحرب ما هي عبارة بس عن زخارف وألوان، ولكن تحمل في طياتها الكثير من الإنسانية. إنه نحن شعب بدنا نعيش، نحن شعب ما بدنا حرب، نحن شعب بدنا السلام، بدنا نعيش بحياة، نعيش بكرامة.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India Today.
Sir, this is Elon Musk. For some reason, he's sharing a console with Homer Simpson.
His mind is as rich as an Italian wedding soup.
Elon Tusk, listen, we need your help.
Rick, Morty, why me? Did something happen to Elon Musk in your own reality?
No, he's fine.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
We are in a better place today than we were 8 years ago when Narendra Modi became Prime Minister for the first time in May 2014.
For the first time, there were about 6 or 7 years of consecutive years when we had fiscal deficit declining. And then, of course, the pandemic hit and things did change after that.
The overall comparison and the mood and the prospects, I feel, are worse now.
When an economy that was seemingly growing into double digits, 10%, post-demonetization slips into 5%.
The farmers are suffering in a huge way because growth is so low and the inflation is coming on top of that.
Growth rate is coming down. Doesn't mean growth rate is low.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm. Live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, big in your life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
Warm welcome viewers, you're watching To The Point. In our last show, we spoke about the politics of Aryan Khan's case. In the next 20 minutes, we're going to talk about the legal aspect of the case. Did it ever have any legs to stand on when it came down to legality of the case, where the NCB even accused of him being an international drug trafficker, a part of a drug cartel which was international, when they opposed the bail for Aryan Khan, who spent 26 days in jail. Over the next 20 minutes, we're going to get on the show the crack legal team enlisted by Shah Rukh Khan for his son. When we had them earlier, while the entire drama, the trial was going on, when Aryan was in jail for 26 days, they never commented on that. Two questions. Number one, was this a hit job by the NCB? Number two, was it that Aryan Khan was paying the price of being a superstar son? They always stuck to the legal points. Have they changed that stand today? What now? Will Aryan Khan actually sue the NCB of putting him through so much trauma when they did not have any evidence to go by? First up, I want to bring in my colleague Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai bureau chief, who's joining us live. Sahil, take us through. You have the charge sheet with you. Did the NCB ever have legal legs to stand on to call Aryan Khan an international drug trafficker, a part of a cartel? The fact that he was a drug addict, that he was passing on drugs to others?
Well, looking at what they themselves have said in the charge sheet, it clearly shows that Narcotics Control Bureau officials are accepting that the very basis of the whole case made out against Aryan Khan, because every time I remember, whenever the judge used to ask that why the bail should be denied and what evidence you have to put him behind bars that there are no drugs found on him, they used to always come up with some kind of a WhatsApp chat and show to the judge and say, this is what we are investigating. We want to understand whether the international drug trafficking racket is involved in that. And now they themselves are saying that WhatsApp chats are not accepted as a evidentiary evidence evidentiary material mentioned by the Supreme Court itself, then why people were being called only on the basis of WhatsApp chats? The charge sheet also mentions that the mobile phone, which apparently, the Narcotics Control Bureau the first day said that they have confiscated from Aryan Khan. Then now it appears that Aryan Khan was asked to give the mobile phone. He handed over the mobile phone, and the procedure of seizing that mobile phone was not followed at all. So it was all happening through illegal means, and during the investigation, nobody questioned it. There was no way that one can understand whether a mobile phone has been seized as per the procedure or it has not been seized under the procedure. Every time the Narcotics Control Bureau goes before the magistrate to file the remand application, they have to submit the Panchanama and the other papers as well. Nobody looked into it. So there is a clear-cut lapse, what we can see at this point of time. A person has had to spend 26 days inside the jail. And now please understand, Aryan Khan had all the legal advice he can afford. The best of the legal advice they can afford. Mukul Rohatgi, a person like Mukul Rohatgi flew down from Delhi to appear for him in the Bombay High Court. Think about the people who do not have those kind of means, what kind of things they will have to face if they are arrested under stringent laws under NDPS Act. So this is going to be a really serious case, and what we have seen in past a few months is that under the NDPS Act, who's who in Bombay's, Mumbai's film industry were called in. They were paraded in front of the Narcotics Control Bureau office, for non-commercial quantity of the drugs apparently seized from their houses. After some point of time, it was realized that that substance was not even a narcotic substance. So these kind of things were happening. Nobody intervened, especially in the Aryan Khan case, only because a minister from the Maharashtra government took the press conference, and with the help of equipped with the press the presentation in which he could able to show that a particular witness who is supposed to be independent and clean witness is involved in the cases like duping people, and that is how the case, everybody started raising questions over the case, and finally the Narcotics Control Bureau officials understood that there is some kind of a problem in the case, and that's how they took out the case from the Bombay office, Bombay zonal office, to a special SIT formed by the Narcotics Control Bureau's head office. So definitely there were many lacunas. It has been clearly mentioned in the charge sheet that the investigating officer was trying to implicate Aryan Khan. He was looking for an opportunity to implicate Aryan Khan. So obviously there has to be some kind of a conspiracy to arrest Aryan Khan, and one of the independent witness who died a few days back, Prabhakar Sahil, while speaking to India Today, India Today broke that story, and he had specifically mentioned that how they were demanding money for the release of Aryan Khan. So, it is a serious offence.
Sahil, before I move on, we have Mukul Rohatgi who's joining us live in 30 seconds. I want to quickly ask you, what now? Does this case end now? Also, what action could be taken against Samir Wankhede? Because if clearly it mentions that the man in charge, who was Samir Wankhede, was trying to, build a case against Aryan Khan which had no legal legs, now what?
Well, the departmental inquiry is basically to show that there are procedural lapses, but what one can clearly see, that when the word like implication comes into the charge sheet, that investigating officer was trying to implicate Aryan Khan, then it becomes a serious charge. So obviously the investigation should not actually be only the departmental, but there can, it can have more repercussions as well. But what we saw, that Mumbai police did not get into the criminal conspiracy of that. Nobody came forward to give the statement to Mumbai police that yes, the money was demanded. So we'll have to wait and see that what happens in this case as well.
Okay, Sahil, I'm going to appreciate you taking the time out and joining us. I'm going to come back to you, my colleague Sahil, our Mumbai bureau chief, and his team on top of the story which we are tracking very closely here. We did speak to Samir Wankhede, clearly, who now his name has been mentioned in the charge sheet as someone who was trying to implicate Aryan Khan in a drug charge. Will action be taken against him? Well, Samir Wankhede, when we spoke with him, said no comments. But I want to now cut across to Mukul Rohatgi. He was one of the lawyers who defended Aryan Khan. Mr. Rohatgi, appreciated, sir, that you've taken the time out to join us. You represented Aryan Khan. You argued for him that he was innocent. What does today's clean sheet mean to the legal team?
See, personally, I am very relieved that the truth has come out to the effect that there is no material against Aryan Khan at all to prosecute him, which means that his honor is vindicated, and our stand in the court at the time of bail is also vindicated, that there were no drugs on him, he was not carrying drugs, he had not had any drugs. That's what I think is my first impression today.
Mr. Rohatgi, what, as per you, you feel have been the biggest lapses where the Narcotics Bureau is concerned?
See, the basic lapse was that they acted in haste. Before you arrest a person, you must have reasonable and credible grounds to believe that a person has committed a crime. In this case, it is about drugs. So one should have drugs on one's person. One should have had drugs, otherwise, little before you are arrested, or something like that. That's the only thing which is relevant in a case of drugs. Now, there was nothing. And maybe because of the media glare and everybody was looking at this case, maybe the officer concerned thought that if he didn't arrest, people would say, oh, he's a big man and therefore the authorities didn't act. So sometimes it's a case of an overkill. I think that's the kind of thing which happened. They did not act maturely at the relevant time. They arrested first and then started thinking later.
So you said they did not
deprived a person of his liberty. Liberty is the most essential part of our constitution. But unfortunately, as I speak, it happens every day in hundreds of cases, thousands of cases under various laws, because there are several prosecution agencies. I mean, I would appeal to the prosecution agencies across the spectrum to think maturely, weigh the facts, and then go for arrest, which is as a measure of last resort under the law, and not as a measure of first resort, just because there is power of arrest.
So you've made a very pertinent point, a point that many of us are mulling today, that if this can happen to Shah Rukh Khan's son, what about the common man out there? But you talk about that they lacked maturity. Something more sinister, Mr. Rohatgi, has been said in the charge sheet, which is made by the NCB, where it comes down to the indictment of Sameer Wankhede, where the charge sheet says Sameer Wankhede tried to implicate is the operative word, Shah Rukh Khan's son, Aryan Khan, in this. Should action be taken against Sameer Wankhede, sir?
No, madam, I don't think this clamor is kind of well-founded. I don't know Mr. Wankhede. I don't know what role he had to play. And I mean, it's not a case of retribution that we are dealing with. I hope it was a genuine mistake of arrest, and that mistake has been remedied by the department admitting that they kind of made a mistake.
Mr. Rohatgi, you know, at the time when the trial was going on, when Aryan was in jail, I remember speaking with you, and you had at that point of time said that, you know, Aryan's, got nerves of steel. His father, Shah Rukh Khan, has, been quietly in the background studying, pretty much studying law to assist his son. Have you spoken to Aryan or Shah Rukh Khan?
No, madam, I have not been able to speak to the family. But my answer to your other question is that whether it is NCB or anybody, any other prosecuting agencies, they must act properly, maturely and responsibly before arresting any person, much less a young man or an old man, because, see, liberty is equally important for a young man or an old man. That doesn't matter. But the only difference is in the case of a young mind, it's an impressionable age. And if you arrest people of young ages, put them in jail where they have to intermingle with hardened criminals, that may leave a lasting psychological impact on the mind of a youngster. That must be avoided at all costs.
Appreciate you joining us, Mr. Rohatgi. Mr. Rohatgi, you were working with Ryan Karanjewala and his entire legal crack team. Ryan Karanjewala now joins us live. Appreciate you joining us, Mr. Rohatgi. You have a good evening. Mr. Karanjewala, welcome. Thank you for taking out the time and joining us today. I want you, sir, for the benefit of our viewers, encapsulate the whole process from the arrest to the clean chit, where there has been no charge sheet which has been made out where Aryan Khan is concerned. But in the charge sheet that NCB has built, it pretty much gives Aryan a complete clean chit where it says that the investigating officer was trying to implicate him.
While we're happy and while we're relieved, we're not at all surprised. Because on day one, I had said that Aryan Khan is an innocent person sought to be made guilty. And what we based our whole say-so in those days was on the simple fact that there was no evidence found on him whatsoever. This was not a case of insufficient evidence. This was a case of no evidence whatsoever. No drugs were found on his possession. No medical examination was led to show that he had ever consumed any such drugs. All that was relied upon was that someone in the neighborhood possessed drugs. And we pointed out then and we point out now that this can never be a case of conscious consumption, which is what they wanted to say. Because, for example, the example that I had given then, and we had given in different ways in court also, was that take the case of a Bharati. When the Bharat comes in, if one or two people in the Bharat are found to be in possession of a banned substance, does it mean that the groom is implicated? So that was our whole case, and it's ultimately been proved to be correct. What we said today, what we said 8 months ago, the NCB says today.
You know, sir, the fact is that the NCB made some very, very preposterous claim. They look preposterous right now because they are completely unfounded and true, because now the NCB says that there is no evidence. Claim one, where they say that, his drugs were with his friend, he was taking drugs, he was a drug addict. They say that he was part of an international drug cartel, drug trafficking, on the basis of what? WhatsApp chats. That is, every time his bail plea came up for hearing, they stalled the bail, opposed it by saying all of these things.
So we feel the same way that we felt then, and we see it the same way we said. We said on that day also, this was not a case of consumption at all. This was not a case of possession at all. And we totally thrashed the concept of an international conspiracy then. We're only glad that today the NCB agrees with us. That's all.
Mr. Karanjewala, your client, Aryan Khan, spent 26 days in jail, faced public humiliation, a very, very public trial, social ostracization. The kind of stuff that went down in print on Aryan Khan was, cruel to go by, where a young man who's just out of college is concerned. Do you think the Khan family and Aryan Khan should take the NCB to court?
Oh, he certainly went through a lot, because I remember saying to somebody else, post the bail, my wife and I had gone to Shah Rukh Khan's house for lunch. He just called us just to thank us, in a sense, for being with him through those days. So you could clearly make out the amount of harassment and stress the family was under. And while both the men, Shah Rukh and Aryan, tried to be brave and sort of, face things and try to sort of inject humor into the afternoon and things like that, both the women were totally distraught, both the daughter and the wife.
I'll ask that question again, Mr. Karanjewala. Do you, see that it was a hit job by the NCB, and should action be taken against the NCB where legal recourse by the Khan family is concerned?
See, frankly, I don't want to get into that argument. I don't want to get into a situation where I'm giving my views on what the NCB did or did not do. And even in court, I want to point out that our counsels only stuck to the facts when they argued it. This issue was not discussed. This issue was not highlighted in any way. And I'm not going to deviate on TV from the way the counsels argued in court.
Well, sir, but we know those are questions which would be asked. But I will also ask you, you pointed out earlier when, in our other question, where you went to see the Khan family, where both the men, Shah Rukh Khan and his son, were stronger. The women were very badly affected. They were crying. But as Shah Rukh Khan's concerned, because I remember, sir, you were on our channel earlier, while the trial was going on, while Aryan Khan was in jail, and you spoke about at length of Shah Rukh Khan in person assisting his son, where he was actually reading the law to know the law better and to be able to assist you. Did that really happen?
So I must tell you very frankly that as far as the case was concerned, it was conducted by two partners of ours who went down to Bombay, namely Sandeep Kapoor and Ruby Ahuja. And their involvement with and interaction with Shah Rukh Khan was quite extensive and in detail. And both their impressions were, which is also common knowledge, that A, he's a man of very high levels of intelligence. That is what Mukul also said all throughout when I spoke to Mukul about him. And he's a man who always sort of dealt with the aspect of how to solve the problem rather than just sit and complain about it. And he's a very level-headed person in his reactions. So even I remember Mukul saying that, and when he spoke in conferences, he was always level-headed, never hysterical, never over the top, always calm, always collected, always just right, if you know what I mean.
Mr. Karanjewala, the kind of case that the NCB built, what does it say about the NCB? If this can happen to a superstar's son, what about the common man, sir?
See, I have always felt that institutions like the NCB should really be concentrating on dealing with drug syndicates and the crime at a larger level rather than try to individually pick on individuals, whether well-known or not well. I mean, I think their purpose would be better served if they had sort of, they put their focus on the drug peddlers, the drug lords, and so on.
Mr. Karanjewala, it's a good day for the Khans. I hear it's also the birthday of their youngest son, Abram. So good news has come calling. Have you been able to speak to them today after the clean chit?
No, I haven't even tried. I sent them a message and just to congratulate them, and I would congratulate Shah Rukh, and he thanked us. That's it.
Mr. Aryan Karanjewala, thank you, sir. Appreciate it, taking the time out and joining us this evening. You have a very good evening ahead and a fabulous weekend. With that, I'm going to close the show. Because once again, when it came down legally, the NCB never had a case. And that has been admitted by the NCB today in the charge sheet, where the NCB says the operative word that the investigating officer in question, Sameer Wankhede, tried to implicate is the operative word, Aryan Khan in this drug case. A clean chit for Aryan Khan. We're going to go into a quick break. To stay with us. On the other side is Rahul Kamal, and he joins us from Davos.
Should you upgrade to 5G? Are you still wondering if you should get a 5G compatible phone? Well, it'd be a future-proof upgrade, especially with what 5G can really offer. 5G is faster, exactly 20 times faster than 4G. Experts are saying now that it's likely to bring a technological revolution. Unlike its predecessor 4G, which used longer airwaves, 5G uses millimeter waves, which makes it much faster. So say goodbye to annoying buffering when watching your videos. Why is 5G so fast? The millimeter waves are short, which means they have limited range and higher penetration. 5G also carries the promise of making latency disappear, which means that there's going to be less delay between sending and receiving information. So downloading heavy file sizes, of course, will take a few seconds. Can 5G make our cities smart? The idea is that 5G can create smart cities with more connected devices. For instance, increased use of connected or autonomous vehicles will impact lifestyle choices. This also begs the question of enormous amount of data it will generate. So, digital security will be an area of concern, of course, especially since 5G network is more difficult to protect than its predecessors. So, are you ready for the next upgrade?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching
I'm afraid your friends at Hawkins are very much in the eye of the storm.
I don't have my powers.
They're not way off.
I relocated you guys far from Hawkins.
I don't know. Do you have an answer to that?
I don't know, because everything I did is like, why now?
Yeah, it's almost like you don't want to change.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe like change, like maybe in season 1 I would have talked to them about a different hair for the next 4 seasons. But like, besides that,
that's actually great. I almost like want the reverse of that. I want to take something away from now.
Yeah.
Like
over there. Yeah. I feel like almost everything from the 80s is back anyway, right? I'm trying to think, man. Old Pizza Hut, I think. You know, I mean, at least like when I was a kid, I didn't grow up in the 80s, but like when I was a kid, Pizza Hut was still banging. So I think, you know, nothing against Pizza Hut personally, but it was just like the sit down, dine in Pizza Huts, you know? When you would go in, sit down, it had those lamps, that like stained glass like lamps, and then like those like red cups with like the rough texture on them, and then like they would their wings and their breadsticks had that like cheese garlic on it on top. Dog, that shit was banging, man. When you dip that thing into like really hot like marinara sauce, and you're like doing the thing when you're like eating it because it's so hot, you know, but it's so good, like that, and that like was probably awesome. And I'm sure like, yeah, I would probably want to bring that back.
Without you, we can't win this war.
See you on the other side.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Powered by Berger Paints, paint your imagination. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
Hello and welcome. We are living through greater uncertainty than the world has seen at any time since the Second World War. It is almost impossible to say with certainty what might happen next, but for a sharp insight into what could happen next and why, and to help you navigate these choppy waters, we're joined at the India Today studios at the World Economic Forum by one of the world's leading foreign affairs experts, Fareed Zakaria. Fareed, fantastic to see you again. Thank you for your time.
Great to see you, Rahul, always.
We are currently in a situation where Russia isn't winning a war they were supposed to win in less than a week. Ukraine isn't losing, fighting harder than anybody would have anticipated. Where do you think Russia and Ukraine war is going from here?
It's a very good question because you describe it exactly right. The Russians are not winning, the Ukrainians are not losing, but it's fair to say they're not winning either. So you can imagine this moving into a kind of stalemate, which can go on for a long time because the Ukrainians now have a lot of assistance in terms of material, in terms of money. The Russians, I mean, it's a much bigger country, it's 10 times the budget of defense budget of Ukraine, so they could also keep going for a while. All of which is to say, I think that this feeling of dislocation, of the, kind of uncoupling of the world, the high food prices, the high energy prices, this is not a momentary thing. This is not a spasm. I think this is what the next year, 2 years, maybe more will look like. This is the kind of new normal.
The fear, though, is that as Russia continues to take losses, could there be a moment, whether it's the sinking of the Moscow or anything like that, which leads to an escalation? What's your reading at this time of Vladimir Putin's red lines? We're seeing new countries wanting to join the NATO. We're seeing generals in Russia speak continually about nuclear escalation. How do you read the mind of the Russian army and Vladimir Putin?
It's a very good question because so far Putin has been rational and calculating. When I say so far, I mean until about a year ago. I met Putin a bunch of times, interviewed him once. He's a tough guy, very anti-Western, very anti-American, but he was always rational, cold, calculating, and his decision-making was incremental. He took the little pieces of Georgia that were pro-Russian, Russian-speaking, maybe not pro-Russian. When he went into Ukraine, he took Crimea, which was largely Russian-speaking. Then he nibbled at the Donbass. Then he went further, and always places that are heavily Russian-speaking, always limited in his actions. Syria, he went in for a limited... Now what you're seeing is a kind of weird, emotional... he speaks about the issues in a kind of mythological, which is to say in some sense nonsensical way. He talks about Nazis in Ukraine, talks about how the Ukrainian people are dying to have the Russians liberate them. Even now, I was talking to a head of state who was on the phone with him last week, and he said even now, he says, Ukraine is not a real country, these are not real people, they're all just, in a sense, Russians. So, he seems to have gone in a very different direction. And the fundamental issue is this: can he afford to lose this war? Or in his mind, does he think he cannot afford to lose this war? And if that's the case, then your question is very apt, which is, facing loss, will he just escalate? My own sense is that there is probably a place where you could end up, which is he gives back most of the territories conquered in the last 3 months, which are 10 or 15% of Donetsk and Luhansk, those two areas in the Donbass. Ukraine, in turn, says it won't join NATO. Those are the two areas where I think you could achieve it. But getting there is going to be very hard. The Ukrainians don't want to compromise because they've lost. For each side, when you've had losses, it's harder to compromise because then what was the fighting for? So the Ukrainians say, we sacrificed all this and we're going to give away territory. The Russians say, we sacrificed all. So it's a very tough one. My sense is there is going to be some moment at which the Russians realize that they are losing. That hasn't come yet. The Russians are the ones not willing to negotiate, not willing to back down. The Ukrainians have offered several times to negotiate. If that happens, I do believe there is a formula within the realm of possible. I don't know if he would go back to this, but Zelensky, when I interviewed him a couple of weeks into the conflict, said essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, and I mean, obviously these are very delicate issues, but he seemed to be saying to me, look, if the Russians move back, give back all the territory they've gained, we're not going to concede to them Crimea and the Donbass that they took in 2014. We will consider those frozen conflicts. We don't recognize them as Russian. The Russians don't recognize them as Ukrainian, but life can go back to normal.
But that's a big loss of face for Vladimir Putin. He's hoping to go down in history as the modern day Tsar, the great unifier. If he has to go away with his tail between his legs, that doesn't help Putin send the right message.
Yes, so Putin would have to accept that this conquest, this adventure didn't work. But it wouldn't be unraveling the 2014 annexations. But he'd get something big in return, which is the relaxation of Western sanctions. So the question is, how much does he care about that? And again, the rational calculation would be, my God, I mean, the Russian economy is in free fall. But does Putin care?
But are we dealing at this moment, in your best estimate, with a rational actor or an irrational actor?
Everything I've seen about him has always said to me that he was rational. But these last 3 months, he seems to have taken a very strange turn. My hope is that this was a case where he was in a bubble, 22 years in power, 2 years of COVID, completely autocratic system where only yes men and chamchas around him. So he got a lot of bad information. He had his own crazy theories about how they were going to win. Kind of defeat forces a kind of clarity, a reality check, and maybe he will climb down from this. Look, I don't think you can appease him by worrying too much about what happens when he's backed into a corner. The one thing we do know about Putin, and this is now 20 years of history, he respects strength. He respects you if you stand up to him. If you preemptively make concessions and start worrying about what are the off-ramps for him, my advice would be show him strength, let him worry about the off-ramps. There are, as I pointed out, there are a lot of potential off-ramps there. The problem right now is the Russians don't want to negotiate.
If we step out of just what's happening between Russia and Ukraine and focus on the impact this is having on the rest of the world, the one big concern at this moment is because of the supply shocks to food grain systems. How real, according to you, is the prospect of famine, especially in North Africa, and what could potentially be done to try and prevent that?
I think it's a very, very serious problem. I think this is probably, we're almost seeing 3 crises. The first was COVID, the second is the Russian invasion of Iraq, and the third is going to be a global food crisis. Not as much a global energy crisis, we have that, but energy is largely consumed by rich and middle income countries. They will find ways to manage. Food, what do you do when the poorest people can't get food? What do you do when, in countries in sub-Saharan Africa, even places like Pakistan or Egypt, and when the shortfalls are as great as they are? So this is going to be a massive challenge. One thought would be to try to organize a kind of global humanitarian effort to say, because the food is all lying in Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine is the world's breadbasket in many ways. I don't remember the numbers, but 8 or 10% of the entire world's calories comes from that one place. And if you could say, take the grain that is in storage in Ukraine, move it out of Odessa. The Russians are blockading Odessa right now, this port city. And, create a kind of international humanitarian shipping mission to just get the food out to feed the world. I think it would also help the global south that has been, in a kind of way sitting on the fence here, to realize this is a real problem. You have to solve it. And, frankly, it's Russia that is blocking it. Ukraine would desperately like to sell its grain to the world, but it cannot because Russia will bomb all those ships. So if you could do that, it might also be a way of just beginning to get us back to, the first part you were trying to get at, which is there some diplomatic endgame. So you begin to talk just about these humanitarian corridors. Maybe you can expand that into talking about more other humanitarian corridors, perhaps even a diplomatic solution.
Some Russians suggested it, saying that if economic sanctions are taken away, then they'd be willing to consider removing the naval blockade, but that's not something the West would be willing to consider, or should it, according to you?
No, of course it can. Look, the sanctions can only be lifted if the cause of the sanctions is unraveled, which is the aggression, the the attempts to conquer Ukraine, the destruction of Ukraine, and what is still, they've annexed about 20% more land than they had on February 23rd. So all that has to be unraveled. The point about the food would be it is literally going to cause a global humanitarian catastrophe. Does Russia want to be the country blocking that? It would seem to me that there would be a path there. But by the way, the fact that the Russians raised this is positive. In a sense, they're saying this is our price for a humanitarian corridor. We can counter with another price. We can say, what about if, one sanction or some measures were taken. The problem so far, though, has been the Russians had agreed to a number of humanitarian corridors within Ukraine to let women and children out. They violated every single one. So, this is one of those cases where Reagan said about the Soviet Union, trust but verify.
We've seen the European Union demonstrate greater solidarity and purpose than at any time in the last several decades. Do you see this EU solidarity last? And what form and shape could it take from a lot of the countries talking about arming themselves? Do you see nuclear weapons proliferate much more than earlier because countries say, hey, maybe that's the only defense we actually have?
I think the most significant development that could come out of this Ukraine crisis is a Europe that decides to be a kind of strategic actor on the world stage. So far, Europe has been the kind of black hole of international politics. Here's this part of the world, 25% of global GDP, I think 35% of global military spending, maybe 40% of global military spending, but totally passive, totally inactive. Their defense spending is all just jobs programs. It's not real defense spending for the most part. What this has sort of, I think, jolted them to realize is, we've been living with free security, essentially given by the Americans, an outgrowth of the Cold War and World War II and, and all that. Maybe security has to be earned. Maybe we have to spend on defense. Maybe we have to deploy those defense resources in a purposeful, strategic way. So a country like Belgium, what are you spending money on for territorial defense? Who's going to attack Belgium? The money needs to, the whole strategic focus of Europe has to be defending its eastern border. That's where the threat comes from. So if that were to happen, I think it's a sea change in global affairs. It's a sea change for Europe, which could become a much more purposeful actor on other things, energy policy, all kinds of things. The question of nuclear weapons will be the ultimate one. I think they won't go there for a long time. I think that they're very comfortable with the American nuclear umbrella. Remember, the British have nuclear weapons, the French have nuclear weapons, so there is an additional layer. But they have the capacity. I mean, the other part of this that we should talk about is what we've realized is the Russian army is disastrous. So the Europeans don't need that much. If the Germans really double their defense spending and all these people start focusing their strategic armament, they will be able to deter against the Russian army. In the old days, you worried about the Soviet army, which was much larger. By the way, this is something India needs to think a lot about, because a lot of India's most advanced defense weaponry is Russian. And, what we're watching is that should probably not have come as a surprise to us, but I mean, it's very, very second rate. And it's very hard to see it being able to match the most advanced weaponry in the world, which, while China doesn't have now, China is clearly moving towards.
But Russia hasn't deployed some of its most potent weapon systems, whether it's in the realm of cybersecurity, whether it's in the realm of trying to ensure energy blackouts in Ukraine. So a lot of the asymmetric weapon systems that they could have used, they haven't. And even advanced technological weapon systems, either they don't have enough of them and they want to keep them in reserve. But what's your reading of why Russia hasn't been deploying the best of what they have? Because the whole world is looking at the inability of the Russian army to deliver a killer blow.
So it's a mixed bag. I have it on very good authority that they have actually tried to deploy all their cyber arsenal. The problem is the Ukrainian counterattack was much more effective than they expected. Now, it was much more effective because clearly the Americans helped them. but the Ukrainians jammed all Russian cyber efforts, and the Russians turned out to be very bad at cyber. So there's probably a small units in Moscow that are very good at what they were doing, but they got countered. But to give you a simple example, which has not been reported as clearly. So what is happening is Russian soldiers are bringing their phones into battle with traditional SIM cards. The Ukrainians jam those SIM cards, and then these Russians go and buy new SIM cards in Ukraine. All those Ukrainian SIM cards allow the Ukrainian army to target them precisely, which is why Russia has lost almost 10 generals, because these generals were using cell phones with GPS systems that could be tracked very easily. So the Russians turn out to have more second-tier stuff than people realize. The counterattacks are working better. They haven't deployed their most sophisticated missile systems, particularly obviously relating to tactical nuclear weapons. And I think there they realized that would really be crossing a Rubicon. If they were to do that, my own sense is NATO would then get involved militarily, even though Ukraine is not a member of NATO. To have a nuclear weapons state use nuclear weapons for the first time since 1945 would be a game changer for the world we live in. And I don't think you'd want to leave that precedent. So there would be, I think, a much more significant NATO and US response.
There's been so much conversation at the World Economic Forum this year about Ukraine and Russia. It almost seemed like the Ukraine Davos. How do you think the mandarins in China are looking at what's playing itself out, and what are they taking away from this conflict?
Look, China is to a certain extent a black box, and Xi Jinping's China is a particular black box because it's really become a bit of a one-man rule. But what we can look at is their actions. So the Chinese have given Russia rhetorical support. But what is interesting is beyond that, they have done almost nothing to support the Russians. They have given it no military assistance. They have not even given the military, non-military assistance, by which I mean the Russians apparently asked for food for their army. The army is in bad shape. The Chinese refused to give, MREs, the military rations. The Russians asked them not to give the Ukrainians humanitarian aid. The Chinese have twice given the Ukrainians humanitarian aid, and no Chinese firm or bank is violating the sanctions. And so the picture you get is of a China that realizes that it is not in a good place. There's a very interesting article or paper written by a Chinese diplomat, retired ambassador to Ukraine, in which he said, why are we allied with Russia? Russia is a declining power. Our interests are not aligned. And every year, it's going to cause us more trouble as it's going to drag us down with them. As happens often in China when there is an expression of truth, it was quickly pulled off after a couple of hours off the website it was posted on. But it tells you something, that there is a debate in China going on about why are we hooking ourselves to this sinking star? So I think the Chinese internal position is probably much more complicated. We'll never see this because Xi believes that he has a kind of an ideological alliance with Putin, which he does. They're both autocrats. They both don't like the West. They both want to stand up to American hegemony. But that's an alignment of ideology. Is there an alignment of real strategic interests? I don't know. I mean, I think we're watching in a weird way play out a version of the Cold War. If you remember, in the 50s and 60s, there was ideological alignment between Soviet Union and China. And then they discovered their strategic interests were parting. In those days, Russia was the senior partner, China was the junior partner. Today, the roles are reversed.
This is a very important year for Xi Jinping. He's up for re-election, which so far was considered a done deal. Do you still think of it as a done deal? Because there seems to be pressure building in China on account of the zero COVID strategy. We've seen videos of Chinese citizens out in the streets. They've been whisked away to centers where they're supposed to be safe, but they clearly don't feel safe. How do you see these pressures and tensions building up within mainland China, especially in big cities like Shanghai?
So there's no question that China, and this is very surprising to say, but China is stumbling. Its policy is failing. The way I would put it is they are going for zero COVID and they're getting zero growth. And if you think that's an exaggeration, the premier of China, Li Keqiang, this morning said we think we are at zero growth. We think we are not growing as a country. Just to remind you, their estimate for this year was 5.5%. It will be the first time in 35 years, I think, that China misses its growth estimate. It will be the first time in 46 years that the United States will grow faster than China. So it's a huge deal. COVID is going badly. They have to open up, but once they open up, there will be lots of COVID deaths. Growth is slowing. You also have the reality of China having annoyed all its neighbors. So Xi's policies are not working, but he has a very tight grip on power. Those whole corruption the sweeps, anti-corruption sweeps, allowed him to eliminate a lot of his enemies, a lot of his rivals. So I suspect it would take more than just these few months of bad policy and bad outcomes to dislodge him.
One of the hallmarks of China's rise has been that China has been a very pragmatic power. Now it comes back to the question of rationality versus irrationality. Zero COVID is a clear case of irrationality, but China, because they've kind of, especially Xi's, built it up so much, there's pride, patriotism, ego, vanity associated with it. Will that continue, or do you think they'll just cut their losses and say, hey, we made a mistake and now we need to change course?
So historically, you would say that based on the last 30 years, they would do exactly what you're suggesting. Cut their losses, be pragmatic. That's what they've done in the past, even when they've made mistakes after they've realized it. But Xi seems to be different. He seems to be a more traditional autocrat. The Chinese had a weird dictatorship where it was a dictatorship with term limits. Who has a dictatorship with the whole point of being a dictator is so you can reign forever, right? But they had these two-term limits, and it wasn't just for the senior leadership. Everybody was termed out after 2 terms. This doesn't seem to be that kind of leadership. Look, it's a wonderful example of, we often forget the underlying strength of democracy. At the end of the day, whatever Modi does, there are checks. Even for somebody as popular as him and who's been as successful in elections, there are state elections. There are by-elections. There is the reality of, the farmers' protest you saw. There are these checks on your power. There are these checks that remind you that you are human. Imagine being in Putin's world or Xi's world, where there is never any pushback. There is never any point at which you have to recognize failure. There is never a press hounding you, checking you. So I would, the one hope I have for India is that these checks on power, independent media, opposition parties, local legislatures, thank God for the South in India right now. These are all so important to the stability and success of India, because you don't measure this by 1 or 2 decades. You measure this by the fact that, look at India, since 1947, it has had a stable political system with 18-month exception, right? That's extraordinary.
So 2 things could happen. Either this is just a trip and China just starts running again and they just stumbled momentarily, or because there's such an information void and it's difficult to say what's bubbling within the surface, that this could potentially be a much bigger fall for China. This growth that we've seen, fueled as it is by debt, fueled as it is by a real estate bubble, which has been going on in a very unsustainable fashion according to various Western observers, finally starts taking a hit, and not just temporarily but for longer. Which of the two is more, it's impossible to say, I realize, but which of the two is more likely?
So if they don't course correct, they're clearly headed towards the second, which, by the way, is not a scenario of a Chinese collapse. It's a scenario of a Chinese slowdown, that Chinese growth will move more into the 4% range rather than the 5.5% to 6% range what they're hoping for, which is a big problem for them because they have very bad demographics. They need growth. They still are only a middle-income country. But, the forces that propelled China's growth were the private sector. It was the unleashing first of productivity in the agricultural sector, where they really opened up. Then these sectors like consumers, technology, things like that. The state-owned enterprises in China, the state-run parts of the Chinese economy, are as badly run as the state-run parts of the Indian economy. The Chinese do not do any better at state capitalism than anyone else does. That's the thing people need to understand. It's the private entrepreneurship that Xi is now trying to double down on state ownership and state-led growth. So unless there is a big course correction, I suspect a significant Chinese slowdown for several years. Again, a great opportunity for India.
So let's build on that for a moment. From what you've picked up at Davos and in general, how are you seeing India being able to or failing to capitalize on the opportunity that China's troubles present?
So India is, without any question, the best country positioned to take advantage of these concerns about China, both externally and internally. Externally, the concern that China is becoming expansionist and predatory in many ways. Internally, the reality of Chinese slowing growth. India is perfectly positioned to pick up the slack in some areas by being able to manufacture goods at lower cost than China. In some areas, by being able to manufacture high-tech goods. I mean, that's the great advantage India has. As Manmohan Singh used to say, India exists in several centuries at the same time. So you have low-wage labor, but you also have the extraordinary tech sector. So you could imagine being able to, to deal with Apple on the one hand and Walmart at the other, which are both important parts of Chinese growth if you think about it. You still need a more open, business-friendly, can-do attitude in India. You still need to cut the mountains of red tape that still exists. I've been dealing with some of this personally. My mother died, and so I've been dealing with some of the issues. I mean, the form filling in the Indian bureaucracy, which continues even into the banks now, is just mind-boggling. I mean, you sit there and think to yourself, and of course, all of it is going to lie and go down somewhere. Nobody's ever going to look at it. Like, why is somebody not able to just cut through all this and look at Vietnam? Vietnam is prospering as a result of all these China issues, but it's small. India has the capacity, the real heft to do it. Modi is doing a good job economically from the point of view of managing the economy. And obviously I'm not talking about non-economic issues, but from the point of view of managing the economy, he's not a Reagan or Thatcher. He's not a great reformer, but he's a competent manager, and he's done it well. And many of the areas which are kind of second-tier reforms which need to be implemented properly, like GST, he's done a very good job. The other piece of India that I think is worth noting is the states are becoming more adventurous, but you still don't have that push, and maybe it's hard to get in a big, raucous, fractious democracy like India. But look, India is going to do well. Will it grow as fast as China did at its heyday? No, that's not possible, I think, in a complicated democracy like India. But that's also okay, I mean, Chinese economy was able to double, I think, every 7 years. If the Indian economy can double every 10 years, it's still going to lift hundreds of millions of people out of poverty.
What happened in Sri Lanka? Do you see that being unique to the manner in which the Rajapakses ran Sri Lanka, or do you see that being a potential threat given China's increasing debt to several of these countries, and some of the factors are similar? Do you think it could happen in other places in India's neighborhood and elsewhere as well?
Look, from a strategic point of view, India has to be worried about a Chinese foreign economic policy that is strategically oriented in a way that encircles India. You cannot help but look at the ports that China is financing and notice that they do seem to be encircling one country. I think the circumstances in Sri Lanka were unusual, and I think countries are becoming more aware of it. But look, India has to accept that Pakistan has essentially aligned itself with China, and it has to recognize that reality, and that has very large strategic implications. I think much larger than at any previous point, because China is right there. It's a neighboring country. It's allying itself with another neighboring country with a history of hostility, disputed territory, a history of sending militants into the area to destabilize India. So it has to figure out how to deal with this. Look, one piece of this may be for India to try to have a working relationship with Pakistan to diffuse some of that crisis and that access. I'd be perfectly open to seeing this kind of interesting strategic dialogue between India and Pakistan to try and lessen some of the tensions, because it's to both sides' interests, particularly on the economic and trade side, for that to happen. But the Indians need to realize they do need to think about this and have a strategy, not just, kind of, a lot of Indian foreign policy seems to me default. We have default non-alignment. We have default anti-Pakistan. We have default, we need to stop default and actually actively, strategically think about this very new world, as you say, changing more than since 1945. How should Indian strategy change? It can't be that the world is changing so much and it just turns out that Jawaharlal Nehru's foreign policy in the 1950s happens to work perfectly in this completely different world.
India and China's relationship is deadlocked. Is that the way you think it's likely to stay? The People's Liberation Army still amassed on the other side of the Himalayas? Or do you see some of these geopolitical tensions leading to a thaw, even if it's not a very big thaw, but a marginal thaw to begin with?
I'm surprised that China has not made more of an effort to ease tensions with India. It's actually one more of these examples of Xi's non-pragmatic policy. I mean, Chinese have resolved their border disputes with about 15 countries around them. The one country they have not resolved the border dispute with is India.
Why do you think that's the case?
It's an interesting question, Rahul. I don't think anyone completely understands. Part of it, I think, has to do with the fact that it involves Tibet, in a sense. The territories are overlapping, and China, if you look at China on issues that are about the control of what it regards as the integrity of Chinese territory and creating a kind of Han-dominated China, in other words, destroying its separate entities like Tibet, Xinjiang, they're very hardline. They always have been very hardline. And maybe the Indian thing falls into that. Maybe they view India as the only country that could, in Asia, really equal China. They really don't regard Japan that way. They regard Japan as a kind of lesser than country. It's a kind of weird East Asian rivalry. Maybe they view India that way. But it's striking that even, it's been years now since the clash in the Himalayas. Still, the Chinese are not really reaching out, even though they've paid a pretty heavy price for it. And what did they get in return? I mean, a bunch of 20 square miles of frozen tundra. I don't understand it.
And they've got a lot of deployment on their side, building infrastructure to what end? The sun is setting at Davos. Farid, what's your biggest takeaway from the World Economic Forum this year?
I think my biggest takeaway was that people have realized that we lived for the last 30 years in a kind of cocoon. We lived from the fall of the Berlin Wall to the invasion of Ukraine. It's almost two capstones. And between those years, 30 years of globalization, democratization, information revolution, almost a sense of a kind of common global culture, all that turns out to be, as always in international politics, it's all about power. It was built on American power. The edifice was American power, the undisputed nature of American power, which meant there was the one thing that's absent from that world of 30 years was geopolitical competition, geopolitical rivalry, the tensions that produces, the distortions that produces in economics, because politics always trumps economics when politics flares up. And maybe what we're coming back to is a more normal world, a world that during the Cold War, World War II, World War I, 400 years of European conflict before, it's a more tense world, it's a more unstable world, it's a more dangerous world. But in a strange sense, it may be a more normal world.
Well, a lot of your insights will help those who are watching hopefully get a better sense of this choppy world. And it's always a pleasure having you with us. Farid Zakaria, thank you for taking our time.
Thank you, Rahul. Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Russia has made a missile that can crumble the US without alerting them. Russia has been testing this nuclear-powered beast. Last year, satellite images indicated that the test was conducted at a launch site near the Arctic Circle. The missile is called Skyfall. Earlier, Moscow tested the Skyfall missile in the same place. This cruise missile uses a nuclear reactor, and it also has an unlimited range. As far as its range is concerned, the missile can be aimed anywhere in the world. Like most nuclear-tipped cruise missiles, it also flies at medium altitudes to conserve fuel, making the missile undetectable under air defense systems, especially in the US. Experts also think that testing this missile may threaten the environment and human health. Thus, the weapon has earned its name, Flying Chernobyl, due to its risks. The testing of this missile came when the START, or Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, was about to expire. In 2020, Washington and Moscow worked on extending the arms control treaty called START. START, or Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, was a bilateral treaty between the United States and the Soviet Union on reducing and limiting strategic offensive arms. The treaty was signed on 31st July 1991 and entered into force on 5th December 1994. Skyfall has characteristics that are not seen in any other cruise missiles. With brewing tension between Russia and America, a weapon like this could have many implications.
You know Kim Taehyung, aka V of pop group BTS fame? Well, he's simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old. Confused? How old were you when you were born? 0? 1? In South Korea, you'd be 1 year old. Let's clear the air about this. South Korea has a unique way of calculating age. When a baby is born, it's considered a year old. And as the year changes on January 1st, the child gains a year. So no special birthdays. South Koreans count age based on their birth year and not days. A child born in December will already be 2 by January. But the president-elect Yoon Suk-yeol wants to do away with this traditional system. Because of persistent confusion and unnecessary social and economic costs, the incoming administration is looking to standardize age calculation. This was observed especially when health authorities use the international age and Korean ages interchangeably to set guidelines for...
Do you believe we are in a better place today than we were 8 years ago when Narendra Modi became Prime Minister for the first time in May 2014?
For the first time, there were about 6 or 7 years of consecutive years when we had fiscal deficit declining. And then, of course, the pandemic hit and things did change after that.
The overall comparison and the mood and the prospects, I feel, are worse now.
When an economy that was seemingly growing into double digits, 10%, post-demonetization slips into 5%.
The farmers are suffering in a huge way because growth is so low and the inflation is coming on top of that.
Growth rate is coming down. Doesn't mean growth rate is low.
The one Indian state that's had the longest and most consistent presence at the World Economic Forum in Davos was unified Andhra Pradesh, the baton later carried forward by Telangana. Now, of course, at the promenade, an intense competition amongst more than half a dozen Indian states in trying to pull investment to their destinations. And the man trying to hold Telangana and Hyderabad's flag here is K.T. Rama Rao. He's a Davos veteran with a packed calendar, managed to squeeze in this conversation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you very much.
We're seeing now intense competition, you know, from states like Maharashtra, states like Madhya Pradesh, states like Tamil Nadu, wanting to pull investment away. And Andhra Pradesh earlier and Telangana were the original Davos stars from amongst the Indian states.
Sure.
Are you beginning to feel the pinch and the pressure?
The first thing I'll tell you is, I think when you're in Davos in the World Economic Forum, firstly, it's about networking. Firstly, it's about mingling, talking, and of course, projecting your state in the right light and, you know, playing to your strengths. But most important thing to understand is, there are countries vying for investment. I think we are all trying to bring investment back to India. Within India, of course, there are 28 different gateways into India, 28 different states. So therefore, each of us, when a company or when an institution is looking at India with intent, I think each of us is trying to attract the attention and telling the world about our strengths, about our opportunities, about the opportunities we present, and That's what we've been doing. But the competition is not so much among Indian states as it is among global destinations. So, for instance, Hyderabad is not just competing with Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu or some other, Telangana is not just competing with other states, but also other countries. So, I think it's a good thing for India because stronger the states, stronger the country. Ultimately, we're a union of states. So, therefore, I think the more investment that comes to India, the better it is.
So you've made a big splash at the World Economic Forum, but people wondering what are the actual tangible takeaways? What is it that you take back to your state from here?
Well, Rahul, two things that people need to understand about sales cycles and investment pitches. Investment decisions are not made ad hoc or overnight. They take time. You have to build relations, you have to consolidate them, you have to create an intent and understand the other party's perspective as well. So they don't get, these kind of decisions or relationships don't get made overnight. But nonetheless, this time around, we've had significant investments being announced and a significant number of MOUs being signed. But most important thing for people to understand back home is when you create a splash, create an interest among all these global investors, and when they start looking at India, the first thing that pops up would be your state. So therefore, it's a process, it's a continuous process, it's a pursuit of investments is not something that is, like a knee-jerk reaction. It has to be consistent. You have to be consistently there in the mind space.
So Chandrababu Naidu was the original Davos star. Then you came in and took the baton over from him in some senses. Now I've been seeing Jagan Reddy here as well. He's pushing, and the two young boys from the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh both trying to pull investment towards their state. Is there a sense of healthy or unhealthy competition?
No. In fact, like I said, each of us play to our strengths. See, for instance, Andhra is a state with a large coastal line, and I wish them the very best in terms of attracting investments in sectors where I possibly cannot compete with them. We are a landlocked state. So therefore, there are areas, there are strengths, there are opportunities in each state which are unique. So therefore, there's no competition as such, but of course, each state is vying to build up, its own investment ecosystem and create employment opportunities, etc. So yes, in that sense, maybe yes, but I think on the whole, I think the message that all of us back home in India need to understand is that stronger the states, the stronger the country. So I think it's a great theme that about 6 Indian states are vying, competing in terms of opportunities, in terms of investments. I think it's a great thing for India.
You've been trying to build Hyderabad and the areas around Hyderabad as a hub for the 4th Industrial Revolution and Web 3.0. How has that gone? I mean, I was at one of your sessions where you were talking about deep learning, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and people would wonder how much of these ideas are translating into action on the ground.
Rahul, in fact, there was a time about 2 decades ago when India was a back office, when people only looked at India for BPO and KPO kind of work. But now, after India's tech prowess has been established, I think what has happened is a lot of interest in all emerging technologies is taking the world by storm, and India continues to be an epicenter of that. And within India, I think Telangana and Hyderabad are important centers, because in Hyderabad we have, I am not sure if you're familiar, but world's largest Amazon campus is in Hyderabad. Second largest campuses of Google, Facebook, Apple, Uber, Salesforce, Micron, Novartis, Medtronic, I can go on, the list is huge, are all in Hyderabad. So, goes to show you that the ecosystem is strong, and when the ecosystem is strong, when the tech prowess is already established, I think what is logical extension of that is the new and emerging sectors like Web3, like the ones you mentioned, AI, ML. Now, I think Web3 and crypto, these are 2 areas where the Government of India, of course, has its own viewpoint. There are regulatory concerns. What we are trying to do is basically position ourselves as a hub in all the emerging technologies. For instance, in drones, robotics, cybersecurity, we already have well laid out policies. And most importantly, I think we also have been able to establish a first mover sort of advantage. So I think it...
But all the tech majors you mentioned have their India offices. But if you look at where
that is the second largest base in the world.
Wealth creation is happening. Most of these unicorns that pop up either seem to be coming largely from Bengaluru and some now from Gurgaon.
Sure.
So why is it that Hyderabad's not producing in the same frequency and intensity genuine wealth creators who burst into the national limelight?
I think I think it'll happen, but
what's held it back so far? Like, how do you assess
I would say the VC ecosystem is not as strong as it is, say, in the NCR or Bangalore. I think one of the constraints is that, but now we see a lot more interest happening. On the 28th of June, in fact, we're launching the world's largest tech incubator in Hyderabad, called as the T-Hub. I would, of course, invite you. We're also, again, setting up a specific dedicated floor space for some of the largest VCs in India. So I think it's one of those things where the youngsters are there, the young startups are there, the intent is there, but it has to translate. Yesterday I had a long meeting with Sequoia. I was telling them the same thing, that you ought to be there physically to be able to assess and understand the prospects. So I hope it'll start turning. Right
Does
now
that
we have
rankle you as somebody who's so passionate
really.
about
Not really.
tech, all things to do with tech, the fact that genuine heroes of the startup ecosystem are actually popping up elsewhere and not on your watch?
No, I'll put it this way. In fact, do I wish for more unicorns from my state? Of course, yes. Does it rankle me? No, because I think each of us in the learning growth curve and learning curve are at different points. Bangalore has always had a first mover advantage. They've started like 15 years before us. So therefore, we are literally playing catch up. And in the last few years and few quarters, we have beaten them on office space absorption. So in the sense, the ecosystem has been expanding. And when it expands, the unicorns will come. They are a byproduct of the ecosystem. They are not the epicenter of the ecosystem. So I think I have 800,000 people working in IT now in Hyderabad. My IT exports are growing, better than the national average. So I think it's only a logical, extension eventually that we have 4 unicorns now from Hyderabad. We'll have more.
So for a moment, I want to step away from Davos and economics to politics. For a period, we saw close cooperation between the central government and the KCR government in Telangana, where on several of the key government bills, when they needed support and help, the TRS stepped in to provide that support. Now we're seeing your father, the chief minister, talk about wanting to emerge as a national alternative, wanting to build a third front. Some of these ideas have been spoken of in the past, but they have always been a pipe dream. What's different this time, and how serious are you?
Rahul, firstly, I think, economics should always take center stage in a place like World Economic Forum. But nevertheless, since you asked me a political question, I'd say this. I think 75 years of Indian independence are being celebrated now. 15th of August this year, we'll be completing 75 years as an independent nation. But I think time for all of us to introspect. 2 large national parties, both Congress and BJP, have been given enough opportunities in India by our people. But both of them have really let down the nation, because if you think about it, even now, more than the 2 lakh villages in India, many villages which languish without power, without basic necessities like drinking water, or even, for that matter, basic necessities like a proper road. So therefore, we really have, I think, enough time to introspect now and understand why these 2 national parties have not been able to deliver in 75 years. Just as a quick point of comparison, I'd say in 1987, both India and China were of the same size economically, $470 billion in terms of GDP. But now, if you look at China, they're at 16 trillion and we are still dreaming that pipe dream of 5 trillion. So who has let us down? What has happened? What is wrong with our economic policies? Why did we fail to create more opportunities, for a country? So I think time has now come for Indians at large to think about a credible alternative, and that is one of the things that we want to put as center stage, because in the last 7 years, if Telangana can deliver a potable drinking water connection to each and every home, how come the remaining 27 states are not able to do it? How come Telangana, from a power deficit state, can transition into a power surplus state in 6 years, and how come the rest of the country can't? So there are certain things that we have done. We want to present that model to the rest of the country and ask them to think.
But if it's very clear over the past few years that the Congress is no longer your principal opposition. When elections happen towards the end of next year, it's the BJP that you'll be up against. And we're seeing whether it's JP Nadda or the Amit Shah declare war on your government. I have a quote here from the Home Minister which says KCR sitting in his luxurious farmhouse making plans for early elections, thinking he can trick people. I'm asking the party to declare election tomorrow. The BJP is ready. We will defeat you. People and youth are aware of your failures. It seems daggers drawn already.
Well, this is one government, I call them the NPA government because they have a non-performing alliance. They've given this country, I think Prime Minister Modi on the 16th of May 2014 said after his victory, "Achhe din aane wale hain." 8 saal ho gaya. Kahan hai achhe din? Kis jagah mein, kis kshetra mein, kis raj mein aaye? Highest unemployment in 45 years, highest inflation in 30 years. That is what Modi has delivered. So for them to talk about incompetence, incapacitated governance is a joke, because I think this NPA government has delivered nothing but squat, firstly. Secondly, Telangana as a government, Telangana as a state has done exceptionally well. Our per capita in 2014 was 1,24,000 rupees. Today it's 2,78,000 rupees. Our GSDP back in 2014 was 5,06,000 crores. Today it's 11.55 lakh crores. So talk about wealth creation, employment creation, talk about completing the world's largest lift irrigation project in breakneck speed without zero support from central government. We've done that all. So in terms of delivery, in terms of performance, if he wants to talk, let him talk. What have they given to this country other than polarized nonsense? Halals and hijabs and Hanuman Chalisas. Is that what we need to be talking about? Is that what should take the center stage in this country today? 75 years of independence. You have nothing to talk about in terms of delivery. You have nothing to show in terms of delivery other than inflation, other than unemployment. So what do you do?
But the BJP...
AD, attention diversion. That is what unfortunately has been happening. And in Telangana, they've lost deposits in 108 seats out of 119 last time. This time they might lose it in 100. So if you call that a great achievement, so be it.
First class cut.
The 18-year-old suspect who carried out the Texas shootout in the United States was found with a handgun, a semi-automatic rifle and high-capacity magazines. What kind of laws permit an 18-year-old to carry this kind of weaponry? Let's look at what the gun laws in the United States are all about. Citizen ownership of guns is maximum in the US. Now, there are laws for gun ownership in the United States, but each state will essentially regulate these laws individually. Even non-citizens can purchase guns in the US. So you either need to be a US citizen or you need to have a lawful permanent residency. Shotguns and rifles can be sold to individuals 18 years of age or older. All firearms other than shotguns and rifles may be sold only to individuals 21 years of age or older. But states can alter this as well. Purchasing guns in the US is dangerously easy. It could be as easy as just walking into a Walmart store or a liquor store. Sports stores also can sell guns. Along with this, gun shows are very common in the United States where you can also purchase guns. And to top it off, you can even buy guns online. Purchasing a gun in the US is extremely easy also because of the process that is involved in it. All you need to do is fill in a registration form when you've chosen the gun you want to purchase. And after that, you go through a background check, which barely lasts a few minutes. On completing the form, the dealer enters the applicant's information into the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, NICS, to check their eligibility, and that's all. So in the US, there is no compulsion for you to prove that you actually need a gun. You actually don't even need to go through any mandatory training, no interviews, no police intervention, and there is no verification of your physical or mental health. Apart from chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons and surface-to-air missiles, you can pretty much buy any kind of weapon in the United States, even a machine gun if it has been manufactured before 1986. Again, state laws in the US may vary, but at the federal level, very few guns are actually illegal for civilians to own.